So welcome everybody to UNH in New Hampshire and the Joint Hydrographic Center and Center for Coastal Ocean Mapping. I'm Andy Armstrong. I'm the NOAA co-director of Joint Hydrographic Center. And this is our annual review of the Joint Hydrographic Center Cooperative Agreement grant, which is a 5-year grant from NOAA to University of New Hampshire, competitively awarded. And so we take this opportunity to update our government sponsors on progress, and so we'll hear a lot more about that later. I'd like to welcome particularly Rear Admiral Ben Evans. There you are, right in front.
Always make me sit anyway.
Who's the director of the Office of Coast Survey. We also have with us the director of the Office of Response and Restoration, Scott Lundgren. So thank you for coming, Scott. Jeremy Wyrick, oh, there you are, Jerry.
Oh, we've been looking and looking.
Jerry's been laying low. Yeah. And Jeremy Wyrick's the director of Ocean Exploration. We also have Bill Mowat from the Office of Marine Aviation Operations, and we've got a Navy contingent led by Matt Warbash and Dave Brazier and Matt Thompson and others. Let's see, is Mike Gaslaxon here? No, he's not here yet. We've got an NGA group, Jen and Sally, and University of South Florida, Steve, Cheryl, Chad. Welcome all of you. Okay, so the important stuff, restrooms. Restrooms are just outside here in the hallway. There's 2 gender inclusive restrooms and a women's restroom. If there's more, if you go back towards the CCOM admin area, so back through the hallway and to the right, there's a bank of men's and women's restrooms back there. There's a lactation room if any new moms are wanting to use that. Back there, the admin folks can direct you to that. In the case of emergency, we have 2 exits from here, the front door and out to the right, the back door and out to the left. Let's see, so lunches will be provided for our guests here. They'll be set up in the hallway. For government travelers, for NOAA and U.S. government travelers, we would ask that you put in $15 for the 2 lunch days, and then if you're going to the barbecue, $25. So you can do that anytime you're here. There's an envelope out there, cash or check to UNH. Either one of those is fine. Let's see, that's all on my list. So I'm going to turn it over now to Larry, the UNH co-director of the Joint Hydrographic Center and the director of the UNH Center for Coastal and Ocean Mapping.
Well, thank you, Andy. I should say there are even more restrooms up on the 2nd floor. So welcome again. Thank you all for coming up here. As I say every year, this is a very important meeting for us. I guess I just learned today that it's not required anymore. I thought it was for years. For years, it was part of the formal reporting process. We were required originally to do 2 annual reports, and we would do quite large, if those of you remember, 300-page documents. And all we were doing was writing annual reports, and Andy and Coast Survey said, well, let's turn this mid-year one into a world one, a site review, and that's the origin of this. And it's actually, in my mind, a great idea because I'm not sure, the only person I ever knew, maybe you got that, who read one of those reports cover to cover was Kathy Sullivan, who came up on a visit, and we had sent one to her, kind of perfunctory, and comes up and slaps it down on my desk and had marked all the typos. So you'll see now we've evolved, I think, to a much healthier reporting process, and I'll talk about that in a minute. But the most important thing about this, particularly first day and a half, which is just with our federal partners and academic partners, is that we really want to get feedback from you. And sometimes it's like pulling taffy to get it from you. Sometimes you just flow with the feedback. But that's what we're really here about. I'm going to give you a kind of a mile a minute, one slide, not on everything we're doing, but less than a slide on many things we're doing, and some none of it. But we'll have today at least 6 or 7 more in-detailed reports on some subset of what we're doing. And from all that and the written reports, which we'll show you how to get it, we hope that you'll have some thoughts about the directions we're taking. It's always a chance for us to kind of recalculate where we're going, and hopefully do our best to serve you all. I guess I'm supposed to turn it over to Admiral Evans right now, and ask him to offer some opening remarks. And I should say tomorrow, normally we have an opening remark from the university too, but more exciting, tomorrow when we open up the session with our industrial partners, and I should say this is super scary. Look at this room now. We were expecting 65 more people.
Wow.
So they're not going to fit, obviously, but many of the people here are CCOM people. It's very sad, but we're gonna ask them to not sit here and let our industrial partners sit here, and they can follow virtually what's going on. But we're gonna have every seat. People are gonna have to buck up and sit right up front, along the sides, and everywhere. I'm hoping we'll fit. And part of this, the admin staff had a great idea yesterday. We've had a very casual RSVP type thing to the industrial partners, and we get, as of last week, we got 50, which was, a very manageable number. We could fit legally everybody in this room. And then sure enough, in the last few days, and 2 a.m. this morning, I get, oh yeah, I'll be coming by, and we're up to like 67. So I think we're going to do a much more formal electronic RSVP, and then we're going to have a cutoff date. We'll see how it works. I'm going to ask you to be a little crowded for just tomorrow afternoon, and Thursday it'll get better again. Admiral.
Thank you, Mark. Good morning, everybody. It's great to be here this year. It's great to be here every year. I think this is the third time under my directorship that we've had this meeting, and it's an exciting mark in the calendar. It's a great opportunity to get together. As Larry and Andy mentioned, the convening authority of this meeting, not only is it our site review of the Joint Hydrographic Center program, but then bringing our partners and the industrial consortium together is really a critical function that this serves. And so I thank Larry and Andy for putting this on, the staff, the entire staff here at JHC and UNH. Perhaps more importantly, it often gives us an opportunity to escape the ridiculous heat of DC and other locales. I noted this year that doesn't seem to be the case. I got off the plane in Boston yesterday. I think it was hotter than it was when I got on in DC. So we'll be noting that in the, if you want feedback, we'll be noting that.
Where's John Kelly?
Yeah. But no, in all seriousness, this really is a highlight of the year for us. The work, the research and development work that happens here at JHC is critical, as was noted, not just for our office and Coast Survey, but for a wide range of programs at NOAA, our federal partners, Navy, NGA, Army Corps, others. And I'm really glad that we were able to bring, Larry mentioned we have a lot of people here today. That's by design. And the reason for that is because I really want to be sure that we've got both subject matter experts and leadership here who's ready with the catcher's mitt open to receive the product of this work and to provide the feedback that Larry mentioned. And so I think it's critical that we bring a large contingent of folks to serve in that role. And I'm very glad that our federal partners and others are here in similar capacity. So apologies for the numbers, but not sorry.
No apologies.
Andy already and Larry mentioned and welcomed our partners, so I won't go through that. But and I know I'm standing in the way of getting down to business and hearing about the research, but I do want to talk a little bit about the importance of this. I know that if you were listening closely over the last couple of years, I've stood here and talked about how our processes are evolving and how we're streamlining and you're really rebuilding our workflow to be more data focused, carrying the value of that data through the workflow and onto the chart as far as possible. So today I thought, rather than repeating that line, even though I just repeated it, that I talk about an example of how that has come to pass. I think everybody here what was tracking is well aware of the collapse of the Francis Scott Key Bridge in Baltimore earlier this spring, and the incredible tragedy and disaster that posed. And really, the entirety of NOS, Coast Survey included, really had to mobilize very quickly to support both the recovery from that and the resumption of commerce. And I wanted to talk a bit about how some of the activities that Coast Survey and other offices in NOS undertook were driven by research and development work, transition operations work that happened right here. So just a quick timeline, and I should mention that Katrina Wiley, who's hiding somewhere in the back, has put together a beautiful story map of all of this, which I thought about putting up on the screen, but I couldn't quite get it turned around fast enough. So it's not quite ready for public release yet. I think it's just waiting for me to say it's okay, which I didn't have time to do before this. But if you're interested in seeing that, talk to Katrina, or we'll have it out publicly soon. But just verbally walking through that, right? So the bridge collapsed. I think it was a Tuesday, and OR&R had folks on scene immediately to assess the potential for pollution. As the situation unfolded and it became clear that pollution wasn't the immediate concern, we quickly transitioned to a navigation response and recognized that while the main channel was completely blocked and the salvage operation was focused there, that there was opportunity and demand to reopen some limited navigation around the site of the disaster. And so what could we, within our authorities in NOAA, do to support that, to support Coast Guard, to support Army Corps and other partners? And so very quickly, within days, NGS, National Geodetic Survey, within a day, I think actually, had flown imagery, which we were able to turn around onto the nautical charts to show the blockage and the debris almost instantaneously. But then perhaps more importantly, we got our navigation manager into the unified command. Our NRT, the navigation response team from New London, was mobilized down to the scene by the end of the week, and was very quickly out of the water, doing surveys, high resolution, multi-beam surveys of the areas surrounding the wreckage to begin the process of identifying a path, a shallow draft path, but any path around that wreckage. Now it turns out that none of that area outside the main shipping channel had been surveyed since the 1970s. And when we went back to look for the as-built drawings of the remaining abutments on either side, the part of the bridge that didn't collapse, we had like a kind of a pencil sketch that had some very vague numbers on it, but clearly not as-built drawings, engineering drawings, because nobody expected that those waters would have to be forced into navigation. Why would you take large vessels outside of this deep draft 50-foot channel? It just never was conceived of. So we quickly realized that if we were going to restore any navigation around the scene, we were going to need high resolution surveys, and not just of the bathymetry, but also those remaining abutments. And that's work, the bathymetry certainly has its roots in our ability to rapidly process and turn around gridded hydrographic data. That work has its roots right here, we all know that. But what perhaps is less well known is that ability to use laser scanning to identify the the air draft, the vertical and horizontal clearance through these abutments, the remaining abutments that were never intended to support navigation. That capability was developed right here too. And so that was critical to giving the Coast Guard the confidence, to giving them the decision support data to identify where they were going to place buoys around the scene of that disaster, and how they were going to route traffic. And one anecdote, I went up to the Unified Command about a week and a half after the initial incident, and one anecdote that I heard from a Coast Guard warrant officer, bosun, who was in charge of placing the buoys, was that ordinarily, when they go out to place buoys around a channel, it's kind of hunting around and figuring out where the deep area is, and they use their echo sounder. They've got some idea where they're going to place the buoys, but and it takes a while. They buoyed that entire alternate channel in about 3 hours because the gridded high-resolution hydrographic data, the bathymetry that we had been able to turn around to them less than 24 hours after it was acquired, fully corrected for water levels, the ability to do ellipsoidally referenced surveying, the ability to produce a high-resolution grid, the ability to turn that around into a product that the Coast Guard could use, allowed them to identify before they even left the dock and cut the chain. So they knew exactly what the lengths of the anchor road for the buoy was going to be. They cut all that at the dock, and they just went out and plunked them in the water, and it took 3 hours. What ordinarily would have taken 12 plus hours if they'd had to go hunt around, cut the chain on the boat, place the buoys. So again, this capability that our navigation response team was able to employ largely had its start right here at JHC. I think I might have gotten ahead of myself a little bit. I should also mention one of the critical capabilities that allowed that quick turnaround was QC tools, another product of JHC, a collaborative product with NOAA. And the rapid turnaround of that data was made possible by the new specifications and deliverables that we've developed that really streamline the quality assurance process. Again, using tools and techniques developed right here. And I should also note that the co-ops, our partners at the Center for Operational Oceanographic Products and Services, deployed a current buoy that replaced some of the instrumentation that had been lost when the bridge collapsed. Also providing real-time current measurements, which help constrain our models. So there's Ed, you and I haven't talked about exactly how that fit together, so I don't want to get ahead of myself. But certainly having real-time current measurements informs the models, which improves the ability of the salvers to operate. You've got industrial or commercial divers and Navy divers who are working in the dark in a high current environment, trying to cut apart this bridge. It's very important that they know what the currents are doing so that they can plan their operations accordingly. And then once we were able to reopen a limited deep draft channel, it was much, much narrower and much shallower than what had previously been there. So having real-time current measurements, having accurate models, critical to the pilot's ability to bring deep draft ships in and out of that port. The other thing that we were able to do is looking ahead to the S100 set of products and services, next generation hydrographic products and services. We're able to publish S102, which is the high resolution bathymetric layer. There's no ECDIS in the world that can use S102 right now. We won't see those until 2026. But the pilots, the marine pilots, portable pilots units, can absolutely use S102 right now. And so we were able to publish and push out, again, in a matter of days, not even days, from the time it was acquired, we were able to publish high-resolution S102 onto the pilot's portable pilot units, which allowed them to begin the process of getting ships in and out of that port as soon as there was a channel available to do so. And I'm probably missing pieces of this, and I should also note the chart. I mentioned that we were able to get the debris that was mapped by NGS onto the chart in a matter of, I think, a couple of days. That's fairly straightforward, right? That's just kind of points and lines. But ordinarily, putting a fresh hydrographic survey of that much area onto the chart, compiling depth curves, compiling soundings, that would be weeks to months in a traditional process. And then we would publish a new chart every week. Well, with those process improvements driven by the ability to push data through our streamlined review process, push data into the national bathymetric source, the ability of MCD to pull that out of the bathymetric source and rapidly compile it into the chart. We, Krista, you could probably tell me better than, but I think we were like, from data acquisition to new chart out the door was less than a week, as I recall.
It was.
Yeah.
It was 3 or 4 days.
3 or 4 days to a fully compiled, fresh bathymetry, new depth curves. And so that relies also on significant work on cartography that happens right here. So really, I guess the point I'm trying to make is that this is a real world example where we were able to really, I mean, and again, this was a tremendous tragedy, but never waste a good crisis, right? And so the ability to use this forcing function to reestablish commerce in and out of the Port of Baltimore, to leverage some of the developments, the streamlining factors, the new tools and techniques, the ability to publish charts on a daily basis instead of once a week. We really were able to lean into that and get commerce restarted much more quickly than it would have been possible even 6 months, even a year ago. And a lot of those tools and techniques, again, had their basis right here. So we're proud to have been part of this, and I hope you guys are too. I guess that's my message. Shifting gears, I should note that demand for the work that we're doing, the work that you're supporting, it's not just domestic, it's not just our home waters and ports. There's increasing demand for mapping and charting as part of our an instrument of diplomatic assistance to our partner nations. We just this morning got off several of us were on a phone call with our UKHO partners, United Kingdom partners, looking at how we can utilize our capability to improve the hydrographic services in the Maldives, among other places. So obviously a strategically important, small, developing island nation in the Pacific. There's several of those that are interested in this. And so the ability for us to provide that assistance, supported by the State Department, supported by DoD, working with UKHO and other partner nations, that capability, what we ultimately choose to provide, I'm confident will draw on work that's been developed right here. And a part of that will probably be training. And so speaking of training, I want to emphasize the importance of like slightly shifting gears here and talking about a center of excellence activity, but certainly one which I think has bearing for UNH and JHC as well, is our training cruises on the Nancy Foster. That's one of the first significant major activities undertaken by our new Center of Excellence for Operational Oceans and Great Lakes Mapping. My understanding is that those training cruises, this is the second year we've done them, but this is the first year that the center has taken leadership on those. My understanding is those have been very successful, and that we've brought undergrads and graduate students out onto the Nancy Foster to experience firsthand and build their hydrographic expertise from the ground up. And so I think that's the kind of capability and capacity building that makes things like our response to the Francis Scott Key disaster possible. It feeds the future of this enterprise. And I certainly would be remiss if I didn't also mention, among many other things, the developments on uncrewed systems. This past year, I think, has really been even, I keep saying this, but every year it just continues to grow and amplify. Last year, we utilized our Echo Boat uncrewed systems in a true operational environment, doing shallow water surveys to support our marine modeling branch to produce high resolution bathymetry in estuaries that will improve our water models and their connection with the freshwater models. So that was one of the most extensive uses of the Echo boats. That's a small, relatively low cost system that's used to low endurance, but very useful for getting into waters that we can't survey effectively with a traditional crewed survey platform. On the other side of the spectrum, we've got the DRIX operations. NOAA and Thomas Jefferson just wrapped up a 30-day deployment with the DRIX, the DRIX that NOAA owns, that is operated by Captain Bowett's group. And so we are on the cusp transitioning, I think, out of the research to operations phase of that and really moving into an operational phase. Again, informed by work going on right here at the Joint Hydrographic Center in CCOM. Without the assistance and input of Val and others here, we would not be at that point. So just emphasizing that among other things. So quite a legacy. I think we're at, is this the 25th year of the center?
We'll recognize that tomorrow.
Yeah, so I think we're gonna get a retrospective from Larry on that tomorrow, so I won't steal, I don't know enough to steal your thunder.
You've just done
it. So I look forward to that. My window on this is pretty narrow, but I look forward to hearing more about the innovations and the research to operations that have germinated and developed here at the center. I'm very excited to learn about the current research, this year's progress, which I'm confident will enable the next successes, the next Francis Scott Key, the next UXS deployment, whatever that next thing is. I'm confident that that will be informed by work that happened right here. So thank you again for your work. Before I turn it back to Larry and Andy, I do want to note that if I'm here through Friday. If anybody would like to chat, I'm happy to do so. We've got some time set aside over lunches and then Thursday and Friday, so I'm available if folks would like to talk, chat with Steve Loy here if you're interested. Again, agenda looks great. I'm glad to have all our partners here. I neglected to specifically thank USF and the COVID Center for the collaborative effort working with JHC. I think this enterprise is strong, and the next 3 days will make it stronger. So, thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Admiral Evans. I think OCS and NOS should be very, very proud of their response to this Scott Key Bridge incident, and we're happy to play some small role in getting you there. Hopefully that theme of collaboration and cooperation will run through everything we do. I'm gonna put the lights down a little. I know it's too early for you to fall asleep, so that we should be safe doing that. All right, so I'm gonna try in hopefully less than an hour to give you an overview of what we've done this year. But also I always start with a little background of where we've come from. And some of you have been here many, many years, and this will be, but each year there's a little more to it. It'll be a little redundant, but I apologize for that because there's always lots of new people, particularly the same presentation will be given to the industrial partners tomorrow. And Tony, if you can't hear me in the back, please let me know. Sometimes I'll just drift off and start talking quietly. Just to give us a quick overview, we're right here, actually a little ahead of schedule, which is wonderful. Thank you all, which is great. I guarantee we'll, at the end of the day, won't be ahead of schedule. And I'll give this overview now. We're gonna then have a series of talks. We'll start with Giuseppe, who is in Denmark, I think. He may be in Italy, but I suspect he's in Denmark. Talking about QC tools. John will come and give a slightly different, kind of a more future-looking talk about multi-sensor operation. We'll break for lunch. Christos will give us an update on some of his cartographic activities. And then in response to requests that came 2 years ago, probably, maybe last year again, where it was actually the Corps of Engineers who got up and said, we need to know about fluid buds. You should be researching fluid buds. And I said, well, thank you very much. You don't fund us. You know, if NOAA says they're interested in fluid buds, we'll look into it. And NOAA came back and said, yes, they are. And so we're really fortunate. New Professor Gabe, I saw Gabe Venegas, who's joined our faculty. We'll be talking about that. His research focuses on that. Brian will talk about bathymetric processing and volunteer data collection. And then Brian Miles, excuse me, and I don't know if Brian's in the room, he is. Another new member of our staff will talk about some of the WIBL tools and community data management associated with volunteer data collection. Val will come back, update us on USV activities, and another new presentation. We try to give you some new stuff too. We've always kind of just briefly mentioned our outreach. Tara will come and give you a little more in-depth look at some of our outreach activities, and always ending it up with new and great things that go on in the visualization lab. Hopefully we'll be finished at a reasonable time late this afternoon. Come back tomorrow, and that's a chance for you folks to respond and recap what we talked about the day before. Anybody else, and just check with Andy if any of our partners would like to say something, you're most welcome to. But then after the break, we're going to introduce the new Center of Excellence. Andy will introduce it. Probably not much introduction needed for you, so it'll be a brief introduction. But we're going to turn that into our discussion for future directions and ongoing activities. We break for lunch, and then the room really gets crowded, and we'll have to ask our CCOM folks to leave for the most part. And we'll have our industrial partners come in. The president will come and give us a welcome. Brand new president. We're very excited about a new president at the university. And this is probably one of her first official engagements, I suspect. And she'll be able to spend a good part of the afternoon with us, which is really quite nice. And I'll kind of give a little 15-minute retrospective of our 25 years here. And then we'll introduce the topic of discussion. I think, as most of you know, the idea of bringing the industrial partners and the government folks together is to focus on a discussion of mutual interest to them. We try to come up with a topic. We had a lot of topics suggested this year, but I think the timeliness of the new center led everybody to agree that this was probably the most appropriate thing for our industrial partners to interact with you all and to really try to understand how they can be part of this new center of excellence. And then we'll break. Time for there's always in the afternoon time for breakouts, tours, and discussions, and our event at Newcastle. Which, if you think this is constrained, there we have a fire marshal who insists that we are very, very constrained. So we have to be very, very careful about how many people. The town of Newcastle, which is the wealthiest town in New Hampshire, is very restrictive about the number of people that can be gathered at one time. So all of our federal partners and academic partners and industrial partners are invited, but I'm really sad to say we can't have our own people, many of our own people there because of that. And little, again, the Gulf Surveyor will be open for open house. And then Thursday afternoon, we actually go into depth. Thursday morning, go into depth in that discussion of the new center with our industrial partners. And I think it'll be really interesting to get their feedback and their views on it. I'll repeat this presentation probably slightly with some slight twist to it. For the industrial partners Thursday afternoon, you all certainly don't have to painfully listen to that again. And then we have time for breakouts and discussions on Thursday afternoon. So that's the overview of where we're hoping to go. If you have any issues about technical questions, the IT team has been phenomenally supportive. Will, Chris, Mike, their contacts. There is a web link for these sessions here, not going outside, but just internally. And so you guys have access to it, and folks go survey.
Yeah, I sent the link to the ELB and CHS and a couple other partners this morning.
All righty. Okay, again, just a quick review. Started 1999-2000. Actually, I know the date exactly now, June 4th, 1999. The MOU was signed. I'll talk about that tomorrow afternoon. Small earmark from Senator Gregg. And we moved into the first floor of this building, but not on this side, over on that side where we live. We became a line item within 3 years, very, very quickly. We were quite surprised that we were a line item. We're kind of moving away from Neomark, expanded up into a second floor. And by 2009, we came about as far away from a Neomark as you can, having an authorization in PL 11111 for a joint hydrographic center. Not a joint hydrographic center at the University of New Hampshire, but a joint hydrographic center associated with the university. And that became a competitive process. So we competed for that. We also had an expansion, a nice 10,000 square foot expansion in 2009. We competed in 2010 and were awarded our first JHC grant, 5-year grant. In 2015, we competed again, awarded again the 5-year JHC grant. In 2017, we had another big addition that built this room, which we thought would be big enough to hold everybody for this. Obviously, it's not. When the president comes, we're all going to say, we need a bigger room. A bunch of offices and lab space, particularly for our Bachelor of Science in Ocean Engineering program, which is quite exciting. On the other side, for those of you who haven't been around, we'll have to give you a tour. And then 2020, we competed again for a federal funding opportunity. By that time, it was called a NOFO, Notice of Funding Opportunity. And that's what we're in right now. We're in that 2020 to 2024 fiscal year funding grant, and that's what I'll be reporting on, particularly this year's exercises. And then last year, we had the announcement of the new NOAA Center of Excellence to work in unison with the Joint Hydrographic Center. And something we're very, very excited about, and will be the focus of our discussions tomorrow. Okay, that new Center of Excellence becomes kind of the keystone for a new enterprise, effort, thing at the university that they call the EDGE, an innovation neighborhood. The NOAA Center, and Andy will, I think you'll show some slides about how that will sit within this concept. If not, I can. This is something the university is very excited about, and I'm sure the president will address tomorrow, that this is going to be the anchor tenant of this new innovation neighborhood. All right, let's start focusing on the center here. We have had since day one a series of goals, basically a technology goal to be a leader in the development of technology and approaches for hydrographic and ocean mapping, and of course using that to expand the clients of mapping. Something we realized from day one, that there was much more to the technologies we were working with than just hydrography, but there was a whole constituency out there of other users, and something we've been working hard to do with our industrial partners and with others. In terms of industrial partnerships, they keep expanding. I think when this was made a week ago or so, there were 64. I think by, if not today, by tomorrow, at the end of the week, we'll have 65. One more sponsor, Mighty Corporation, is in the midst of becoming a sponsor too. And so most of the folks who are involved in this business have become industrial partners, something we're very proud of, and I think very important to our progression as a lab. We also, of course, have an educational mandate, educate a new generation of hydrographers and ocean mappers, and I think we've been working very, very hard to fulfill that. We have an constantly evolving educational program with MSc and PhD degrees. Our program, until recently, has strictly focused on the graduate degrees. We do at UNH now have an undergraduate program I'll mention in a minute, but we get students from all kinds of backgrounds coming into the program. We're not an academic department, they come from different academic departments. We also have a graduate certificate program for students who can't spend a full 2 years, or 3 years, or 4 years, or 5 years that an MSc might take. And we have a year plus type program, certificate program. This is the program that our Nippon Foundation's YEPCO students go through, and some others. We've had a few others, non-JEPCO students go through the certificate program, and a bunch of non-degree stuff. But it's this Bachelor's of Science in Ocean Engineering and our expanded interaction with undergraduates that's been the real change in the last few years. And this has been very exciting. Is Natalie, Jenna, are any of them here? We have at least 2 in our program, 2 graduates of our Bachelor of Science in Ocean Engineering program who have now come as graduate students in our program. This is just the idea that we have a feeder program. We've created an undergraduate course, a course aimed at these undergraduate Bachelor BSOE students, to introduce them to ocean mapping. And of course, as Admiral Evans mentioned, we've been active in participating in the Nancy Foster training cruises. I think Riley, I saw you here. You just came back?
Just got back on Saturday.
Was it good?
It was really good.
Was it great?
It was very great.
It was great. Good. I was unrehearsed. Our curriculum is constantly evolving. This year we made an interesting change. Years ago, we recognized that we got some students into the program who really didn't have the appropriate math background for our course, for some of our courses. And so we set up a special courses of math for mappers. And the idea was that that course was going to be coordinated with our courses so that they would be learning as the applications were happening. University politics, we originally wanted Sema and Brian and others here wanted to teach that course, but the math department just wouldn't allow it. The math department doesn't want other people teaching a math course. So the math department came to teach it. They tried very hard. I think they did a reasonable job, but it was just really difficult getting that coordination. And so finally, we've actually dropped that course, and instead we've expanded our geodesy course. I knew there was a geo something. Our geodesy course and our positioning and navigation course, we've expanded them so that the math is really integrated into the course. And I think that's worked out. Some will say that's worked out much better. So as they're learning the math, they're doing exercises that are applicable to what they're learning. We also have kind of our capstone, our hydrographic field camp. And this year we had a phenomenal group of students out there. They did a spectacular job. And the way this works is they're given a problem. They have to kind of, either they're given the specs or they create the specs. They go out and figure out how they're going to do it. They then have to install the systems on the vessel. Someone will go out and pull out wires and cut wires, and they have to figure out what's wrong, go out, do the survey, process the data, and then write the final reports. This year involved a number of things, a lot of help from our sponsors in terms of providing systems. And boy, they produced a spectacular data set this year. Couple of real innovations. We started last year, but I think much more formalized this year, having an ASV or USB component to the course. This time focused around the Echo Boat and Roland from the ASV group. Really spending a lot of time with the students, really engaging them and having them understand that the intricacies and differences of doing surveys with autonomous systems or uncrewed systems. And probably most interesting, we used Starlink this time so that students would sit in the lab and get data transmitted back in real time as the data was being collected. And this is really exposing the students to what the new world of hydrographic data processing is going to be. And I think both of these,
It worked out really well.
worked out really well. And also playing with data in the cloud too. And so as they were collecting the data was being served in the cloud and then can be distributed anywhere. So again, trying to expose them to really the latest approaches to data processing. We also had, for the first time, third-party training, and to me this is an interesting transition into the role that the new Center of Excellence might play, and we worked with our colleagues at NGA and had a group, 10 folks from NGA, that at first had, and this I'll admit was somewhat not the easiest to deal with the security issues at NGA and try to have a remote training component with the lectures, and they couldn't use screens, so that was we'll have to work that part out. But then they came here for 10 days and went through the hydro field camp, a mini version of the hydro field camp, and I think that part, you guys can say, I think I got really good feedback from the students.
Feedback was amazing.
Yeah, so again, I think this is start transitioning into the kind of things that the center might be doing.
With UNH support.
With UNH support, of course. And then, of course, our JEPCO program now in its 21st year. That's quite remarkable. And we had, again, just an amazing group of students this year. And students they'll be coming in a few weeks, actually. We'll get students, and it's kind of a tough thing for faculty members as you watch these groups come in and then they just move on. And then the next group comes in, but you're kind of stuck. But we have students from Brazil, Canada, as I pointed out. Is our CHS rep here?
No, he wasn't able to make it.
He didn't make it, okay. I was gonna say, we try to engage developing countries. Ecuador, Japan, Peru,
But they may be listening online.
No, we have a mixture of developing countries. And so we're quite excited about that. In total, over the years now, 238 graduates, a distribution of how their degrees were. Interestingly, we're leaning to a few more PhDs in time. The PhDs are starting to creep up more, which I think from an academic perspective, as our faculty gets older, that's really good because then we're training the next generation of trainers too. Just to give you the overview, I'm not going to read every name, just look at the colors. The light blues are all people who came from NOAA, and the oranges are people who went to NOAA from our program. So that's a nice balance, and we'll talk more about that tomorrow. I think most of you understand that we have two complementary centers here. The Memorandum of Understanding with the university was created a Joint Hydrographic Center. This is what that NOFO or HOFO, or what we call it now, Federal Funding Opportunity is all about, the Joint Hydrographic Center. And this is the government and university working particularly with our primary partner, OCS, but with other and growingly, is that a word? Increasingly? No, my translator here? Increasingly. That's true. Neither of us. With OMAO, OER, Ocean Exploration, and other components of NOAA. Scott, continue to work together with you too. And then, of course, we have the Center for Coastal Ocean Mapping, which is the university entity, which lets us stay at arm's length from NOAA when necessary, which allows us to get into have funding arrangements with other entities. And in the course of 2023, and this is kind of typical for the last few years, about $4 million of outside funding, outside of the NOAA input. We have really, really close partners within NOAA, and I'm just thrilled to watch this collaboration grow and grow over the years from almost competition to real partnership now and collaboration. And a lot of that is through the Ocean Exploration Cooperative Institute, which we're partners with WUI, URI, Ocean Exploration Trust, and the University of Southern Mississippi. And I'll talk, when I get to the ASV part, or USV part, I'll talk a little more about the things, a couple of, I think, very special things we're doing. What I want to focus on now, though, is this really growing collaboration. It was OER that bought us the DRIX, what we call DRIX 8. You heard Admiral Evans talk about a NOAA DRIX, Co-Survey DRIX, NOAA's Co-Survey OMAO DRIX, I don't know how you want to call it. We'll just call it a NOAA DRIX. There are actually two sitting in our high bay facility down the road, DRIX 12 and DRIX 23, which are both owned by NOAA. But the first DRIX 8 was purchased by OER, but what we've had over the last few years is a growing collaboration of joint use, and I want to focus on that. Also within the context of the Ocean Exploration Cooperative Institute, we were working very closely with Saildrone in their initial work with the Saildrone Explorer, the large Saildrone, the 21-meter Saildrone with a EM302 on board. And we looked carefully, Lindsay and Aaron actually were contracted to process the data and look carefully at the quality of the data. And then Paul and I took those analysis and other analysis and tried to really look and draw some conclusions about the efficiency and adequacy of that approach to collecting data. To me, the most exciting example of real collaboration between our NOAA partners and now agencies outside is an upcoming cruise that Val will talk about that is in the Gulf of Maine coming up in October, basically the full month of October, where we're going to be using two DRIXs, the two NOAA DRIXs, DRIX 12 and DRIX 23, run from two shore-based operating centers, addressing a bunch of OER priorities in this area and BOEM priorities at the windmill sites here. But this has been just a wonderful collaboration between OMAO, between Bill's team, Captain Mallett's team, between OER, Jeremy, Rachel, Aurora, and OCS. Anyway, I never said that before. Everybody working together on this project, all learning together, and hopefully building a much stronger collaborative future. So I'm really, really excited about that. We've also extended these kind of collaborations with our industrial partners. I announced last year, at our meeting last year was the announcement of the new Exhale Maritime Autonomy Innovation Hub. This is the facility where the DRIX 12 and 23 is sitting down the road about a mile. It's just a hub of activity. If you go there now, there are three DRIXs in there now. People running around doing all kinds of stuff. And if you have time, we could probably arrange going down there. We don't want to get in their way. They're really busy getting ready. And some new plans for putting tiered structures to expand that. I should also say that beyond just Excel, Kongsberg Discovery now has 2 offices here on site, and Klein Marine Systems is having office space associated with the facility there. So we're hopefully expanding those kind of partnerships too. Let's get to the work now and the NOFO, originally when this came out, it was written with 3 programmatic priorities: advance the technology to map in U.S. waters, which had subsets of data acquisition, data value, resources of the continental shelf. This is in the federal funding opportunity. We're supposed to address these. Advance the technology for digital navigation surfaces, and develop and advance marine geospatial and soundscape expertise. No real explanation for what those meant, except that there were prescriptive research requirements, 20 of them, that are in the NOFO. And I'll just show you an example of one so you see, 20 research requirements. So you see what it looks like, and there were 20 of these kind of paragraphs for data acquisition, improvement in the effectiveness, efficiency, and data quality of acoustic and LiDAR systems, backscatter reflections capabilities, vertical and horizontal positioning, orientation systems, other sets of technologies for hydrographic surveying, ocean, coastal, and Great Lakes mapping. So a little more explicit in terms of a requirement, but still pretty vague in a sense, or broad. I shouldn't say vague, broad. And so it's our job then to figure out what was meant by that. And we can't, when this comes up, the wall goes up between us and the program manager, so we can't really go back. We can ask technical questions, not what did you mean by that? We can't say that. We came back then with 46 individual task projects that we hoped would address these. And some of them I think were right on the mark, some of them we may have missed, but that's the purpose in part of these interactions, where we get feedback from you, and the idea of having a program manager on site, because as things evolve, we review, and last year we were at our midpoint in the grant, and so we did a very serious review and a restructuring. We also had a slight cut in funding, so we had to lessen the work effort too at the same time. And so we went back and just color coding. We combined some tasks. These were all USV related, and they just became a broader USV task. We eliminated some tasks, the gray ones, and that was through the budget cuts. We had to eliminate some tasks. And then we actually added a new task, the mud task, which you'll hear about a little, and we restructured some of the others. So it was, I think, a very healthy kind of re-navigation midstream recourse setting that makes it much more effective and viable. So that's what I'll be reporting on now. I don't actually have the number. I guess we're probably at about 30, 36 to 37, 38 tasks now. I'm going to run through this a mile a minute. I said I'm not going to touch on everything. I'm not going to touch on every task. I'm just going to touch on some of them. And even at that, I'm not going to say enough for you to have any idea what I'm talking about. I won't even have any idea what I'm talking about, except for you to see who's working on it and what they're working on. And that gives you the opportunity over the next few days or anytime later to get in contact with. When I talk about Tom Radford or something, if what he's doing is of interest to you, just find them. We'll find them for you if you can't find them. And you can look at more detail, talk to them in more detail about what's going on. We do and have produced these. Where I left it, big, thick, what was it, executive summary, here it is. These big, thick, kind of 300-page progress reports. Each year, we found them, published them, put them on the web. They're all on the web. which was pretty covered. But even these don't go in great detail because I had to abridge quite a bit what people had submitted individually. We also produce each year an executive summary, which is still about 30 pages long, just kind of obscene for an executive summary, but that's really just a snippet of each thing going on. But what we've done this year is we're not publishing the big thick book. This is in print, there are copies outside, this is on the web. If you pick the print copy up, or if you open up the web copy and you go to any topic, machine learning for data processing, whatever, there's a QR code in the book, so you can just take your phone and hit that QR code, there's a link, and if you hit the link, you then go to the full report. So there's actually much more information than we've been able to provide in the past with respect to the details of the topic, and this is right. And so I think this is a much easier for you, it's certainly easier for us, but a much better way to present our more detailed results. So again, anything you hear today that interests you, just go look up in the executive summary, hit the QR code if you have, or hit the link, and you'll find much more about it. Okay? All right. All right, let's start. I'm going to tell you, put your seatbelts on. We're going to go through it really quickly now. I'll be going through the three programmatic priorities, advanced technology. Most of it, really, and then I'll show you a pie chart later. Most of the effort is on the data acquisition side and data processing side. So you'll over 35 minutes from now, and you're saying, oh my gosh, he hasn't even gotten to the next two programmatic priorities. Don't worry, because those two become a little shorter. But in data acquisition and sensors, we have had for a long time this wonderful facility out here. This wonderful facility out here, the acoustic test tank. It was just a kind of an empty tank when we got here. Over the years, we built it into a really nice calibration facility. Carlo Lanzoni, Carlos in the back there has run this and really kind of made numbers of upgrades, automated it. Lots of sensors are now in the tank itself. We actually even did something to remove the bubbles that might remain in the tank because it has to be filtered sometime this year. And many of our partners come in and use the tank. This is just this year's systems that have been calibrated in the tank. Tank calibration is a wonderful thing. It's a very difficult, full multi-beam calibration in the tank, even for one of the smallest systems, is probably a week or two, to look at every beam, every angle. But that's why you'll see John and others are working on ways to try to do this in the field. Kind of save that, but it's really nice. It helps the manufacturers learn a lot about their systems. I mentioned Tom Blanford, another new faculty member joining us, research faculty, continuing efforts to grab people from Penn State, the ARL, the Acoustic Research Lab. We've had a number with Jen, we have Tony, Tom Weber came from there. Now Tom, with Tom Weber going to MITRE Corporation last year, it kind of left a gap in our kind of hardware end of acoustic design, and Tom has wonderfully stepped in. And we're not quite ready this year, but maybe next year you'll get a presentation from Tom, but he's working on all kinds of stuff, mostly through Navy funding, but lots of stuff that has wonderful relevance to what we're doing, and particularly this development of a very, very low cost, low power sonar array, something that may be available for vessels of opportunity. And I should just say, Tom and Tony and I know this, but I haven't mentioned, we were just, the Navy was offering a couple of giant 24-foot long, very sophisticated but not working AUVs. It was one of these things where every once in a while the Navy gets involved with something that just doesn't work, and to their credit say, that's it, forget it. If it's cut the contractor off, you, Tom, had been involved slightly, so you knew something about them. So there was a great competition. They were offered 10 of them out to the entire community. We got 2 of them. And it's just wonderful. I mean, there are motion sensors in there, there are sonars in there. We're probably going to just scavenge them for parts, but it's quite exciting. So that just can't happen this weekend. I mentioned John and his team and their work at trying to look at ways to calibrate and understand backscatter without having to go to the tank, and really try to understand in the field what's going on. And for years, we've talked to you, for the last few years, we've talked to you about a lot of the things they've been doing to really understand the instrumental vagaries of multi-beam in terms of beam-to-beam differences and problems with motion and things like that in terms of how that affects the backscatter. We have a wonderful calibration area out here that we've been going to for years. A bunch of different sediment types. We understand them fairly well. Larry Ward is going to be around here somewhere. He's kind of really immersed himself in the seafloor. And now John, Tony Lyons, and Tom have been going out there and really instrumenting this in a very spectacular way using calibrated echo sounders, EK80s, that are calibrated at a range of frequencies, mounting them so they can look at a range of angles, using tripods so they can sit and look hourly for months at a time at the seafloor, going with the ship and doing monthly surveys over and over and over again with the system through a year-long cycle or more than a year in some cases. And then bringing the multi-beam, the system we're eventually trying to figure out how to use, and looking how that looks like with a multi-beam. And there's been some very, very interesting conclusions, and that's in terms of, if you're gonna create a calibrated reference surface, where do you go? And the idea is you want to go to the place that is most stable and that has the simplest response. So a nice, what we call inversion response. And it turned out there was one area here of sandy gravel that had that. Something we'd expect that gravels would have that inversion response, as opposed to the other sediment types, which had very, very sharp specular peaks and things like that. So we found a nice piece of seafloor, but can you go there any time of year, or you have to pick a particular type of year? And so from the monthly surveys and through the year, what they found is looking at that sandy gravel throughout April through whole year cycle, 23 to March 24, at every frequency, there was almost no variation, less than a dB variation in the backscatter. If I say something wrong, just jump. And that's really, really cool. I said, gee, so we have an area that's invariant. It's simple, it's easy, and invariant. What about the other areas? Can we go to any area? Well, if we look at the other areas, the sandy areas, there was a tremendous amount of variability at the different frequencies and certainly through time, 6 dB changes. And so why is the sandy gravel not changing and the finer stuff changing? Well, looking at it carefully with the tripods and cameras and things like that, it looks like it's, as storms pass through, storms are passing through all the time, there are small ripples being formed, and those ripples change orientation through the seasons, and that's what's affecting it. So John did something really, really cool, though. As he was going and surveying, he ran little loop-de-loops, little circles. Just take the vessel, take the sonar, run a circle. And you can actually start seeing the orientation in the backscatter of the waveform. And so what this is a nice, first of all, it says you want to stay away from those kinds of areas for backscatter, you have the nice sandy gravel. But in these other areas, by doing this little quick loop-de-loop, you can actually get a good idea of the orientation of the bed form, the wavelength, maybe the height, how much more?
Aspect
ratio. Yeah, so this I think is adding another, just a very simple behavior that adds a whole other dimension to what we can pull out of what the seafloor is. We're also concerned about environmental issues, particularly saltwater wedges, freshwater wedges coming in and out, and how they impact our survey. And so John and student Daniel Late, is that what you said? Properly said it? Want to find ways to do better than just closest in distance time in terms of interpolation when you have one of these sharp boundaries. And so they've been using the sound speed sensor on the multi-beam itself to look at the gradients and look at where there are steep gradients. And then Daniel's written an algorithm that says when I have these steep gradients, what I want to do is create an artificial sound speed profile on either side of the gradient, and then you only have to interpolate over that short distance. And so this might be a nice aid for working in those kinds of environments, and they're going to put it to the ultimate test in another area where John has been working out in the Fraser Delta, looking at the Fraser river plume, where you have as much as 20 meters per second difference in sound speed. When that plume comes in, that plume, despite every effort to make corrections, not using Daniel's algorithm, if you survey at different times, you'll see changes in the bathymetry that are artifacts of just the sound speed profile changing so much. And so the idea will be see if Daniel's algorithm is the ultimate test of looking at it. When you have a plume like that, you have real issues with suspended sediment, not just salinity changes. I just use this as a transition into what I mentioned before, the fact that we listen to you, and we're thrilled to have Gabe here, who is looking at the physics of suspended sediments, really trying to understand what's going on, where the acoustic bottom may be, where the navigable bottom may be, where the real bottom may be, but from a real physics-based understanding it. And Gabe will give you a presentation at 1:40 this afternoon, so I don't have to explain these complicated equations, which is really nice for me. Continuing on looking at the environment itself, Tony Lyons in the back. Again, much of it funded with ONR, but again, with wonderful applicability to what we're doing, has been using synthetic aperture sonar to look at internal waves and looking at how those internal waves will degrade your ability to see a target in a side scan image or a sonar image. And I think what Tony has gotten to the point is with making certain assumptions about the properties of the water, you can now actually determine, you know what the level of degradation is going to be, but you can also actually do an inversion and figure out the dimensions of the boluses of the internal waves.
Should be able to, yeah.
Should be able to. I love that. It's easy. It counts it now. And also looking at the idea of multi-look coherence, looking at different at the coherence between different view angles of the seafloor for really enhancing the ability to determine the target. So I think again you can see things that have applicability to stuff that we're interested in. We have, for the first time in this NOFO, been asked to look at sub-bottom systems. It's something we never were asked to do before. And so we did. It took a long time for us to start doing that because of HEPA issues, but we finally just this year got through all that. And so we've been able to bring in a range of different sub-bottom systems, Knudsen, EdgeTech, NMR, and a couple of Kongsberg systems. Larry Ward, is Larry here? Up in the back, and John have been taking these systems out to these areas that we know quite well, offshore here, looking at the behavior of these different systems. But most importantly, this wasn't meant to be a ping-off, which is the best system. It was really meant to understand how we operate these systems with other systems, with multi-beam systems and other things, and how we minimize interference and how we can optimize data collection as we look at a vessel that's going to collect multiple information at the same time. And John will come back this morning, this afternoon, sometime today, at 11:20, exactly, and talk to us much more about that. Within the data acquisition team, of course, is our uncrewed system efforts, and Val will come and give a presentation. I wanted to touch upon a couple of more kind of high-level aspects of that. Val will talk about a number of the details of what we've been doing. We have a range of vessels with the Echo boat, a Z boat, the Sea Worker 4 that we've had for many years, and then of course the Drix 8 from WIR, and our work with Bill's office and looking at the NOAA Drixes also. What I wanted to really touch on was the slide I showed before that talked about our work with OER and a couple of, I think, really steps forward that we've taken in terms of the usability of the Drix for ocean exploration purposes, but for a range of purposes. And this is our effort, this is kind of describing our effort in what we call collaborative behaviors, and something we've been verified directed sampling. The idea that we use the Drix as kind of the mothership control center for a buoy underwater vehicle called the Mesobot. And the Mesobot's kind of just a dumb vehicle. It doesn't really know where it is. It just gets directions to go to a certain depth and open up things, at a certain schedule. But with Drix sitting above it, we can use the Drix's EK80, see where the target layers are. In this case, these scattering layers that the Mesobot is looking for. We communicate with the Mesobot. We direct it directly to the layer. But I think the thing that we were most surprised about, we didn't realize the real-time feedback we'd get. We actually can see the Mesobot going right to the layer. And so we can direct it exactly to the layer and have no question that the Mesobot is sitting in that layer, and then tell the Mesobot to open up its eDNA samplers, which is what it has, or turn on its very high resolution cameras. And so all these questions about what is that layer? Well, you just look at the high resolution camera and you see these are cells. All the layers are different things. And so it's kind of removing that question. And the eDNA folks, at first they were a little hesitant about that. They have all their, what they call their core sampling protocols. They would sample at 20 meters, 50 meters, whatever, everywhere, always, kind of blindly, not knowing what was in the water column. But now by directing it, we can tell them exactly where they should be sampling if they really want to understand the biodiversity. And so this is their standard, the blank filter. This is their normal kind of filter in their core protocols. And then when they put it into it, you see that filter's all brown. And suddenly even they realize maybe this is a more sensible approach. And so this is, we're actually, oh, where's Aurora back there? I think we're hoping we'll have a little workshop with this community to really kind of expose us to what we call this verified directed sampling. And this is not just for biology, but for chemistry, for all kinds of things. We now know exactly where the sampler is and what it's sampling or not sampling. We also have been looking at issues of avoidance. We also had a big innovation in terms of trying to take a very big EM712 and stick it into a very small USV that had a 2040 on it, and a really wonderful bunch of collaboration between Kongsberg and Excel, Excel redesigning a lot of the mast and the support and the gondola. And Kongsberg totally redesigning the 712 to make a compact version that fits in the gondola. And we were able, this past September or October, to actually test it and did collect data down to 3,000 meters, which I was shocked that we would be able to do, but we were, and I was very, very thrilled. So appreciation to OER for their patience, and Excel and Kongsberg for their collaboration. A little anecdote, because the other innovation we had on the sail drone was the Starlink antenna. Our first exercise was over the horizon. We had been using MBRs, which had kind of a really lucky day, 20-kilometer range. But here we are now with Starlink, and we're working on this thing with the Mesobot, and we're just sitting on the vessel, the Nautilus. We're just focused on the Mesobot and watching in our mission planner here where the Drix is, where the Mesobot is, the yellow one, and we're looking at the sample. And then we suddenly asked the question, where are we? Where's the ship sitting? And we just totally, hours we've been doing this. We lost total track. The ship was off mapping somewhere, but that's where we're sitting. And so we started to zoom out and zoom out and zoom out. And there was a ship 37 kilometers away. And we could have been 200 kilometers away. It just didn't matter. And suddenly I think we realized its power of the Starlink and the over horizon capability, that it really doesn't matter where you are. We felt totally immersed in what was going on there. And so this leads up to work that Val will talk about this summer. Off Hawaii, where we had a kind of a practice of our first real long-range over-the-horizon exercise, and I'll let Val talk about that in terms of a couple of practice missions we went, 48-hour shore-based operations operating from both here and on a station in Hawaii. And that was in preparation for a cruise this summer off Samoa, where the team will have a remote operations center in Samoa, but we're working 120 miles off here on Lulu Seamount with the Mesobot again. The Nautilus will be sitting out there, but the Drix will be coming in and out of Pago Pago. And that's going to be followed in October by this dual Drix operation here, where we'll have two shore-based centers, one in Provincetown, one here, and two Drixes operating simultaneously. So we're very, very excited about the evolution of this. And again, wonderful collaboration with all the partners in NOAA. And again, Val will tell you more about all this and about a range of non-just Drix specific, but just generically ASV or USV operation specific things that are going on in the lab. And I don't know, do you want me to hold up the giant bot? I'll let you hold up the, yeah, so looking at other little robots that might, I'll let Val talk all about it, but all these kinds of things that can be applied to USVs and uncrewed systems in general. And we should mention, and Val will talk more about Airley's work on trying to understand from a NOAA perspective case studies for various operational modalities. Val will talk more about that. And more stuff, updates of our mission planning software, cameras, machine learning software. Just like the traveling salesman.
Yeah.
The fancy traveling salesman, figure out optimal paths for the vehicle. Again, I'll let Val talk all about that. Working with the ASV team is Christos. Christos in the back there. Doing a project called Roads to the Sea. And the idea there is to use AIS and other aids to really understand the best routes, safest routes for passage for an uncrewed system and see how you put that into the system. Going beyond that now, it's still in our data acquisition mode. I wanted to talk about the MAC, the Multi-Beam Advisory Committee. Paul, Kevin, is Kevin here? Kevin, been working here for a number of years, mostly NSF funded, but really coming up with a very rigorous protocol for evaluating multi-beam systems. This is just the systems you did. Oh, it's not there. Is this just year? This year, Paul? Yep.
Last year.
This year, 2024. And so they go and visit these ships, but of late, the yellow ones are all done remotely. Not all of them, but we can still do a lot of it remotely, which is really kind of coming up with a protocol to do that, I think is really exciting. And again, things like Starlink won't hurt that kind of capability. But it's amazingly visible and amazingly important in terms of the fact that the manufacturers can't hide anymore in terms of what's happening. And this is an example of the Sikuliak, some tests they were doing, and had terrible, actually it was terrible weather, so they had to go hide in the Straits of Juan de Fuca in a place that John had worked before, a calibration area, but they were having terrible bubble failure problems. But again, because the manufacturers can't ignore this, it's happening so publicly, Kongsberg responded very quickly and came up with new protocols and new approaches to try to address it. Part of that public aspect of it is this wiki, which has been very useful in terms of communicating things amongst the community. Again, it's not meant to be a whining page. Kevin emphasized that, but it's been very effective in communicating equipment. They've been compiling a test site database, places where patch tests can be run, backscatter calibrations, and so on. It's all available on the web and constantly being updated, new sites being added, but many more to be added. And so they ask you to collaborate with them in terms of providing information about test sites you have. And to me, very exciting is that Andy invited the MAC to early meetings of the new center and looking for ways that the center can interact with the MAC or a MAC-like effort. Now, again, I'll let you talk about that. To me, this is, again, a place where things that evolve here can really come and contribute to the center. Within our data acquisition, we have our volunteer trusted partner, Brian won't let me say crowdsourcing stuff. And Brian has been continuing the development of very inexpensive logger, the WIBL. Has had a lot of feedback, had systems out to Comet and other places, and lots of user feedback on CHS. And so there's been a lot of evolution. You'll talk about that a little later. And on the other side, Brian Miles and Brian, as we call them, have been working on making sure that users get real-time feedback, as much feedback as they can from a black box, so they understand that the data they're collecting is useful and valuable. Good. And again, we'll hear more about that from both of them later. Admiral Evans mentioned the QC tools. It's been an ongoing effort with Giuseppe and Tyann and Matt. Again, a beautiful collaboration between us and OCS. Giuseppe will talk about that a little later. Not too long from now. And you'll hear about the updates there. We've now gone to, well, this was the first transition into data value, so beyond data acquisition, data value really processing. And we had a graduate student working with Kim Lowell. Is Kim here? Kim? Yeah. Elias, who we looked at a lot of the different components of uncertainty over the years, but he's started to focus on this issue of uncertainty associated with the interpolation process. And this is something that kind of often gets hidden behind. And interestingly enough, found out that looking at a number of different methods of interpolation had no effect on the uncertainty, but of course the line spacing and the morphology had real effects on it. And this has been interesting enough that Elias is going to go on for a PhD now. Whole group, when I talk about the history, I'll talk about Hughes, of course, and that evolution to grid-based processing of data. That's led, of course, to Cube with hierarchical resolution techniques. Yeah, not bad. And that has now led to the applicability of this approach to LiDAR data, which is particularly noisy, and the fact that machine learning may actually play a very valuable role in this. So Brian Kim and Brian Miles have been looking at this for a few years now, but this year really, I think, made some progress in terms of applying machine learning techniques to the LiDAR data to the point where it's now been transferred to NOAA for operational tests. And I guess the first look is that these techniques are coming up relatively consistent with the depths that NOAA is producing in a range of environments. And the problem before was kind of stuck in different environments. But of course, they're much, much faster and much less subjective. And you'll talk about that. So good. I don't have to go into that. And this one I don't want to go into. But I looked at it a lot. So I could only, if I had to, I could. So Brian and graduate student Adriano Fonseca have been looking at a new, very sophisticated machine learning approach called graph mapping or graph modeling, called the graph bathymetry network model. It's basically using the distribution of the points itself in the DTM to try to understand the quality of the data and what it might represent. And Brian will talk about that much better than I will. We have, for the last few years, Brian has been looking at how we best take advantage of the cloud in terms of processing. It's not a simple thing. I think he's certainly told us many years over and over again that you don't just take your software on your desk and move it into the cloud. It's not efficient. It doesn't work well. And we'll hear much more about where you've gone with that in terms of really coming up with ways to optimize processing in the cloud. We were asked to look at non-traditional data in the NOFO, particularly ISAT data. And so graduate student Andrea Granger and Kim have been looking at algorithmic ways to pick a bottom in ISAT data set, and have, I think, demonstrated that certainly as opposed to manual picking, which is kind of the traditional way, we're getting an improvement in terms of the accuracy. And Kim, you correct me if I'm wrong here, but of course it's, again, much faster and much more objective in the picking. And so I think it's a very positive result. Kim has also taken a very intriguing look at satellite-derived bathymetry to look at change analysis. Satellite-derived bathymetry is often used for looking at changes, and when you take a satellite-derived bathymetry image from day 1 and compare it to a satellite-derived bathymetry image from day 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever, you're having an independent model in terms of how you're driving the bathymetry in each one of those images or each one of those processes. And if you then use that to compare, you're now compounding errors. You're compounding any error that might be in the different models with the error in the comparison. And what Kim has done instead is actually stack the images and use the same model. So you remove that aspect and finding a 35% reduction in errors by doing that stacking approach. Okay. Well,
You're doing great.
it's tough when you have if these guys weren't here, that's why I like to take them out of the room. Tomorrow they won't be here, so I can say whatever I want about what they're doing. And then, again, within the satellite-derived bathymetry world, we presented last year an approach by one of the graduate students working with Christos, where the idea was that, well, if you can segment the seafloor into different types of areas, they may have different models, and they showed an improvement in that segmentation in the bathymetry you get from the model when you can segment the seafloor. That was done all manually. What Yuri has stepped in and done is an automatic machine learning clustering of seafloor segments, and finding that with just as little as 2 or 3 clusters, you can reduce the error significantly. And so again, and it makes perfect sense that the satellite drive bathymetry is going to be bottom type dependent and vegetation dependent and things like that, whatever might be there. Another non-standard data set is underwater imagery, structure for motion, that we've been working a lot in the Viz Lab with Tom and Jen Dykstra. Is Jen here? Jen? From the NOFO had a component for living resources too, looking at living resources stuff. And what they've been looking at is very, very detailed, extracting very, very detailed information. Kindred, sitting right here, has really come up with a very neat way of doing a full 3D model as opposed to kind of traditional 2.5D height DEM. When you get to start looking at these tiny little details, you get all these artifacts, but the full 3D detail gives you all that beautiful structure. That's true. And Kindred, in magical ways that I have no idea how he's doing, is able to do this for huge data sets. If you go to the Viz Lab, Ryan, you say the numbers, but there's on the screen.
Well, the biggest one is, what was it, 500,000 points on a 50 megapixel display at 50 frames per second.
Yeah. Probably better anyway.
And he apologized that
wasn't fast enough.
It wasn't fast enough. Give him a better computer. But also, this is a way to get true 3D rugosity at really fine scale. So this is kind of really cool from a habitat perspective. We've had our Law of the Sea efforts because we've now shifted to the resources of the continental shelf. The Law of the Sea efforts since 2003. Andy and I and others supporting tons of cruises, 3 million square kilometers of data collected, and over the years, amazing amount of meetings and things like that. We reported last year that the U.S. now finally has created an executive summary outlining where the limits of its continental shelf might be, where they think they were at that time. And then the exciting news this year is that on December 19th, the actual limits of the U.S. were announced. This is an amazing milestone, but the work doesn't stop there at all. There are several other areas that the U.S. is still evaluating that we may have potential. But most importantly, particularly in the Arctic, as our neighbors constantly upgrade and revise their submissions, we have to keep responding. And so we have to keep coming and analyzing the data, coming back, and maybe even potentially have to collect new data. It hasn't happened yet, although it may. Don't know. Larry Ward in the back, with respect to resources of the continental shelf, has been working for several years now in terms of looking at the different tools we use, multi-beam and now sub-bottom systems, to try to really look at the resources, offshore resources in terms of sands and so on, offshore here, using them in what they call the CMEX, these are the standard NOAA classification schemes, and producing higher and higher resolution versions. And this is, Larry, I think has gotten tremendous use by people around here, the OEM and others. So I think, say yes.
No.
Thank you. No, I mean, I see you nodding, but nobody else. No. So this has been a very valuable resource for folks around. And Derek Sowers, who was a graduate student, then went to work for OER, now OET. He looked at a lot of Oceanus Explorer data using a tool that Giuseppe had developed called BRESS that looks at the morphological aspects of the data, and a paper published this year that had a lot of great press because it outlined the discovery of the largest deep sea coral reef off the US East Coast. And that was really all through remote sensing and ground truthing, of course, but a little bit of ground truthing and a lot of the breast analysis that showed the distribution of these features. Stepping into that living resources and really the world of Jen. Jen has a number of projects that really are looking at different aspects of remote sensing, bathymetry, satellite altimetry, all kinds of stuff, ISAT data, and trying to, in each case, look at ways to better understand the habitat, the distribution of habitats, looking at repopulation of coral reefs, whole range of things that really kind of nicely take the tools that we're developing here and then apply them to the problem of living resources. And we're lucky to have a benthic biologist here, because otherwise we do the stuff and it wouldn't have those kinds of applications. Okay, we're switching now advanced technology of digital navigation, which is really the digital and computer-aided cartography work of Christos for the most part. And Christos has a number of projects going on. Sometimes he gives you a little run through of hundreds of them. This year he's going to focus on mostly one of them, with a little touching on some of them. And I'll just mention some of the others. Sounding selection validation process. We're working with NGA, I think, on this. And again, making nice progress. I don't know if you want to say anything about it, or Jen, if you want to say something.
Not just that we're working through this.
Yeah, okay, so again, looking to verify an approach to sounding verification in an automated manner. Side selective line simplification, this is what Christos will spend most of his presentation talking about, a generalization approach. And again, I think we all understand both the complexity and controversies associated with generalization and how important it is. And so again, Christos working on this is I think, hopefully get us further along there. We've reported over the years that Christos and Colin were working on ways of visualizing and putting on a chart uncertainty, and they went through a bunch of tests and use case surveys and things like that, and came up with a scheme that I thought was very good. They presented the results to the IHO working groups, and this year they've developed S100 SVGs, scalable vector graphic compliant, S100 compliant SVGs that can be used in S101 input for displaying this on charts. And I think it's being tested now in Singapore, at the Innovation Lab in Singapore. So again, hopefully we'll see that come into the ENC world very, very soon. Another twist on the use of uncertainty is work that they're doing to look at data quality in ECDIS. So you actually look at that uncertainty display and use that within the ECDIS to plan safe navigation routes. And now we're going to jump to the visualization end of things. And Admiral Evans mentioned the work that Tom and the Viz Lab have been doing with air gap displays and sensors. Been working very, very closely with the Big River Coalition, with Sean Denny and that crowd, the pilots. I think lots of good feedback and good response. And so it has a very, very kind of nice, straightforward tool to use for looking at air gaps. But this year there's been a kind of a cool innovation where you can extract the LiDAR, you can take a LiDAR data set and have a plug into QGIS, which is a freeware geographic information system, a very popular one. And you basically just need to load the LiDAR file, click on the bridge, and it goes and reprojects the point cloud, divides it into bins, saves the minimum height in each bin, gives you all the things you need to get into this display. So it's a very very easy user interface to take LiDAR data and then get it into this very cool display of air gaps. And again, you can see that in the Viz Lab. They have been, now I have been, because I didn't believe it in the first place, pushing this idea of using VR for point cloud editing. I thought it was crazy at first, until I actually, did I do that? Until I put it on and tried it, and I actually saw, and I think we're seeing time and time again, when that's the Scott Key Bridge data there, when that came in, they were able to clean that data in hours? Minutes. I mean, it's really quite remarkable when you see it. And for the most part, I think it's been LiDAR based. It probably has, there's some multi-beam applicability too. But we're starting to get users in the LiDAR community who really are using this, and they're making it as easy as possible to use. So again, if you have some time, Tom will talk about it somewhat, but let's just put the headset on and try it in the Viz Lab. Been looking at augmented reality through the bridge interface and other work that we've been doing, and stepping up as the devices that have been slow in coming in terms of useful devices. I think the device of choice this week is the Apple Vision Pro. And again, you can they go in and try it in the lab? But
Possibly.
yeah,
It takes
what
a long time to set up, so come see us during lunch or
I'm gonna see if
something.
I go back or go again, because I didn't lift this video. But one of the neat things about that is you can do all the pointing, clicking, and everything just with your hands. You don't need to have anything else. It's all in the environment. Paul has been continuously upgrading, working on serving large data sets, JEPCO data sets, ECS data sets, through a range of Esri-based tools that have been very, very powerful. And again, I encourage you to go take a look at these on our website. And the Viz Lab has stepped back. I think I demonstrated a year or two ago Collins gap filler, route planning software for long transits and for polygons. They've now got a web-based version. That was a standalone version. They now have a web-based version which can scrape data much more frequently, so you don't have to depend on the once a year or whatever updated databases, and improve the tools quite a bit. So I suggest you look at that. Over the last few years, I've been reporting on our work in trying to understand the radiation patterns of multibeams, mostly from the context of understanding their impact on marine mammals. Mike Smith was working on that. Mike just this year went to work for Kongsberg, but still sits here and still works with us, which is really nice, and we appreciate Kongsberg allowing him to do that. And so Mike has taken some of the models that he's developed and now used. NOAA has just come up with new guidelines, and so he has now updated those models so that they really look at impacts in the context of the new models. And Jen and her team, who are really focusing on passive acoustics, have now been working with the Viz Lab and working with Larry and John in their trials of the sub-bottom systems to really try to understand what they call sound. What's it sound like out there? It is. Listen. So what you're looking at here is a soundscape before, during, and after one of the sub-bottom profile operations. And I don't know, Jen, if you want to comment on these plots, but I think the bottom line is we're not seeing much change in I think it's early days, but we're developing the tools to look at what this looks like. But I don't think we're seeing much change in terms of the soundscape before. I don't see much change before, during, and after, but I have some expert eye. Go ahead and say whatever you think.
I was just gonna say, I agree with you, there's not a large change, there's a little bit.
Well, I would hope so.
And it's frequency specific, but the innovative part of sort of this soundscape exploration is typically soundscapes really only take into account frequency and amplitude metrics, so loudness. And the first three there, uniform, impulsivity, and periodicity, are new ways that we're starting to look at soundscapes in addition to just amplitude, because those other parameters mean something different to marine life that are also hearing us.
Great, and the idea of tying it in with visualization.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so that's great, thank you. And then finally, I end on our outreach activities, which I don't have to talk about because Tara is going to give us a detailed discussion of those. But again, we continue. We've had big bumps in our webpage. We think the CBA 2030, and what was the other one, Will? For the bump in the web?
Oh, there was some activity with Bathy Globe and
Bathy Globe, okay.
Also with the Nautilus collaboration.
Nautilus, so these things are we're seeing almost a doubling actually in hits. Facebook, LinkedIn, et cetera. All the seminars we give are recorded, and there's a wonderful collection of them with beautiful posters, and the outreach activities of bringing kids and sea perch and things here. And again, I'll let Tara talk about that. And believe it or not, it's 10:39. And that's my last slide, which is just to show you the distribution of our efforts. This is reported by the researchers, how much of your time is spent doing this, this, and this. And so I always find this a very, very useful and very interesting. So we see that as we saw in the breakdown of tasks, the majority is data collection, data processing. And so just to give you an idea what that breakdown is. And so that is 10:40 right now. Good thing we started early. Which means we have a break. I'm happy to entertain a question or two, or you can just come to me after. But we'll come back and we'll start going into the more detailed presentations. Okay, we should get started so we don't run too late. And poor Giuseppe it's late at night for him. I'm gonna call him sleep after. Each year I've always reported on the wonderful collaboration that we've had with the development of the QC tools. And we thought this year we'd actually hear it from the horse's mouth, from Giuseppe himself. And again, Giuseppe, you in Denmark or Italy or somewhere else?
I am in Denmark.
In Denmark, okay. Okay, so I'll just turn it over to you and I'll get the doors closed and go right ahead.
Thank you. And good morning, everybody. Today, my presentation is about QC Tools. QC Tools is a free and open source application with two main tasks. The first one, the priority one, is to verify compliance against Office Coast Survey specification. And then there is a secondary one, but not less important. It is to identify quality issue in hydrographic surveys. This last one has been actually in use by a lot of agencies outside of NOAA. And QC Tools actually has been in development by almost 9 years because we started in 2015. And what is QC Tools? QC Tools is a joint development between the Center and NOAA Office of Coast Survey. And currently, the development team is composed by Matt from the Atlantic Hydrographic Branch, Diane, Pacific Hydrographic Branch, and myself. And we do monthly meeting. During the meeting, we identify the next feature to develop. But the most important piece of it is we filter the many feedback ideas that we receive by our users, that in reality are the ones that are driving the development of this app. QC Tools is made of 6 tools and 4 auxiliary tools. And it's quite simple, the mechanism, because we take some input, gridded data and future vector data, and identify potential flags and inconsistency in the data. And we provide as output a PDF report as well as some geospatial format that can be then used in commercial JS software to further analysis. Now we will give a little bit of insight within the tools by starting with the first, the most popular one, that is Flyer Finder. Flyer Finder in reality is a collection of 6 algorithms currently. Each of them identify different flavor of anomalous grid nodes, most commonly known as flyers. Another popular tool is Holiday Finder. This one is used to identify data gaps based on future detection requirement specified in HSD. This tool, also checks, actually takes both bathymetric grids and future files and verify that the chart depths match with the source gridded bathymetry. It does this by looking at the surrounding of the gridded bathymetry and compare it with the depth value stored in the future. Grid QA assess the bathymetric grids in the different formats, Caesar, bag, and cluster grids from a statistical point of view to assess compliance for uncertainty, density, and resolution. We also have a fifth tool called the bug checks that is specific to the bug format. This one is dual use. The general use is to verify that the content of the bug files fulfill the general bug specification, and then a specific NBS profile to verify the additional constraints are applied to the bug files produced by NOAA. The sixth tool, last one, but not less important, is Future Scan that ensure attribution based on NOAA OCS Future Encoding Guide. Finally, the four auxiliary tools. These tools are in support of the analyst for usually auxiliary tasks, like for instance, installing the NOAA S57 files or to visualize the uncertainty based on specific quality metrics. In the past year, there's been a major reengineering of the tool, and this has been triggered by the large evolution of the NOAA Hydrographic Survey Specification deliverables that has created the perfect situation to also rethink some of the existing tools. So in the past year, we developed the QC Tools 4 alongside the new specification. This is kind of a different approach from the past, because in the past, QC Tools was more reactive to new version of the specification. This time, we adopted a more iterative feedback. This means that along the creation and improvements of the tool, we also provided feedback to evaluate the new specification. For instance, this way, we were able to compare the existing collected survey against the old and the new specification. Another advantage of this approach has been that we were able to provide to specific NOAA field units beta version of the tool for testing and feedback. The result of this has been a significant redesign of QC tools, and the major change has been the new NOAA quality metrics. We had to change the original approach and decided to split the NOAA quality metrics to be able to assign different quality metrics for uncertainty requirement and future detection. We also decided to extend the uncertainty calculator so that now it is possible to compare different NOAA quality metrics as well as NOAA quality metrics with other quality metrics, as for instance, the IHO survey orders. And this has been the trigger to the restructuring of all the existing algorithm. But along the way, we also took the opportunity to rewrite some of the algorithm. Like for instance, Warsaw checks has been totally rewritten to be more efficient and the output for the user, for the analyst, more clear. The result of this significant redesign, alongside the continuous testing by NOAA field units, we have been able to deliver and release QC Tools 4 in March 2024. And after a few weeks, we made also available in the latest version of PYDO 2024. This was in March. In the past months, we are keep developing the tool, and now we are targeting QC Tools 4.3. What is new? What will be new in this in the next release of QC Tools? One of the improvements is that we are going to extend the command line interface so that now all the 6 tools can be accessed through the command line interface. This is related to a recent improvement that was actually triggered not by OCS, by the Calibration service that asked carriers to provide, to integrate Flyer Finder within a base editor, a carrier software. So the plan is to extend now the current process model that is limited to Flyer Finder to all the 6 tools. Another improvements will be a totally new data delivery tab with 2 new tools that will look at the delivery folder, and we will take a different approach than in the past. We now also want to validate the content of some well-known data formats, as well as the auxiliary report. Another improvement, it is directly coming from user feedback, is related to bug checks. It has been useful to identify the presence, for instance, of a high level of uncertainty. But then the feedback was we want to be able to open a file and find where the high level of uncertainty are. So the result of this has been that now, in the next release of QC tools, it will be possible to export the exact location of this high uncertainty, as well as a special case where there is uncertainty but no bathymetry associated to a node and vice versa. And these improvements, of course, goes along the continuous development of the manual as well as training videos, because these are very critical for new personnel to embrace the use of QC tools. And we plan to release QC tools by the end of this month. And that's all for the moment.
Good morning, all. Originally Larry wanted me to talk about the backscatter calibration, which is what I actually talked about last year, and it would have been a bit dull if I had. It's algorithmic development, which is essential, but it's not particularly sort of forward-looking. Maybe it is. What I want to talk about, something that I'm particularly excited about, your 4 new vessels. And I think these are an amazing time for NOAA, having these platforms. And it's not just the vessels, they float, but it's what they're delivering. They are multi-sensor platforms for multi-mission. And this is quite a departure from NOAA, but it actually falls through a whole bunch of our requirements, our tasks. So environmental monitoring, as Larry mentioned, Daniel Leite and Kevin Tennyson, actually, one of your officers, is actually, thesis is focused on trying to predict the sound speed field as you're moving through, interesting coastal areas. And the work, the sub-bottom mapping, again, working with Larry Ward, those systems, our requirement wasn't the geology, which Larry and I love, but it was the potential impact on the rest of your fleet, sort of destroying, in some cases, your multi-beam data. And that leads to seabed change. And all of this multi-acoustic sensor acquisition, this is something we can be doing. I'm not saying you should be doing, because there are severe complications with it. This is an example from Nervo where you can collect all of that information simultaneously. But there are complications that go with that. You may not want to do that, and you have to consider how much of this multi-sensor you want to do. But the important thing is these 4 vessels have that capability. And I should mention Dan Torello, who is actually dealing with a lot of the hardware aspects of this, the sync cables. So these 4 vessels, 2 classes, the first ones are primarily oceanographic, monitoring, research, and modeling. And the other class is, we recognize, charting and surveying. Traditionally, that has been a sole project for a platform, but both of them have the requirement to do the other primary requirement as a secondary role. And also, both of them are required to be able to contribute towards NIMS's requirements, that is, living marine resources, fisheries acoustics. So what are their objectives? What are the depth range from the beach to the abyss? What are they actually equipped with? And so traditionally, we look at, the 4 main frequency ranges of systems. Which one are you going to have? Traditionally, the Brown and the Okeanos lived here, the OCS vessels up there. It's all got very gray these days because, of course, you have this FM capability. You can actually push further, but be warned, there are compromises in doing that. These vessels have multiple ones of these systems, and it's really exciting. So the most important thing is these aren't single mission anymore. They aren't an OCS boat or a NIMS boat. They can address both, and of course the oceanographic. And they require a whole suite of sensors. So how are they going to be operated? Will it be compartmentalized? Turn on the fisheries acoustics, turn on the survey, do the oceanography, and there the 20 or others will meet. Or are you going to use at least a subset of them simultaneously? And so the examples I want to talk about are other agencies that are starting to do this. The Irish, I've actually showed that over the years, and kindly the Naval Oceanographic has allowed us to look at a small subset of that. And of course, the big problems are primarily interference, overlapping bandwidths, the EMs with the EKs, the EMs with the sub-bottoms. And that's, you have to handle that. And before these ships come on stream, we don't want to be testing all this out, or when they come on stream, we can't afford to be using $50,000 a day vessels. So we've come up with a test platform to actually try and learn about this. We don't know the answers, so we're learning. And ultimately, I think we actually have to modify our curriculum here. So the 4 platforms, there's the Irish, the NAVO, and the Class A and Class Bs. They have an amazing suite of equipment. We tend to look at this on the multi-beam side. This is CCOM-M for mapping. And what you see is the tags in the Class A's come from that sort of full ocean depth systems and a continental shelf system. They both now recognize that you can get higher resolution without changing the beam width, but it's all about the bandwidth. And compare that to the Irish system and the Class B, where they're not going to the abyss most of the time, and they have much more of a shelf role. But what's interesting about this is not the fact that they have multiple multi-beams, 3 in some cases, it's all the other systems on board. For living marine resources, you have a lot, it's called a 6-pack. You have all of that. Most of the vessels have a subset of that. The Class A's actually have the ME17. They just don't have the drop keel to go with it. All of them have a requirement for sub-bottom profiling, so you're down at the 2 to 9 kilohertz frequency ranges. All of them require current velocities using different combinations of systems, and most of them have some sort of MVP capability. How are we going to utilize all of that? And of course, we know these pretty well. We can operate them together. We generally don't. But how, for example, can we incorporate living marine resources? Should we even? And for that, I think it's useful to go to NIMS. Under the Magnuson-Stevens Act, they do huge areas of the US continental shelf. And of course, they're driven by commercially valuable species, or I call it. And that's a single mission. The FSVs are there to deliver for that act, and everything's turned off, or if it's on, it's got to be secondary and shall not compromise. That data, though, can be looked at in unconventional ways. So these sections across the Bering Shelf, you're looking at 800 kilometers. The commercially valuable species are kind of lost in here. They're the little bright spots you can't see. But look at the apparent oceanography. Let's just blow up one of these, and you can see this is the cold core, the water masses. They're actually disappearing now in the Bering Sea, and there goes our crab fishery. You can see the variation on oceanography on scales of tens of kilometers. And with care, with ground truth, and this is really where Kevin Tennyson's looking at, can we combine absolute sound speed measurements with this sort of imagery, and especially multi-frequency? So there's that extra. So just pick a line, zoom in right in, and remember that we're dealing with multiple frequencies. This is 5, there's going to be 6 on the new vessels. What can you get out of this? Well, for the fisheries, it's the target strength of these demersal fisheries here. They're commercially valuable, biomass assessment. That will continue to be. That's why these ships have these. But if potentially of value to other people, the oceanographers and the charters, and that is being able to predict the spatial variability in the sound speed, when to dip your MVP. So I'm really excited by that. But there's a third one, and that is the bottom echo here. If you actually take a look at this, the echo envelope, we're going back to the 70s now, echo classification. Only you've got 5 frequencies, and you actually trust the absolute number finally. And that meets that presidential memorandum, the requirement for characterizing the continental shelf. So I'm very excited about, yes, count the fish, but oceanographic delineation and seabed characterization. It's not just the backscatter from the multibeam that's going to get there. This sort of system is actually very, very useful, and I believe should be built in where it doesn't compromise the primary mission. We'll be very careful there. So I thought I'd give you an example of the Irish. They're covering the Irish continental shelf. They operate all these systems. Of course, you've got the bathymetry, that's the prime role, but they run all 3 multi-beams, and you can combine that to get multispectral seabed backscatter strength. They're running the sub-bottom profiler. You can see as you go along, you can see the subsurface, which is important for aggregate type resource extraction. And simultaneously, because the Celtic Explorer was built, it's an ICES compliant, really quiet fisheries research vessel. We operated all the EKs as well. We actually dropped one of them, the 200 kilohertz, because it potentially overprinted on the primary mission for this particular survey. But taking those three frequencies, you can combine them. It doesn't take rocket scientists to see where the thermocline is. And of course, this is their MVP running every half an hour. And you may recall Jose a few years back now, that was a thesis out of here showing that we could very quickly see scrolling where the oceanography is likely to happen. So you're not dipping in the same ocean all the time, you're dipping when the ocean changes, and having their ADCP running at the same time. So how did they do that? Well, they've got all these instrumentation, and of course, many of you will have heard of K-Sync. You may have heard its name taken in vain. Occasionally it doesn't always work as advertised, but its synchronization is essential. Interestingly, on this vessel, we only synchronize the prime system with the EKs, partly because some of these are fossils, they can't take a sync, and some of them, they just didn't benefit. And the fact the sub-bottom and the ADCP were completely unsynchronized. And that was quite deliberate. That's a 75 kilohertz system. There's nothing else operating in that bandwidth there. So it actually worked very well. So I want to talk a little bit about multiple systems. When you fire a multi-beam, this is time on that axis, angle, you shoot, minimum slant range, that's the bottom, and your echo goes on forever. You've got to listen for 3 to 4 times the time to the bottom. Compare that with a single beam, it can fire a lot faster. When you introduce the sub-bottom though, you'll see that you have this echo that rumbles on potentially out to this distance here. So it can potentially destroy, if you're not careful, the inner part of your swath here. And the fisheries guys, they're really interested in the echoes in the water column, but they have to wait for the multiples to die away. You find they ping very slowly, deliberately, so that they can hear the sort of minus 80 dB plankton against all the other echoes. So we've got to combine all of these. So for OCS, and that's our primary sponsor, we're slamming in the multibeam as fast as we can. We have this long track density requirement. It's built in with dual swath to maintain that. If we fire a single beam, we can just blat away with it as fast as we like. But if there's overlap in the bandwidths, and that's all the harmonics as well, you can actually destroy it very effectively. So what you tend to do is synchronize it. You make the master, the primary mission, and then you let the subsidiary sonars work with it. You've got to be a little bit careful, even if it's synchronized and transmits it together, but that echo can potentially interfere with that, which happens at sub-bottom. So you can shift it, and uniquely for the 2040, you can shift it backwards. You can basically say, I'm going to go, but it pauses. And what it means is the bottom echo here comes in before the seafloor and actually avoids interaction. For the deep water systems, you have this what's called burst mode. It's actually very well developed. You can slam in several transmits and just stop transmitting when the 304 and the 124 arrive. So each one of these we need to be including in our education and actually understanding it for ourselves. So how do we do this? We're going along. Our prime mission in this case is the bathymetry, but if we're able to, with our fisheries sounders, we want to be imaging this curtain behind us. We have the water column for the multibeam though. We can also, if we have multiple multibeams, we can actually focus on the stuff right under the hull. That's where most of our problems happen in terms of bubbles and sound speed variability. And you may recall about 4 years ago, I was showing you this. This is a 12 kilohertz system operating in 3,000 or 4,000 meters. This is their 710 in sonar mode, and we're basically watching the bubble fields under the vessel. The Class A's are going to have 3 of these. So what you can actually do, you can be operating in 5,000 meters of water with your 120 whatever, and there's the water column, but you will not be able to see the detail where it really matters. You'll see the deep scattering layer, but if you take your 710 or 712 and you operate it in sonar mode, it's never going to hear the bottom echo. You can actually start to image the thermocline. And that's most of our people out in the Sargasso Sea think there's no problem, but the wind mix layer and the thermocline is surprisingly unstable. We want to see that. But of course, there's more. There's the actual bubble clouds under the vessel. For that, you can bring in your third multibeam and just sandblast it. You can have it firing at 30 hertz, very short range, just to show you an example, just the 20 seconds worth of data, that's the data. This is what you get if you're hunting for the thermocline. You are seeing the bubbles, but it's not great. This is what you're getting with your third otherwise idle system. And yes, there's bubble fields, but there's a lot of air-sea interaction that the oceanographers are very interested in, and it's a very powerful imaging system. So just the EMs themselves can contribute to environmental monitoring. So the NAVO systems, they have an extraordinary range of sonar systems. You can see they can all be operated. In this case, all of them are on casing, obviously except the MVP. This is now the version 2 because there's been some hardware replacements necessary. What's changed though is the fact the software has been rewritten. So we're continuing to struggle with exactly what the right settings are. As you see the survey crews change, nobody really quite seems to be able to make it work optimally. And again, depending on their production requirements, is it oceanography, bathymetry, acoustics, mine warfare, they'll prioritize different ones of those systems. And in case of bathymetry, obviously, they do not want to compromise the sounding density or the sounding quality of those systems there. So you have to operate your EMs, I think of those as the primary sensors, with your fisheries systems here. And I showed you this last year, actually, from the basis of using these as calibrated systems, chirping through all of that to give us calibrated backscatter for that. But now we're saying, what if we operate them together? And you've got to be really careful because notice the broad bandwidth, they potentially can overlap. We've got to be very careful how we operate them. And it's not much of an issue down at the low end at all, actually. It's how your 712 is going to get stumped on by these guys and the reverse. Similarly, the 2040, your prime, I think for most of your charting mission, is going to be compromised by these. So we have to understand each one of these in much more detail. The 712, there are 5 operational modes going from the inner continental shelf to over the edge of the continental shelf here. And what you're looking at for each one of these, between 70 and 100 kilohertz, that's why it's a 710, you go through each one of the modes. They actually change the center frequencies and the bandwidths they use. And of course, compare it now with the fisheries sonars you might want to use. You can see you have a problem. But it's, again, mode dependent. As you go off the edge of the continental shelf, you get much more narrowband. You can actually survive very well. But this could be a problem. But with the new systems, and this is what Kevin's been doing, is that's CW, you're stuck there. But if you're FM, you can actually shift it up here or shift it down there. And so that's one of the things that we were interested in doing. So the 712, we have to be very careful how we operate if we operate those other systems. And of course, the ideal ADCP for an outer continental shelf is unfortunately 75 kilohertz. You're going to have to be very careful how you utilize that. So if you move to the 2040, which is your prime charting mission, and by about in the upper 100 meters, again, you go through 5 different modes. Now you're going from about 250 to 350 kilohertz. Again, you'll see the bandwidths reduce as you go into deeper water. But most of your charting is done up in the short CW, what's now called the shallow mode. And that really exposes you, if you want to, if you need to, and I'm not sure you do, operate these systems. You have to be very careful about where in the bandwidth you operate these and how much bandwidth and how much source level you use. And again, you see it reduces in required bandwidth. You're pretty clean by the time you get to 100 meters, but you've probably swapped your 712 now. And of course, the high frequency ADCP you have on board is sitting, it's designed for 300 kilohertz. What we've actually been doing is testing a prototype of another system where, like the ESs, we're able to shift around in frequency to see if we can solve some of those problems. And that's the testing we've been doing. But let's now go to the sub-bottom. And again, it's the 712 that's having the most problems with the sub-bottom. You're going through all the different modes. This is data collected, deep, less deep, medium, shallow. And you can see very high quality data. As soon as you turn on the sub-bottom, if you don't synchronize it, it just stomps all over your data. And so you compromise the outliers, you'll see you compromise the backscatter. If you turn on the synchronization, you'll notice it goes away. That's just fish, by the way. But notice you start to get a problem. As you get into the higher bandwidth systems, you start to get a lot of noise here. One of the interesting things is by the time you get to less than 100 meters, your 2040 is quite viable. And it so happens, none of the harmonics happen to stomp on it. So there's both of your two classes are capable of doing that. So if you're operating the SPP, that may be the way you go. So why does this happen? Well, this is data unsynchronized, and 712 looks, but you've seen these little rings that appear, and the symmetry just falls apart. You've got all these outliers, and the backscatter is all these black holes. You can edit this out, but nobody likes it. If you synchronize it, what will happen is it'll always transmit at the same time, but you'll see the return from the sub-bottom, which is aligned with the seafloor below you, appear here. And the net result is all this goes away, but now you have a consistent noisy data. It might be in specification, but it's not the way it should be. What's worse though is it actually shifts the bottom tracking, and so you actually completely destroy your backscatter. So this is something we've been looking at delays, positive or negative, to see if we can minimize this. You can turn down the source level or switch to a 2040. So again, we need to understand that. And so what we feel we want to do is actually start to test these as the new vessels come online. And so as you know from last year, we've been operating a small vessel in partnership with CHS and UMB in a range of water depths, which is very convenient and very protected. So we can take a cheap vessel instead of a 50K vessel, and we can equip it. It has your two main systems on board with all the modes, just not the beam width. And from the Backscatter project, we have all of these already. The low frequency systems, Tony Lyons very kindly let us borrow his, the full size system would sink the vessel, and having an ADCP. So Kevin Tennyson and I have been out there in the past month doing a variety of experiments in this region. And Kevin's interest is really trying to look at, can we image the oceanography? And it's not a boring place for oceanography. We have the river plumes, as Larry pointed out. You've got all these tidal fronts. And of course, it's hugely spatially variable, because you've got these massive tidal streams. At Harris Strait, it's just blended. Other places, it's completely stratified. So it's an ideal test ground. It is a challenge to put 8 different sonar systems on a 34-foot vessel, but they kind of fit. And so I like to think of this as a nanotank, kind of little baby testing them. And so we can learn, we can make mistakes, and nobody cares because it's cheap. And so Kevin's been going through all of these. I think one of the examples, we took an area in about 100 meters, really nice bedform field, and deliberately destroyed it, as you can see with all the outliers. What Kevin was doing was basically picking combinations of these, actually those 4, and then trying different source levels, different pulse lengths, different synchronizations. So just to give you an example, the 4 frequencies and the 712, unsynchronized, you can see all the interference, synchronized. Unfortunately, you just get the interference in one location. Again, FM pulses, unsynchronized, synchronized. He'll tell you what he did. I actually don't know. I just data. But the neat thing is, even with all that terrible mess, it doesn't take much to clean it. Cube or chart basically rips through these because they're pretty obvious. So can you live with data like that? I'd rather not. And I think we've got to come up with effective ways to get SOPs for the 4 new ships. When do you want to do this? And when is it compromising your primary mission? The other place, of course, is the mouth of the Fraser. This is, we're going out to sea. That drops into 300 meters there. You'll see the overlying fresh water. This is MVP every 3 minutes. We know exactly what's going on. This is the ADCP. This is the outflowing river at about 4 knots. And estuarine circulation at the same time. You have that deep water coming in at almost 2 knots. It's an amazing place, and working in the plume further out, but we're trying to run the other systems with it, with variable success. Of course, you can clearly see these oceanographic boundaries with this, so that's serving a purpose. When you zoom in, though, you compare the multi-beam water column, look at the details, look at the turbulence, look at the Kelvin-Helmholtz waves. You don't really see it with the ES. They're not designed for that. They don't have the beam width for that. And of course, if you really want to see what's going on, the system that you're doing, you're meeting your charting requirements. If you're prepared to log this, you do need some extra disk space. you have all this available. But notice the interference that's going on here. That's something we have to solve. We're going back in August and September to try and work with this better. We're going back, we realize we've made a mistake, but nobody minds, we go and carry on again. And lastly, as an example, an awful lot of our surveys now are mobile seabeds, wind farm areas, potential tidal power areas. We're trying to do those surveys while looking at the current field. So surveying at different phases of the tide. And the question is, are we corrupting the bathymetry while we're getting that? So we're getting all the acoustic imagery, we're getting the currents, we're getting the bathymetry. At the moment, quite honestly, it's a dog's breakfast. It's a real mess. But again, we can learn and we can try and optimize this ahead of those ships going operational next year. So I really think this is going to affect our education here. We have a very mature program. We hit all the geodesy and acoustic and sensor integration things people need. We're generating these CAD certified surveyors. But because we've only got 12 to 18 months for the core, it honestly is on single sensor. Hydrocamp that's just finished used a beautiful Reson T51, but they didn't have anything else turned on. I think what we need to do in the future is educate our own students, first ourselves. We have to learn. That's what a teacher does. You kind of turn around and say, oh, that's a mistake I made. We are introducing it in the geophysics. We haven't yet introduced it as part of Hydrocamp. The ADCP we have in the last 3 years, and now the fisheries acoustics just this year for the first time, they're seeing it. But we really need to take advantage. We're really lucky. As Larry mentioned, there's all sorts of O&R funded people, Tony Lyons, Gabe Venegas, Tom Blanford, that are starting all these new courses here. But Kevin's been taking, I think, most of these courses. And this is allowing us to understand this crosstalk between systems. It's not just overlapping bandwidths of primaries, they have all these secondary harmonics. And I think that's a really powerful thing. We have to add this to our teaching. So to summarize, I like doing this, but we don't always recommend doing this. You have to think about how important is your primary mission. But it gives you redundancy in bathymetric coverage. The seafloor characterization is improved when you have more frequencies and more echosat single beam bottom hits. We can visualize oceanographic boundaries. You can see some of the structure in here quite clearly, and that potentially is improved sound speed, which is improved quality control in your Bathy. And the taxpayer, you don't want to have to go back and repeat the survey. So the more you can get from the same ship without compromising the data, the better. But of course, the complications are interference. You don't want to give up particularly a long track sounding density. You don't want to have too many outliers. Again, your requirements, fisheries surveys and hydrographic surveys have very different line requirements. Geophysical surveys have different orientations. Who wins? And the thing I haven't even begun to mention is the processing and data management. That's not my problem. I'll finish there. If there are any questions briefly.
Okay, welcome back. Hope you enjoyed lunch. Hope you had an opportunity to chat, because one of the nice things about this event too is that people, even from the same organization, often get to talk to people they haven't talked to. And people from other organizations too. Okay, we're going to continue on with our program, and we turn now to Christos. Christos, as you remember, came here a few years ago from the Greek Navy with a digital cartographic background. It was, again, feedback from you saying we needed the spin up on the cartography aspects, and Christos has just dove in full force. And so you'll give us an update on mostly one thing, but a little bit of some of the others. Let me just look behind me like that.
Hello everyone, thank you very much. In your slide, you can see the projects I have been involved in the past 12 months with demonstrated progress.
Can you hear Christos in the back? Yeah,
oh, louder. Yeah, I can do that. So I was saying that these are the projects I have been involved in the past 12 months with demonstrated progress, which we can categorize into main 5 themes: data enrichment, symbology, services, chart compilation, and other projects such as our collaboration with Maritime Training Center, where we exchange views about the 2 professions. This year I'm going to focus, on this project, the site selective line simplification algorithm, which is our effort for generalizing depth contours in an automated manner. But before doing that, before getting into the weeds of this project, I would like to highlight a few selected developments. Beginning with the depth interpolation project, Larry said earlier this morning about Elias' work with Kim, Lowell, and Glenn here. Among the findings, as Larry said, was that the interpolation method does not really matter. As you can see, and this is something that must make Glenn and his NBS team happy, as they won't need to even consider changing the interpolation method they've been using. Regarding the depth uncertainty visualization, to remind you, this is our effort with Colin, where to develop new area fields for the S100 quality bathymetric data in place the successor of CatJoc in S101. As Larry said again earlier, we presented the results of this effort to the S101 project team and nautical cartography working group members, and they endorsed the proposal and asked us we develop the respective S100 SVGs for testing and implementation. Indeed, this year we completed the development of S101 of the SVGs and associated files in day, dusk, and night modes, which we shared with the S101 project team, and they are now available for testing by vendors in the Singapore lab, offshore and in simulators. We are optimistic that eventually they will become the new portrayal for quality bathymetric data. Regarding the second project in our symbology theme, the cartosemiotics, this is basically our effort for the development of intuitive symbology for new S100 product specifications without defined symbology yet, or as well the modernization of existing ENC symbols. Previously, we worked on 4 product specifications with the preliminary designs shown over here on the top left side of the slide. ENC symbology follows an IHO specific format, and our previous experience with developing these symbols demonstrated that developing complex CNC symbols with the available means can become really cumbersome. So also the powerful software such as Adobe Illustrator available software do not directly export the SVGs into the IHO format. Therefore, this year we worked on a tool that converts SVGs exported in Tiny 1.2 into the IHO specific format, the SVG converter, and we can do the conversion of basic shapes so far, but for complex aggregated shapes, this is something that we are still working on it and it's still under development and testing. Another practical problem we worked on with Cody McBride was the updating of IHO symbols for the inline styling information. This is a change that happened with the new version of Tiny 1.2, that prohibits the inline styling information, meaning transparency, color and all that stuff. It's in line with a specific format in the XMLs. So the understanding among S101 project team members was that we would need to update each individual symbol every time, like about 750 of those. But instead of that, we were able to apply the changes to the entire suite in the portrayal catalog, share the updated symbols with S101 project team, and these are now the available symbols in the latest version in the registry. Regarding the sounding selection validation effort, this is a project I have presented a couple of times in the past. Remind you, it's our effort to validate the SOAL bias character of selected soundings, that this selection is safe, we have made in an automated manner. This year, besides the continuous updates to the tools per MCD requests and the new MCD users, we also, we also share the tools with NCA cartographers for testing. And I'm hoping that they will eventually become part of their pipeline as well. Also, we recently started the process of converting the tools from ArcMap to ArcPro following the MCD's migration to the software. I also would like to mention the community charts effort and acknowledge CHS and the Canadian government for the funding and collaboration, which gives our team the opportunity to continue to extend the efforts for the work we presented at the 2022 Canadian Hydrographic Conference for streamlining chart compilation, and which I remind you won the first prize unanimously by all judges back then, the international competition. I remind you, I would like to also say that this project, the Community Charts project, aims to offer to develop a web map service where people, community can upload their own collected data and get automatically in an automated manner a chart-like community chart product for their own users without the need for them to wait for the nautical chart to be published. Another automation effort that we will be working on is the custom chart. Christy, who is here with us today, We'll be working on this NOAA-initiated project. Of course, Christy has been working on that anyways, but she will also focus on that project during her PhD studies here at UNH. This opportunity for us to work with Christy and NOAA on this project is provided by the remote PhD program that we established and presented last year. Christy was our first student. She already took a couple of courses, but others have already expressed interest in the program as well. And here, this is the project that we are focusing today. I don't need to explain to this audience the importance of depth contours to the maritime profession and nautical charting profession. Sorry about that. There are two paradigms to achieve generalized depth contours. The first approach involves generalizing the source bathymetry, this, and then deriving the generalized contours from the generalized surface. So here we have, for instance, two shallows, as you can see, and after the generalization of the surface, they're aggregated and we extract the generalized contours from that. The other approach is, the second approach is with generalizing the larger scale vector polylines, for example, using the double buffering method. There are pros and cons with both paradigms. I'm not going to get into the weeds of that, and others perform better, others worse. But the only thing I would like to point out is, regardless of how well they do, to the best of my knowledge, all of them, they violate the 0.3 millimeters at scale requirement we have for ENC. So in practice, cartographers are called to simplify point after point the already generalized contours. This is a schematic summary of the main processes or requirements that we incorporated in our solution. I will discuss that in detail. Beginning with the requirement of utmost importance, the backbone of this methodology, which is the safe movement, the safe generalization of depth contours. We begin with the depth contours and depth areas of the source data set. And we use that to identify the deep water side of the contour, meaning as we traverse the contour, going from the first point to its last point, identify if the depth area, the deep water area is on the left or the right side of this movement. And this is denoted in the figure with the second letter. So here, the deep waters are on the left side, here's on the right side, left side, sorry. Once we have this knowledge, we iterate through vertices to create candidate generalization segments. And if the segment is moved on the same side as the deep water side, then this is a safe candidate. So for instance, here the green segment is a safe generalization segment because it's on the same side as the deep waters, here as you can see. And of course, we can see with our own eyes that this is on the left or this one is on the right and so on and so forth. But for the algorithm to understand that, what we do is we compare the azimuths of the source and the generalized segment. So here is the azimuth of the source segment, the black one, and this is the azimuth of the generalized segment. It's on the left, it's smaller, so there's the movement's on the left. To illustrate this, we are using this example, the sample line, and we begin from vertex 1, and we connect vertices 1 to 3. It's on the left side of the reference segment 1, 2, and on the same side as the deep water, so it's a safe generalization segment. And from there, we connect 1 to 4. It's again on the left of the new reference segment, which is the 1 to 3, and this becomes the new reference and new candidate generalization. And connecting 1 to 5 exemplifies why every time we update the reference segment, because if we use the first one, the 1, 2, then this is not a safe generalization as it crosses the contour. From there, the next available safe segment is the 1, 6, and from there, everything is unsafe, as you can see, and are rejected by the algorithm. So it's a global algorithm. Our algorithm iterates through all the vertices, and once we find the best available generalization segment, we continue the iteration from the last point, this is 6, until we get the final generalization line. Next essential requirement for the output is that the straight line segments must exceed the 0.3 requirement, as I said, length for VNC production. Now, what happens is that when the algorithm runs through all the vertices and doesn't find any safe candidate segment that exceeds the minimum length, then it expands. It moves the coordinates of the vertices to maintain the 0.3 at least. You can set the value to whatever you want. So let's say that this is the minimum length, and all these are above, exceed the tolerance, whereas these are below. So here, going from 10 to 11, the algorithm moves the coordinates, shifts the coordinates of vertex 11 to this point, and from there here the same until we close the line. The expansion of segments, besides that it helps us abide by the ENC requirement, it is also essential in generalizing convex bends like this one, another problem, another challenge for other available algorithm solutions. So here we can generalize this convex bend with only 3 points, as you can see, instead of using the entirety of the points. Also, we set a parameter for the maximum length of segments. So let's say that our line moves to something like that. In iterating from points 1 until 14, we found 1.6. After that, everything was unsafe. Same for all these other points. Until we connect 1 to 26, this is a safe candidate segment, but it exceeds the maximum tolerance that we set for the algorithm, and as such, it's rejected. Now, this parameter is a user-defined parameter, and it can either be a global value, like 3 millimeters at scale, meaning that this applies to the entire data set. You have 5, 10, 100 contours. This will be the parameter for the entire data set, or we can prompt the algorithm to conduct a statistical analysis of the specific contour we're generalizing, like this one, calculate the lengths and uses the 99 percentile of these lengths for the generalization of the specific contour, meaning that this approach aims to approximate the thought process of the cartographer who compiled the source contours. Next is the deviation angle parameter, which aims to achieve a cartographically acceptable line with a smooth transition between segments. We stopped at 14, the iteration previously. Now with the new line, we continue the iteration, and all these segments are safe. However, let's say that we set this deviation angle and say we want that the next segment, going from this segment to the next one, we want something that is it doesn't exceed that angle. So in that case, all these segments are rejected, and the best approach, it appears to be this segment. And as I said, with this parameter, we ensure that we avoid unnatural spikes, acute angles like this one. We also want to restrict the displacement of the generalization line. So we, in our profession, we push depth contours seawards, but with this operation, what happens is we enclose deeper water, navigable waters into the shallow areas. We want to minimize that, or we want to have an understanding of how far we generalize, and this is the purpose of this displacement tolerance. So for this previous segment that we found, that is actually rejected. You want to do that? Can you do that? Thanks. So this exceeds the tolerance, and as such, again, it's rejected. We go to the previous one, which has been accepted for the displacement, and becomes the generalization for this part of the line. Another aspect of the problem is that we can have a bend with an opening that is so small that these two parallel segments of the line, like here, visually overlap at the intended viewing scale. And besides the visually overlapping and how things appear, it is also useless from an application perspective. So let's say that this opening is 1 millimeter, or maybe less than that. 1 millimeter means that with the current EGDIS standards, 1 pixel is one line, the other pixel is the second line, and you have 1 pixel in between these two to do what? Are we expecting the mariners to plot a route in between these two? So we want to close this bend. But going back in time with our line, we continue the iteration from vertex 10, and we find this connection 10 to 24, which is safe. However, it's shorter than the minimum bend opening that we set, and as such, we must close this bend. But we're not done yet. What are we doing with this bend? Is it something insignificant, or it's something big? It can cover 1/4 of the chart or whatever. So other algorithms that investigate bend size usually either use a length parameter, so the bend is longer than what, or width wider than what, or the area of the bend is greater than the user can define size. But as you can see, with these two parameters, we may end up with an elongated bend with the same issues. It's even below, let's say, 1 millimeter or whatever. In our solution, we have incorporated what we call the inscribed circle test, where we actually test whether this circle, the user-defined circle, fits into the bend. And this is what we want. We want a bend that is larger than whatever the proper size is on the chart. And if it is bigger, then we cut this opening here, as you can see. We generate a new bend that we subsequently simplify per all those that we discussed earlier. If it doesn't fit, but it's still long, like the one elongated we saw in the previous slide, then we find the representative point within the bend area, and this aims to follow the trend of the line to achieve a better cartographic product. And if it is small and short, we delete the bend. And regarding the test contour that we used, this is how it would look, the output. And considering that this opening is about 1 millimeter at scale, I would say that it's something like that. I don't know if you can see it. In terms of future work and things that we need to improve with our algorithm, first, we haven't touched upon the exaggeration and aggregation of depth contours. We'll do that in the future. I'm just saying we haven't done that yet. As with any vector line simplification algorithm, topology errors may occur, meaning that different contours may overlap. You are not topologically aware. But we have been working on that. We have a tool that we developed, still more testing is needed, that fixes these topology errors. Of course, the goal is that we don't have the errors at all, fixing those in the first place. Next is for the ENC production, we want depth areas as well. So we are working on a tool that converts the depth contours into depth areas, and we get that automatically as well. And lastly, I know that everybody would like a button, that we press a button and we get everything fully automated, so everything, but if this is under investigation, but frankly, I think that it's more likely that it's going to be a hybrid solution where cartographers review the results, confirm that everything is fine, or making changes, and we compile the final product. And here's an example. This example is to demonstrate that we can generate contours through scales. So you can see the different products, 140, 80, 160, 324, the same line. The only thing that the user needs to actually change is the target scale. All the other parameters can remain the same if you are satisfied with these parameters. Here's an example. The gray line is the source contour. The gray line is the source contour, and the red line is the simplified line. This is, of course, enlarged. This is not the actual size. For instance, this part, this segment is about 3 millimeters at scale, but still, someone may want something smoother. That's why we have incorporated a smoothing solution. So after the simplified lines, we smooth the simplified lines, which we then simplify to ensure that we maintain the 0.3 millimeters length. And this is the specific part of the contour that we show. This is the source contours. These are the simplified contours. It took about 2 minutes for the algorithm to complete the generalization, talking about whatever, all those things that Admiral Evans said this morning, how we expedite things from collecting data to producing the final product. And this is the smooth output. I want to use this example to demonstrate how we close the bends, as we said. You can see over here, this is really narrow, you can barely see that. So this is the result of the closing of bends, the final output with the simplified lines, and the final output with the smooth lines. For this example, that one has 766 contours, as you can see down here, and it took the algorithm about 3 minutes to complete the generalization, going from the source contours to the simplified contours. And also I want to show you here the distance between these lines is 0.1 at scale. It's 11-12 meters for 100K scale. Still, same here, 0.1 millimeters. Still, as you can see, the algorithm does really well. Just to point out, this is 3,000 scale, whereas the actual viewing scale is 100,000, the intended scale. And of course, the fact that we didn't have any overlaps here doesn't mean that we don't have overlaps, as I said, topology errors earlier. And here's an example of topology errors. So we have the source contour and the generalized, everything is fine. The next deeper source, the next deeper generalized, the next deeper generalized. And here comes the fourth deeper contour that crosses the other two previously generalized contours. So as I said, we've been working, we have a tool now that fixes those problems, and this is the output. Here's another example of two crossing contours. Here is the output again. And another example down here. And the corrected output. And another example where we have the source contours and we get the final generalized contours from the tool. And then, as I said, we've been working on extracting the depth areas directly from that. Here's the depth contours, here are the depth areas. Here's an example of the depth areas with all the information that we need, the dry valves 1 and 2. There's the next cellular depth area, next cellular depth area, and so on. And that concludes my presentation. Thanks for your attention. If you have any questions.
Okay, as I explained earlier, when the question of fluid buds came up here a couple of years ago, we did take it seriously, and we were thrilled when Gabe joined the faculty, working on a number of problems, but had interest in this, and has been a collaborator with us now. Will update us on where he is. We're trying to understand the physics of fluid buds.
Thank you, Larry. It's really great to be here and be exposed to this whole other world. And I don't know a lot of you, so part of my talk will focus on a little bit of my background and where our lab's at the moment, and how we're going to adapt to the methodologies that we've been developing for this interesting problem. So here's the lab, the Acoustic Characterization Experimentation Lab. We're growing in numbers of students and postdocs and some collaborators here. Highlighted are these two folks, Andrew, who's right here, and Haley, who's out at sea. They're working on a lot of these problems, and Jenna as well, who might be back there. Yeah, she's a postdoc who's working on some of the model development as well. But my background formally is in physical acoustics, and I'm mostly ONR funded, so really exciting part of my job is to take a lot of those techniques that have been sort of established in that world and bring them into other applications. Those other applications can include seagrasses, sensing of oil slicks, but predominantly sediments. And as you can see, I teach most of the acoustics courses in ocean engineering. So an outline of my talk, just a brief overview of the complexity of this problem, some geoacoustic scattering model framework that we're developing in general, how we're using Bayesian inversion approach to sort of answer these questions, and how are we going to adapt this to this interesting fluid mud problem, and finish up with some continuing ongoing future work on sort of machine learning accelerated Bayesian inversion. Great. So this figure taken from this paper down here kind of illustrates how complex this can be. You have the depth in the vertical axis, and you basically have these different profiles as a function of depth, right? So this phi is porosity, the volume of water over the total volume in the mixture, and rho is the density, the equivalent density. And so currently, the Army Corps are using these two sets of echo sounder frequencies, where one's kind of a low mid frequency and one's a high frequency. And they're saying the high frequency return dictates this HA, or this acoustic depth, and then the mid frequency return is this nautical depth. That's where you can't, your ship will get stuck if the draft is lower than that depth. And I think that kind of struck me as very arbitrary. In a case where, for example, there's a lot of current, right? This fluid mud is basically very suspended, and there is a drastic change in these properties, then yes, that could work. But what happens when there's, in the intermediate cases where this gradient is more gradual? Because that's what really affects acoustic reflection, is this impedance contrast, right? And so I think we can do a little better and root our sort of understanding of this nautical depth in some kind of more physics-based inversion technique. And we'll talk about that. And this red box is related to some ONR projects that we're working on currently. And so I did want to have one disclaimer, or one caveat, is that this framework is just one small step in identifying this nautical depth, because ultimately what we really care about is this term called yield stress, right? That's this other curve down here. So this is porosity, density, things that we can sense with sound, and we have to partner with geotechnical folks to sort of bridge that gap between the yield strength and this acoustic depth, right? So I'm not going to really focus on this, but that is the next step we plan on taking. And the last is that, of according to this paper and many other studies, this organic component plays an important role in this property, not only the velocity, the current velocity or the wave periodicity or anything like that. It's also to do with how much organics. The more organics there are, the more suspended it becomes, the less it compacts, and all of these things. So it's a really complicated problem. So what got me really interested in this idea of geoacoustic inversion is your water column sonar database. I was amazed that all of these data are calibrated over many, many years, and predominantly the fisheries are this red, all these red points are places, are pings where the fishery folks have gone and counted fish. And I was just impressed that of the amount of data and how broadband the data was, and how no one's really looking at the bottom return. I mean, John Hughes Clarke talked about it, and we're all really interested in exploiting that bottom return to do some really scalable inversion of like properties like porosity or roughness characteristics for many applications. So there's a current Python framework called EchoPipe. Here's Wu Zheng from the University of Washington, where you can take this data from Amazon Web Services, put it right on your desktop, and here's the echogram here. What we're trying to do is we're trying to take this bottom return, we're taking this ensemble average of maybe 100 or so pings, and we're plotting this backscatter intensity envelope, essentially. And we're calling that our data. So this is an example of 18 kilohertz. The part that needs further investigation is this idea of taking a physics-based scattering model, which you can see that there are a lot of folks that have contributed to this kind of thing, where you start with the scattering model here, and then Boulican and Merton started messing with the sort of time domain model, and Sternlich and Demosier later on, they sort of parameterized it nicely, and had some algorithm to sort of get the optimal set of parameters here. But it's a pretty complicated model, but a lot of these parameters are known. A lot of these parameters have some sort of bulk properties of the sediment, which are important in the backscatter strength. You also have roughness, interface roughness properties, and volume heterogeneity. And so Jenna and Andrew have been working hard in basically taking that model and coding it in MATLAB and Python so that we can do this inversion work. So this is our model. And so this idea of Bayesian inversion really has become quite routine in the ocean acoustics world. This Stan Dasso is sort of the mastermind of this, and has been applying it to models with tens of 20 to 30 parameters perhaps, especially his colleague Detmer, who does multi-physics inversions with like hundreds of unknown parameters, and is able to resolve these things. It's pretty impressive. And what's really empowered this is this idea of this parallel Templar Metropolis Hastings algorithm. And so I won't go into the details of this, but the whole idea of this Bayesian inversion is that you have a prior distribution of what you expect your answer to be, a likelihood as to how close your data matches the model. And what you really get out of this, which is the really powerful thing, is you get this probability, posterior probability density function. And so that is essentially, you have all of your model input parameters, your sampling parameter space, you're trying to fit your data to your model, and what you get out of it is not just the best fit, but you also get a probability distribution or uncertainty. So thinking about our fluid mud case, right, we could potentially get this nautical depth, but you have the uncertainty of that nautical depth baked into the analysis. So this is an example, an inversion example. This is kind of, each of these rows and columns are one parameter that we inverted for. So here's grain size, roughness, depth, all these other volume scanning parameters. And so on the diagonal, you see these probability distributions. So you can see that we resolved really well this volume scanning parameter and not so much the grain size, but it's honest, right? You get like an uncertainty associated with this. And then you get the joint probability distribution. So you can see how one is related to another. And this is kind of the best fit in some probability distribution of this output, basically the model output compared to the data itself. So that's just general stuff for seabed characterization using pulse envelopes. But what we're trying to do here is use this framework in the fluid mud case to get a nautical depth and a probability distribution of that nautical depth using some kind of physics-based approach. That's what we're trying to do. And important here is we get this for free. We get the uncertainty for free in this process. So we really, as we talked about earlier, it's really all about this depth profile, right? That governs our backscatter response. And this smart guy back here, Tony, who's over there, I think. Yeah, there he is. This picture was taken probably at the same time he published, but he looks the same. You should really, I mean, you don't have to change this at all because we recognize it anyway. But he came up with this depth profile, generalizable sort of density profile, and derived the reflection coefficient, a whole bunch of other things for this depth profile. And so to make this applicable to fluid mud, we're basically just following his lead here, but we're changing the porosity or the density profile. And we're including sort of a logistic type profile that's really similar to this, where you have a term that governs how quickly that gradient on either side of the inflection point here changes, so the growth rate. Nu is this asymmetry parameter, so one side will be more gradual than the other. And then you have this sort of ludocline depth here, ZL, which is the very top of that fluid mud layer. And so this, you can derive what this ZI is, which is the inflection point. And I'm not claiming that inflection point is actually the nautical depth, but you know, if we partner with more geophysicists or geotechnical folks to sort of link these two parameters together, this yield stress and this porosity profile, we might be able to extract a nautical depth and have some kind of uncertainty associated. So we haven't performed a full Bayesian inversion on any real data yet. So I'm just going to show you some example backscatter curves and how that could change with different sort of density gradients. And so it turns out that if you bump up this growth rate and make this new parameter, this asymmetry parameter small, you approach this step function, which is no gradient, right? You get densities that are constant as a function of depth. And so you can see that our model matches the value that were found in Sternlich's 1999 thesis. That works really well. But as you start introducing a gradient, that initial backscatter pulse weakens in intensity. The other thing I want you to note is that this hump here, this is actually the volume scatter. This is not the base of the mud layer. So once you start getting gradients that are larger and larger, you start to obscure that initial pulse, and you might think that hump in the envelope, that volume scatter component, that might be the base of the mud layer. Well, that's not true. This is another example of why we need to look at physics-based models to sort of get at really understanding where this reflection occurs. Another caveat here is that this doesn't account for the density profile as the sound is propagating in the sediment. So we need to do that first to fully capture the physics at the base of the mud layer. That's kind of the next step. Last thing I'd like to talk about is this forward model that I'm talking about, this physics-based model. It's quite slow. And if you're doing a Monte Carlo on this, it's painful how slow it is. So what we're trying to do here is make a surrogate model, a data-driven surrogate model, that we train from this physics-based simulation. So the blue here is the physics-based pulse envelopes for 3 different frequencies, and the red here is the Gaussian process regression, or this machine learning model that backs out that's run essentially 2 orders of magnitude faster. So this is really going to help enable us to run these inversions at scale from time to time. The last thing I'd like to plug is just what happens in the microstructure matters. especially in muds. And so the Navy's funding me to do a lot of work just in general on fine-grained sediments because they're very complicated. There's particles that range in orders of like 3 or 4 orders of magnitude in size. There's organics. So we're using a lot of microscopy techniques like X-ray microscopy so we can threshold out different parts of the sediment and quantify sediment properties unlike we have been able to before. So we can also do scanning electron microscopy to go even smaller in scale. And you can see that if we've stained actually these organic materials with high contrast elements, and you can do an elemental analysis or energy spectral spectroscopy to find out which areas are rich in organic material and which areas are poor, and how that affects the bulk geoacoustic properties, which we measured directly using a core and resonance logger that I developed for my PhD, and also a technique that's used in actually bioacoustics, biomedical acoustics called shear wave elastography. And so we can using high intensity sound pump shear waves into the top layers of fluffy sediment and watch that shear wave propagate in real time and get values like shear speed at very high resolutions to see what matters at that scale. So anyway, these are some of the other related projects that we're working on that sort of have to do with fluid mud. And so that's all I have for you today, but thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Gabe. So the lesson here is be careful what you ask for. But it may sound pretty esoteric to you, but it's this kind of work that's gonna really lead to insights so that when we see a return from an echo sounder, we have some much more quantitative feel about what it represents in terms of the density of the fluid. I think that would go a long way for helping us in a number of real practical applications. We really appreciate this kind of applications. Okay, we now move on to someone who needs no introduction, of course. Slip behind him. Still wearing his name tag, even though he needs no introduction. And Brian will update us.
Some of us are.
So, well, I don't have a pocket, so. And Brian will update us about a whole range of things that he's up to. All interesting.
Interesting to me. It's totally interesting to you as well. Good afternoon, everybody. So I have a variety of projects to talk about in 2 broad topics. Firstly, in bathymetric data processing, and then also in volunteer data collection. I'm going to talk just about the data collection piece of volunteer work because Brian Miles is right up there. We'll talk about the data management piece after that. In terms of the data processing bits, I'm going to talk about three particular projects, and I'm taking them in order of transition. So the first one is actually being transitioned now. The second one is an advanced stage of development. The third one is an idea. So to start with, let's talk about work that we've been doing primarily through Kim Lowe, sitting in the back there, and also Brian Miles, to look at the application of the techniques we started working on for bathymetric data with acoustic systems into LiDAR systems, particularly our project ChartML, which is our chart data processing, depth estimation algorithm with a machine learning overlay to improve the robustness, particularly for LiDAR data. This is a project we've been working on for a little while. We had prototyped a workflow for it, which works for us in the lab. And in comparisons against the ground truth data that we got from NOAA processing of the same data, we show a very good agreement with what's going on. We sometimes see areas where the NOAA depth doesn't agree and we think we're right. Other places we see where we don't agree and we think they're right. So, on average, the average difference is very, very small. So we're pretty happy with that as demonstrating the core concept. The problem, though, is that because the code was research code, this is Kim's work, not mine, but it wasn't particularly designed for production. And so the next stage of getting it out is to make it faster, so that it can be used for production work, or at least for testing in a production environment, and to make it a little bit smoother as well. So the work we've been doing primarily this year is to try and get over that hump. So we recruited Ryan to work on the software engineering piece for us, managed to get the code reorganized so that it's much more maintainable, much more structured, much easier to deploy, much faster as well. And then we gave this to our friends at Remote Sensing Division to try and break. When you give out code to somebody who is not you, the first thing they're going to do is break it. And it hurts on a cellular level. But it's like eating your broccoli, it's good for you. Because what it does is it exposes you to the problems that you thought you had solved, but were not solved, or that you thought were a great idea, and everybody else goes, oh my God, no, not like that. So, true to form, NOAA tried this on 4 different test data sets with their latest LiDAR systems and broke it. And then told us how, and so we now have those beta test cases that we can use to improve and expand and make it a whole bunch better. And we're also testing now on new sensors that are being flown as well. This was initially designed for the Readly U880, which had a wide variety of problems, as I'm sure some of you remember. So we're looking at how it applies to new systems. Part of that work is to think about just how much processing actually needs to get done. If you look at a typical LiDAR survey, I think this is Key West, Kim, right? Yeah, Key West, Florida. There are large areas of this where there is essentially no bathymetric data, either because it's too deep or because you're on land. If we can identify those early, then we can avoid all the cost of doing the processing and therefore make ourselves much more efficient because we just don't do the processing we don't need to do. So Kim's looking now at a variety of different ways of doing this. A very simple one is just to look at the shape of the data. If you take all of this data and you look at its probability as a function of depth, where there is no bathy, you get a peak near the surface and then pretty much nothing else. Where there is bathy, you get a bump. So if you look at the basic properties of this distribution, you can give yourself a pretty good indicator of whether or not this area actually needs processing or not. And if you do that right, you can remove, almost a third of the actual processing because a third of the area just doesn't actually have any bathymetry to start with. It's a probabilistic statement, however. There may be areas where we say, oh, there's no bathy there, and in fact there is. Now that's not the same as saying we're going to make a bad decision about the bathymetry and say that the area is deeper than it is and be unsafe, for example. All that would happen is, if we get that wrong, is we'll leave a little hole where there is recoverable bathymetry and we don't say anything about it. We might make up our minds that that is an agreeable or an allowable answer. But we're working to make that a better, and that's the current work that's going on here. In a similar vein, if we have lots of area where we are working near shore and there is a whole bunch of shore there, but there is no bathy there, and so if we can mask that out, then that obviously gives us significant advantage. So we're working on models to do that, starting with a sentinel image, in which we work out from that where we think the water is, where we think the land is, use that as a mask, and therefore remove, in this instance, approximately half of the processing that we would otherwise have to do. This system is all modeled already, it's built into the code, it just needs a little bit of work to get it into an operational model, so hopefully we'll release that sometime shortly. I'm going to switch now onto our, what we call Cloud Map, which is a project sponsored by our friends through the Ocean Exploration Cooperative Institute, in part to the Hydrographic Centre as well. And this is a long-term project to look at how we would use cloud-based technologies to try and improve our data processing models. And so the goal here, the big picture goal, is to have all of our data disappear into the cloud where we have great benefits of discoverability and ease of motion and archive and reliability and so on. When that data goes into the cloud, however, we have to have the processing fall. Because although getting data into the cloud is free, getting data out is certainly not. And so the idea here, the big picture idea here, is that we want to have an always online current best estimate of depth, which we keep constantly up to date, preferably in real time. New data gets added, data gets removed, this thing gets updated, and it's always online, which means that this is our source of ultimate truth. And anybody who deals with the data sees this as their model of what the data should be. So as new data is added, we tell the data to be updated, then this thing comes back up to date again. And as long as we do that, then whoever's doing the visualization for quality control, inspection, or use can see the data from both sides and gets alerts when things have updated, so they keep constantly up to date. Now, you'll notice that the visualization piece is not in the cloud. And that's because it's expensive. to get graphics power in the cloud. There are ways around it, but it is generally quite expensive to do. In fact, within the Amazon cloud, if you want to turn on a system that has a GPU attached, you actually need to get special permission from Amazon. By default, you're not allowed to turn them on. But one of the things that we're looking at for the visualization is where we do 3D visualization. So you work with your 3D data in a 3D environment, which kind of seems like a no-brainer, right? But we don't do it, and we haven't for 20 years. So we want to try and improve on that if we possibly can. If we do that, the latency times and feedback loops we need, we cannot do it in the cloud at all. So this is the bit we have to be very careful about, because this bit costs, pulling data out costs. We have to be very careful about how we manage that data flow. But if we do that well, and we can make that update loop in something that looks essentially real time, then we clear the way to having multiple people adding data simultaneously, multiple people working on the data simultaneously with no prior coordination. So think about collaborative editing of something like Google Docs, but for your bathymetric data. So you're no longer stuck with having one person work on one survey at a time. If you need it done today, you can have 5 people working on your data simultaneously, which we just can't do right now. And we take advantage of being in the cloud and all the benefits that it has. Now, the ASV build is a bit more complicated, obviously. And that's the bit that takes time, because one of the great things about being in the cloud is there are many, many technologies to choose from when you want to do an implementation. But then one of the bad things about being in the cloud is there are many, many technologies to select from when you're trying to work out which one is the right answer. And so as we're building out the system, flowing from raw data at the top to visualization at the bottom here, we're trying to work out what those are. And we've learned some lessons on that in the last year. One in particular I'm going to talk about is the databasing technology that we use for looking after the raw observations. We started off using a particular databasing technology which had some really good properties we thought was going to be a good answer. And then we benchmarked it, and the performance is not awesome. But of course, because there are many technologies to choose from, we were able to find another technology where the performance is dramatically better, particularly if you configured it correctly. You notice I'm sparing the names to avoid embarrassing the guilty. If we can get this right, then we can dramatically improve the performance. But that means that we have to be willing to make decisions and change our mind once we see the actual performance results. And the ultimate truth here is that until you actually test it in the cloud, because the cloud is not a fixed environment, you really don't know what the performance is going to be until you actually try it. And so there's actually a lot more testing and variation than you'd expect if you're used to developing in a desktop environment. It's an important lesson we've learned this year. One of the other big chunks of work that we did this year, primarily through Ryan, is that we recognized that we're building an entire data processing system from raw data to finished product. And we're not stupid enough to think that we want to do all of that. We really want to borrow as much as we possibly can. And so for the very first chunk of that, we selected cluster as a way of going from raw data into a processing format we can do, and dealing with things like unwrapping data formats and vertical correctors and motion effects and so on and so forth. We firstly made it cloud available. So cluster was always designed to be using cloud-friendly technologies, but it turned out it never actually been used in the cloud before. And that transition to actually using it in the cloud was not an easy step. So that took a chunk of work. In the time from when cluster was developed to now, some of the technologies have aged out. For example, it was based on an older version of Python, which is going to go to end of life at the end of this year and will no longer be supported. That's not a big deal for us, you can always get it. The problem is the support from the cloud vendors goes away. And so it's harder then to deploy them into the cloud. So we updated it to the current version, sorted out some dependency issues, etc., etc., etc. We've provided all this as a pull request to NOAA, who are the maintainers of this. We have our own version of it, we don't want to look after it, we want the owners to look after it. So we provided that as a pull request, hopefully that gets merged shortly. One of the big problems in this environment is the scheduling of tasks. If we're going to meet our real-time requirement, less than a second, ideally 1/10 of a second if we can, As we look at the compute that we do, the area that we can compute is really a function of the data density that we're dealing with. So in areas where we are deeper, the data density is lower, and we can cover large areas in a certain time. In the areas where the data density is higher, we have to do smaller areas there. Our initial plan for this was just to break up the whole thing into chunks and say, every time something falls into this chunk, do a compute. And those chunks were variable sizes. That's very simple to do. It's very efficient to do. Turns out it's fine for doing individual computations. When you try to put everything back together again, it starts to get complex. And so what we're doing instead is to now break up into fixed size chunks instead, and then do the reassembly much, much more quickly. So imagine you have a swath of data from shallow water to deep water. Now we don't want to wait until we have all the data to get started working, so we break it up into chunks, and how big the chunk is a matter of some scaling and a little bit of optimization. But then what we do is for each chunk determine the bounding box, and then for each bounding box tile it with chunks of this is the amount of area that I can compute in one go, meaning on one computer, and still meet my real-time goal. And so what we're seeing here is I need 9 to meet my real-time goal on this area there. But because they are of a fixed size, I pay for it the same amount for it no matter what. So I overlap a little bit on the actual bounding box in red there, but that's okay. It means there's a little bit of wastage. But in the cloud, the dynamics are a little bit different and the economics are a little bit different. In the desktop, that would be a real dumb thing to do because that space there, that's compute that you're not getting back. But in the cloud, I can have as much compute as I'm willing to pay for. Well, that's money I'm not getting back in the cloud world, rather than compute I'm not getting back, time I'm not getting back. So you have to think about how that works when you work into the compute world. And of course, as you go into deeper water, bounding boxes get bigger, but the areas that you can compute get bigger as well because the density's gone down. So you end up with the same thing, but you end up with some wastage, but that's okay. We're willing to pay for that. So I think we've got a good plan on how we're going to break up the problem and divide it all out. But what you will notice is, as we do this, the number of compute tasks that we're kicking off every time we get a chunk of data to work on changes. Maybe not surprisingly there. What that means is that we also have to allow our compute resources to change to follow, to match. And in this case, we need to be able to scale dynamically from 9 to 16, and if we have multiple users, possibly even many more than that. And so getting that scaling right is also really important. So think about it like this. Imagine you have 4 computers that are running at any one time, and new tasks are arriving as a function of time from left to right from your view there. If we don't have enough processors available for the number of tasks that are arriving, then as the tasks arrive, they're going to have to wait for a computer to become available and get started. That wait counts against our real-time limit as well, because that's when the user wanted it done. This is when it's actually happening, and that's a problem for us. So what in this case we have to do is to scale up, and the question is, how do we scale up? How do we manage to have just enough resources always online so that we always have one ready, but not so many that we're paying for them and not using them? Because that's what the dynamics look like in the cloud, like in the real world, in the desktop world. So we've come at this a couple of different ways. We found out that if you try to estimate how well you're doing and then adapt to follow, by the time you know how well you're doing, it's too late. So what we're doing instead is treating it as a resource allocation problem. The black line here is the real-time count. This is how many tasks we actually have going on at any given time. What we do is allocate a ready reserve, which is the red line here. And we hope to manage that ready reserve so we always have one more computer ready. So when the next task arrives, it starts immediately with no dead time. And the compute tasks, as I explained before, are designed so that they can all fit within one quantum and maintain our real-time limit. Now, the danger here is that gap between the red and the black line there is compute we've paid for but haven't used, so it's wastage. So the tighter we can keep that red line down, the better. But we also want to make sure that it's enough that we don't have to wait for the resources to spin up every time we start a new task there. So there's a bit of balancing to go on. I think we've got a pretty good plan for how that's going to work, but once we actually spin it up to volume with whole surveys, we'll see how well that holds up, and there may be some adaptation that we have to do. You can see this work in real time. This is a system running, scheduler running, and the blue lines here are the current demand for compute, and the orange lines there are the allocated ready reserve. Now you can see in the real world, what we tend to get is bursty traffic. We get a whole bunch of compute at any one time, and then it'll back off, and they'll get a bunch more and then back off again. So although we do allocations and then they very quickly come back. So I don't think the overcost is going to be huge for what we do. And because the compute tasks that we are doing are quite short in time, there are even ways we can optimize that by using what Amazon calls its spot pricing, meaning basically we give you, we have a computer here that's doing nothing else. You can have it for a knockdown price, but we're not going to guarantee you can have it for any length of time. It may, a minute from now, we may just say, you're gone. But for us, a minute's a long time, right? We're talking about tenth of a second to a second. So we might be able to take advantage of those prices as well. What that does mean, though, is that we need to track statistics about what's happening all the time. Not for immediate feedback, but for long-term planning. We're working in a shared system here, so we track things like how fast the database gives us data, how long each compute task takes, how many observations per second we're processing, and so on. And the reason we do that is because if Amazon Prime drops a new set of episodes for Rings of Power, for example, all of a sudden the lights dim. And if somebody else steals our compute cycles. So our database launch times will go up, our performance times will go down, and we have to be able to adapt. Now we can, because all we do is make our quanta smaller and we spin up more computes. But if we don't monitor that, we won't make a real-time noise. And so we actually spend a lot of time working on making sure we're tracking things in detail. The front-facing part is the client interface. This is the bit where the really important piece happens, because that's where we start pulling data out. When we do that, we have to make sure that we are caching properly so we don't pull out any more data than we require, and we buffer the visualization from the data cache, so we're working on that. We also have a simple user interface to provide front end for the system. Now, the intent is not to use this for any production purpose. It's really just to demonstrate what the functionality is if you're going to build it into somebody else's software, because that's typically how it would be used. So it allows you to introduce new surveys into the system, remove old surveys from the system, change their metadata, you get a little bit of geospatial context and so on. That's really the extent to which we expect to do it. The visualization piece, and particularly the VR visualization piece, is a really important part of what we're doing. And I'm not going to talk about it in detail because John Butkiewicz will talk about it later in the afternoon here. If you haven't seen this yet, you need to go try it. There's nothing like putting it on and actually trying it for yourself to get that feel of what we hope the future will look like. The key issues here are that we want to make sure that visualization stops you from doing dumb things. The physical model here is you see it, you fix it. And if that's not true, this isn't going to work. And so we have to arrange the visualization system very carefully so that, for example, if you zoom out so you can't see what you're trying to fix, you don't try and fix it. And if you want to fix something, you must zoom in to the stage where you can actually see it before you try and fix it. It's a lot, so it's actually quite a subtle problem. People don't like to be told what they can and can't see, right? So we have to do it so it doesn't hurt. We have to do it so you don't notice. That's why we have psychologists. You will feel your brain is being manipulated, but that's okay. For the third and final project in the data processing section is talk about a new approach to dealing with processing. There have been a number of modern machine learning techniques applied to bathymetric data, but they tend to be derived from LiDAR data processing, where they chunk up the data into little chunks and then classify the chunks. When you do that, what you're doing is inducing structure in your data that isn't naturally there. Every time we've seen that done, it usually ends up being a bit of a problem. You get edge effects, you get things that are classified, but it doesn't tend to work very well. What we're investigating here, primarily through one of our graduate students, Jenna Fonseca, is to look at what happens if you don't have to do that. And so we're applying a new technology called graph networks, where instead of trying to break data up into chunks arbitrarily, you model the entire network for the observation and its three-dimensional neighbors, and then you work on the connections between them. Angles, lengths, groupings, and so on. and then you do convolutions on those edges instead. It's a subtle sort of technique, and it's, there are computational implications on it, but if you can get it right, what we may be able to do is to do full-on processing of a point cloud without having to induce any more structure than the point cloud naturally has, which is really quite interesting. Now, I've not gone over to the dark side. I'm not suggesting that we do individual point observations. I still think an estimated depth is the best answer. But this is one way of getting to that, where we can add extra information based on this that will hopefully give us a proper, what I think is the right answer of a best estimated depth. CloudMap, I should note, is built with pluggable compute modules, so that if we improve this out, we'll be able to replace what's in there with something like this. Roughly the way they work is you take your input data, and there's an encoder, it's actually a variational autoencoder in this case. You distill out the essence of what you think real data looks like, and then reconstruct it, and look at the difference between what you reconstructed and what you started with. If your algorithm learns properly for good data, what you reconstruct should be basically what you put in. For bad data, it's not. And if you do it right, then what you see is, for the data that is actually bathymetry, you have lower reconstruction loss. For the data that's not bathymetry, you have high reconstruction loss. You put a threshold in the middle, and you can tell apart what you think is bathymetry and what you think is. What's surprising is just how good it is. I think both Adriano and I were quite stunned by how well it worked out, even on the first approximation of the algorithm. Two summaries here. There's a receiver curve here, which is performance over all possible thresholds, and an accuracy here given the threshold. You can see the overall accuracy is up in the 96% region, which for a first pass is quite unusual. So this fills me with some hope that this might actually be a viable option for processing data in the future. And if you apply it to actual data, partial data here from a survey that we did offshore New Hampshire, it actually behaves in a sane manner, by which I mean when there are big blowouts and bottom detection, it finds them quite happily. But when there's nothing to find, it says there's nothing to find. Many algorithms you say, well, you've got to find something, and it will go find something whether there's something there or not. This algorithm is actually pretty sane in that regard, which again gives me confidence that this might be a future methodology. But it's in development, we'll see how it goes as we move on. Finally, I'll change tags and talk about our volunteer bathymetric collection, the WIBL project, Wireless Inexpensive Bathymetric Logger. The big picture model here is we want to provide everything that's required to collect volunteer data. Hardware, firmware, software, data processing, everything to upload it even to the archive in a form that the archive will happily accept. This is an open source project, and the reason for that is we want anybody who wants to be able to collect their data to be able to collect their data with no excuse. We want to lower the barrier to entry so that the local yacht club could collect their own data if they wanted to, or the harbour pilots, or whoever wanted to do it. And you own your own data, and you have an interface that you can talk to it. And if you want to, you can contribute it to the archive. And if you do, using this system guarantees that data is formatted so that the archive is not going to get on your case and make it difficult for you to slip the data into the archive process. Again, this is one of these things where it's like eating your broccoli, it's good for you. We gave them to a whole bunch of people and said, try this out for us. And they very kindly did. And so we got a lot of beta feedback. And like I said, it hurts on a cellular level when you get feedback because you thought you had it right and then you discovered that you didn't. That's okay, it's good for you. We learned a bunch of things. The first one was we had designed a way of interfacing with the system using a mobile app or using some desktop software. And the field said, no, I can't do that. I can't support that with multiple users in the field. It needs to support itself. Okay. So what we did was we took the microcontroller, we made it on a web server, which is remarkable in itself, that it actually will even do that. And then we had it self-host its own website. So that when you connect to the microcontroller with anything with a modern browser, the microcontroller feeds you the software it needs for you to talk to it. And so anything with a browser will happily talk to this system. You configure it, pull data off, do whatever you need to do. And you can see here that's my iPad doing it, works on your phone, works on anything with a browser as well. And that makes it self-contained, which means that even once it's deployed, if there's a problem, people who deployed it can call up the users who are collecting the data and say, hey, look, just take your phone out, point at this, take a screenshot, send it to you. It makes installations much, much easier. The other thing we were asked to do was, well, is it collecting data? Partly for installation, am I getting data? But partly also for troubleshooting. So the system now indicates when it's got data, indicates which data it had, where it got it from, and crucially, how long ago it got it. And so you can tell not only that you're getting data, but that it's good data and that it's current data. So you're still collecting data rather than you were collecting data at some point in the dim and distant past. Once you have all that set up, some things become easy. Getting data off the logger had in the past been a sort of fairly problematic process. Not problematic, convoluted. Once you have the system up, each file is just a file on the system, and so what you can do then is tag each file with an ordinary hyperlink. So you tap on this or click on it, and the browser takes care of the rest, downloads the file, and it also bypasses many of the security issues that you have when you work with a browser in a web service because of security. You can't just arbitrarily download files using JavaScript. This allows you to bypass the vast majority of that, makes it much easier. And more importantly, if you want to get a list of all of these and go through them one at a time and just pull them off in sequence, you can download the catalog, get all the information, including their checksums to make sure you're doing it right, just pull off in one chunk. Getting the data off was the #1 requested addition to the system. I never thought we'd do it because the deployment case for these is not to have them where there is an internet connection, essentially. But there are enough people who wanted that we said, okay. So what we did was we built an automatic upload. So this is a system where essentially the logger sits and waits for about 30 minutes and then it tries to contact its server and says, hey, you're there, here's my status. If it gets no response, it waits for another 30 minutes and tries again. If it gets a response, that means it's connected to the internet and the server's alive, at which point it can then start sending files. It sends files for 10 seconds, then goes back to sleep for another 30 minutes, just so it's not wasting a lot of time doing it. At the server, the files get validated and a confirmation receipt comes back. If the confirmation is good, the logger can then delete the file and do automatic data management, and the server then sends the file into the processing chain. So I'm not sure how much of a use case there is for it, but it exists at least. And because we have a network system and we don't want the IT people to come down on our necks, we also do all the various security things that you need to do this without IT coming down and yelling at you. This is a bit more detailed than we typically go into in this sort of venue, but I've left it up here because it's a really interesting lesson. What you're looking at is the power system for the logger. We take whatever power we get from the ship and we switch it down into 5 volts and then we regulate that to 3.3 volts, we feed that to the electronics. The heart of this system is a chip so small you can barely see it. It's a couple of millimeters on the side there. But it turns out that that system there comes in multiple different variants. And on some of them, it's okay to connect the enable pin to the input voltage and everybody's happy. And on some of them, not so much. When you're dealing with a supply chain that is still recovering from a pandemic, every time you build these loggers, you have to make a choice about which chips you place. And sometimes you don't get a choice if you need to make them now. And as it turned out, it's kind of a pernicious problem because the system starts off working fine. It works just well enough for you to test it in the lab, package it up, and send it out to the field, and it works for them for a couple of days, and then all of a sudden they think they've been hit by lightning and the logger stops working. Actually, there was one in Florida that did get hit by lightning and still worked afterwards, which I'm very proud of. But this is just it's an object lesson that hardware is hard, and this is extremely good feedback for us. So we're very grateful. Like I said, at a cellular level, we're very grateful for it, really. Finally, one thing we did say we would do last year is to look at what it would take to build these things in America. Typically, when you build systems like this, you use a fast fab service. They're typically in China, typically around Shenzhen. And the ones that we've been using in the past basically did that, and for a remarkably low fee, we can get these fabricated, and within a week they're back and ready to go, fully populated. We did find a fabrication house, actually here in New Hampshire, just down in Salem. So would do this for us, but as you can see, there's a cost. And that's okay. If we decide that this is important to us, we know we can do it now. It will take about 3 times as long. It will cost about 5 times as much. But if we decide that we need to have it made domestically, we certainly can. One of the things that we did learn as well, though, is that you have to be extremely careful. When you send out these models to a fabrication house, which is mostly automated, which is how they get the cost down, they read not just what the bill of materials says, but the reference number that you gave for the specific component that you want placed. Where the facility is not as automated, that's not always the case. These resistors are there to measure the current in the system. We measure the voltage across resistor that gives us how much power we're drawing into the current, so we make sure we're not going to blow it up. They're there primarily for development and test. But we just leave them in for production because it's easier to get them out there, fractions of a second. They're 0.1 ohm, and we actually made them 0.01 ohm in the second edition of them. So when you write that in the bill of materials, you write 100 milliohms, right? 100 M. And the fabricators read and said, well, nobody would put 100 milliohms in there. That's just dumb, right? That has to mean 100 megaohms, right? 9 orders of magnitude different, which completely stopped the power system. So when you're dealing with actual humans, as opposed to robots who just read the numbers, there are other things you need to be careful about, which again is a very important object lesson in building these things. Anyway, that's enough about that. We'll hear about data management next. Unless there are questions, of course.
Thank you, Brian. Okay, basically continuing on with the story of WIBL and volunteer data collection is going to be Brian Miles, who we really wanted to introduce to you, because Brian was kind of an experiment. He's also new, you can tell he's new because he got dressed up for you.
With no tie, so you can't cut it off like OGC meetings.
But Brian was an experiment in the sense that he is a kind of professional system engineer, you know, a real expert in managing code. And we had dabbled in professional coders in years past, and it hadn't been terribly successful. But Brian comes to us also with a PhD in physical geography, is it? Yes. And so he really appreciates the research environment and understands that end of things, and then can provide his great coding and system engineering skills for that. So it's been a very successful experiment, and we thought it'd be nice to introduce you to Brian here. And let's talk about what he's doing, at least in this project, although he's working on many projects.
Yep.
Behind you.
Yeah, thank you, Larry, for that warm introduction. So my training is in geography and software engineering. I come from a terrestrial background in eco-hydrology modeling, so I still have a healthy dose of imposter syndrome. But yeah, happy to talk about the work we've been doing in the last year or so on developing community tools for data management under the WIBL project. So the motivation here is to help address the volunteer bathymetry data management challenges. Basically, this can be difficult to do for many organizations because they may lack the tools or the knowledge or the time to do the data management. Just to give you a sense of a workflow I'm talking about here, it's basic volunteer data collection. So collecting data from loggers, attaching vessel and other metadata, converting to IHOB12 format, and importantly, validating those data and metadata, and then hopefully submitting to the DCDB. And we think that given the standardized nature of the IHOB12 data model, that it's really reasonable to have standardized community tools for managing these data. And we also think that the WIBL project provides some of these tools. This part of the WIBL project we're dubbing the WIBL DM, WIBL Data Management Platform. And the goal really is to provide a trusted node toolbox. So if you're not familiar with the trusted node under the IHO CSP working group model, the idea is they're aggregators of data from many vessels, make it easy for the volunteers to contribute data, package the data up, do some minimal quality assurance, and submit to the archive. And the idea here with WIBL DM is to provide a trusted node in a box, make it easier to establish a new trusted node. We do that by providing tools that can be used locally or in cloud environments, tools that also allow for scripting, for batch processing, can process native WIBL data and non-WIBL data, and also support serverless cloud processing. So I wanted to talk about the nature of some of these tools. And the first one that many encounter, especially if you're using a non-WIBL logger, is log convert. It's a tool that right now can convert from TeamServe and YDVR formats into the native WIBL format. People who are using WIBL loggers obviously don't need to do that, but once the data are in the WIBL format, we've got a suite of command line Python tools that run the gamut from helping to sort of play around with simulating data and debugging it, but then also for real data allow us to do things like edit, so attach metadata if it's not there to say something about the platform the data were collected from, and also indicate certain algorithms that need to be applied to the data in processing, and then actual processing, converting the data into the IHOB12 format, validating those data, uploading them to cloud storage, and then hopefully also uploading to DCDB. And when we were working with our partners, we quickly realized these tools were useful and helpful, but what they really needed, if they weren't ready to do batch processing in the cloud, they needed tools to work locally to do batch processing. And we collaborated with our IT group to build the first one of these. Chris Schwartz over here wrote the first PowerShell script to help convert data to WIBL format. And we got that and thought, gee, this is pretty great. And it turns out we were targeting it initially to Windows users, but it works great for Linux and Mac too. So we decided to build a whole bunch of other scripts that basically it provides a crank you can turn to just apply these individual Python tools to mass amounts of data. Obviously, you want to do that after you've debugged your workflow with the individual files with the Python tools. And then correspondingly, we have some cloud tools that do basically the same thing in the cloud in a serverless environment. They handle conversion of the data, validation, submission to DCDB. We've also recently added a visualization piece that automatically gives you a map of your data. This can be useful for trusted nodes to have. I'll talk about that more in a little bit. So where can these tools be used? They can be used in Linux environments, Mac environments, Windows. And another area that we've recently added for deployment, another option, is Docker containers. This arose from work with one of our partners. I'll talk about more in a minute. And if you're not familiar with containers or Docker in particular, containerized software, it's analogous to containerized shipping. It's just way more efficient way to distribute and install software rather than doing break bulk like we were in the past to manually install things by hand, which is very error prone and time consuming. Obviously, also we can deploy to the AWS cloud. There are other clouds out there, and I'll talk more about adapting to those in a bit. But I wanted to spend some time with some use case illustrations showing how these tools are being used today by partners in the field. So the first one is Seakeepers. We've been working most recently with Haley Davis, and they're taking data from non-WIBL data loggers. So I think they're mostly YDVR loggers, yacht devices, and converting the data and then running them through. First, they use the command line tools, the Python tools by hand to get familiar with the workflow. And also when maybe onboarding a new vessel, you want to just make sure everything looks okay before you try to do batch processing, and then do the batch processing with PowerShell and ultimately contribute to the DCDB. Similarly, our collaborators at Comet, Sarah Grasty in particular, has been using WIBL data loggers and using a very similar workflow, using the command line Python tools and PowerShell scripts and submitting data to the DCDB. We've also worked with Colin Thompson over at Orange Forest Marine, and he was the one really pushing us for the Docker container solution. So he's working with non-WIBL loggers, using the Docker container to quickly build his cloud environment that it uses log convert and lambdas, I think some of ours and some of his own custom lambdas that he's written to process data and contribute to the DCDB. But these aren't the only sorts of solutions available or workflows or use cases. Really, you could even envision heterogeneous use cases where you have WIBL and data loggers and non-WIBL data loggers. contributing data using a variety of processing steps, including cloud processing. And then really important to note, the ultimate endpoint for the data doesn't have to be DCDB. We'd like that to be the case, but this really gives people full control to own their data. And so they can store it in on-premises storage or other cloud storage. But we think the sort of most scalable approach involves using the native WIBL loggers and take advantage of two things. One, the auto upload that Brian talked about, and also with WIBL loggers, you can bake the metadata into each logger. So the vessel metadata is in there when the data get transferred. And this really opens up the door to almost no touch processing in the cloud. I say almost because we want to have humans in the loop. So we do have some monitoring tools so that this processing can be checked to make sure things are going well and you don't have problems. And then obviously the data can go wherever you want, hopefully through DCDB. Also have a few other users wanted to highlight, Canadian Hydrographic Service, CIDCO, CBIT 2030, and CID. In particular, they have developed their own version of the hardware. It's software compatible with WIBL, but they're distributing those as well. And here's an example output from the automated visualization tool we've developed. So this, once you've run one or more data files through the cloud processing chain, you can basically send a little query to a AWS Lambda function and say, hey, I want to plot the data for a number of files, one or more files, and it will do that for you. And this is a great artifact that trusted nodes can give to volunteers to say, hey, look at this great data you collected, think of what we could do with it. It's a good way to help retain their volunteers and give them some incentive right away. And this is all automatic. There's no, aside from kicking it off, there's no choices to be made. It just does this cartography. It's not the end, be all, end all, but it's a starting point. So our next steps for the WIBL tools, we want to harmonize WIBL with the OpenVBI initiative, which is emerging out of the IHO CSP working group. And it's OpenVBI is, I'll talk more about that in a minute, it's reference algorithms for processing VBI data. Also interested as need an opportunity arises to develop additional cloud vendor adapters. The way the code's structured, the cloud specific piece is very small, so it's a pretty easy effort to port over to Azure Cloud or Google or Oracle. Or what have you. Another thing we've thought about is maybe doing a graphical user interface for beginners. The command line is for people who've never encountered it before, it's not the greatest, but it's also really, we have a bit of pause here because it's really difficult to develop a good extensible graphical user interface, whereas what we have with the command line and the scripts, once you get over that learning curve, you can do basically, so we're still thinking about that. So just a little bit about OpenVBI. The idea here is to provide reference tools for processing VBI data, so that we can have people more quickly contribute and use and put the VBI to use without having to reinvent the wheel for common things. Like, there's data format adapters like we have sort of in log convert, like I talked about, converting from different formats, doing things like time-based interpolation and time stamping and depth construction, so building your actual sounding data out of the raw data. And then really importantly is corrections. There's a component in there now, NOAA water level corrections that Dr. Calder actually adapted from the work that Anthony Clem has done. And so these kinds of things, there's no reason to have multiple implementations of these once we have one that's proven to work. Also things like filtering for depth time or deduplication or outlier removal. So that's sort of what OpenVBI does. We have a QR code at the end if you're curious, and there's the link to the repo there. But how do we harmonize this with WIBL? So as you can see here, there's some commonality between what WIBL and OpenVBI do. They both do Bathy data processing and converting, creating B12 format data. And there's good reason for this commonality. The OpenVBI work kind of was informed by and grew out of some of the implementations for these things in WIBL. and they were sort of spun out. So going forward, you know, we don't want to maintain two pieces of functionality for everything going forward, and we also want to demonstrate the usage of OpenVBI to the community. And so the ideas will be sort of, as is easy to do and makes sense, we'll be pulling out components from WIBL and relying on the OpenVBI components. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions, and I thank you for your time.
Okay, we're continuing on to one of the small little efforts we have going on here. The uncrewed system effort. Val?
Hi, everybody. Nice to see you all. My name is Val Schmidt. I'm going to talk about our research surrounding uncrewed systems, a bunch of different specific projects, and then a whole bunch of operations that happened last year and more that are coming this year, and all the preparations for all of that. This is, of course, Strix 8, funded through our OECI grant, and it's really, I mean, like the success of this whole operation is our ability to dovetail our operations with this boat with all the other extra research that the PhD grant provides. So we're super thankful for that. The first project I want to talk about is the Giabot. It's the first ASV I've ever been able to bring for show and tell. It's a nifty little gizmo that to turn on, you just rotate and align the fins, and then you can literally just toss it into the water. It drives on the surface to any pre-programmed waypoint that you might have, floats vertically in the water column, has temperature and salinity sensors on it, and then at prescribed times will drive backwards down through the water column, make a CTD test, and come up to the top. So totally untethered. You can buy them by the dozen, as the Naval Oceanographic Office has, pitch them all over your boat, and we hope in the future will give you the ability to have, like, for the first time, really a synoptic view of an entire survey area of the sound speed and the structure in the water column in a way that you can't do with a tethered sensor. And I've already jumped to the next slide. How did that happen? So we're doing evaluation of these to see how we can make it work for hydrography. Charlotte Godin is an intern. She's a master's student at Inster Bretagne in France, the French hydrographic school. But she's here with us for the summer, and she's helping us evaluate these and see if we can make them work. And Harper has also been instrumental in getting this started. Harper, do you have your Giabots yet? No, you don't. Oh, bummer. So
we can rent them this one.
Yeah, we can rent you one of ours. Another project we have our own marine robotics software framework that we use to develop new behaviors and tools for ASVs as kind of a backseat driver. And in part of our work with the OECI, we were building new behaviors between the Drix and the Mesobot underneath using a software framework, a software tool called Behavior Trees. And we liked it so much that Roland has completely rewritten major chunks of Project 11 to use behavior trees. They have the idea of very simple actions that are nested, that you can make super complex behaviors. They're used in the gaming community a lot. You can get a sense as you see how he zooms through this, the structure of an entire algorithm just for line following, the complexity that goes into all of that we had coded before, but in a way that was much more difficult to troubleshoot and add new functionality to. So we're looking forward to how this might improve our ability to develop things quicker in the future. We have a task called machine learning for marine applications, and Jenna Enot is sort of spearheading our efforts in this venue. She is studying how to best apply convolutional neural networks for image processing, for object detection and recognition to marine operations and USVs. She's trained a network called YOLO V5 to detect buoys and fishing floats, and mooring balls as a test case. We presented this last year at this venue, and John Dashler from David Evans and Associates grabbed us and said, hey, we want to put this on a crewed launch. And we were like, sure, that sounds great. What a fun thing to do. When do you want it? And they're like, in like 2 weeks. And we're like, no. So Avery and Jenna scrambled and put together a computer and a camera and a monitor and sent it all to them, which they installed on their survey launch. You can see it here running the cameras up on top of the pilot house. There was a keypad that we provided for them. The system would detect buoys in the boat's path and beep when it was in danger of colliding with the buoy to give the coxswain a heads up. if the coxswain saw something that it thought the algorithm should detect and it didn't, he could hit the record button and that would save a vignette of the video data for Jenna to look at later. This was like great sort of research to operations kind of collaboration, and I think a really great story, and it's really informed our thinking about all of this. Jenna Enoch went to La Ciotat, doesn't have the same ring as Mrs. Harris goes to Paris, but same idea. She took this algorithm and her research took a 5-month internship in France, implementing this as a prototype on a Drix vehicle and starting to go through the process of getting it integrated into their obstacle avoidance system. Arlie Pickett is working on her master's thesis, which should wrap up in the next couple of months. And I don't want to steal her fire too much, but she's taking a couple of previously done NOAA surveys, everything that we know about the endurance and the manning and all the details of what's required to operate a ship or a launch or a Drix, and then imagining those applied to these surveys and all these different modalities in the hopes of being able to provide NOAA some recommendations on how to best utilize these vehicles at sea. So I won't steal her fire. We're super excited about the results of this, and she should wrap that up hopefully in a month or two. We have another project called Path Planning for Ocean Mapping. This one was really born out of like the mother duck and duckling problem. It doesn't look like that, but so the mother duck and duckling, you have like a mothership and a whole bunch of robot boats flanking it and a force multiplier kind of thing. And the problem with that vision for seafloor mapping is that the mean time between failures of the systems of systems is like really short to make that practical. There's just too much that can go wrong to keep all of those systems brittly aligned in a survey sort of swath. So the idea here is you separate them, you give each system its own tasking, you solve kind of a multi-agent traveling salesman problem to figure out what the optimal thing is to do for all the vessels, and you do this fast enough that you can do it iteratively in real time, so that if one of the vessels is crewed and they decide, I'm gonna go survey this area because that's the thing that has the most small boat traffic, they can go do that, and all the other boats are automatically tasked on the fly to go do something else, and you can accommodate for all of those kinds of things. So super exciting kind of thing, and we hope it would be something that is like navigating Google Maps. When you miss a turn, it immediately adjusts and everybody else gets retasks to figure out what the optimal thing is to do. We've been thinking a lot about networking architectures for USVs, and like this is difficult to talk about because everybody's eyes gloss over it. Your eyes might gloss over anyhow, but I have a metaphor to try to explain this. Actually, I'm not sure if it's a metaphor or an analogy. I can't decide what the right term is, but whatever. Imagine that you're trying to get parcels from Boston to LA, and they can go by any of a whole slew of different modalities, maybe by air or by rail or by road or by sea. And in this metaphor, each of these are a different telemetry system between an operator station and an ASV. So some of those parcels can go by any means. Some of them can only go by one mean, like maybe only by air or only by sea. Some of them have to get there as quickly as possible. Some of them could be delayed and it would be okay. Some need to go by certified mail, like you need to know it showed up on the other side. And some are so important and so timely that you'd send them by multiple paths if you could to get to the endpoint to make sure that the message got there. And the thing is, for operational safety and flexibility of ASVs, both in command and control, but also pushing data around, you really want to be able to accommodate all of that. And the problem is that in most standard IP networks, routers are the shipping companies, and they decide how the traffic goes through a network, and the sender can't decide. So what we've done is imagine a slightly different scenario to work around this problem. So imagine in each of the suburbs of LA and of Boston, there's another city that only has one shipping modality. So maybe Long Beach, you can only ship by sea. And in Boston, South Boston, you can only ship by sea. So if you want to ship only by sea from LA to Boston. You sneak your packet from LA to Long Beach, you put it on a boat, it shows up in East Boston, and you sneak it from East Boston into Boston. And that's a way to push data over one particular data stream and select which one you're going to choose. So that's basically what we've done. We've used fake subnets, fancy routing, and total rerouting, remapping on the fly of subnet addresses to allow an operator to choose for any packet they send. You want to connect to the GPS on your ASV over Wi-Fi, you choose one IP address. You want to do it over Starlink, you choose a different one. You want to do it over the MDR, you choose a different one, but they all go to the same place. So we had this implemented on Ben, and it seems to be working, which is kind of fun. We had USV operations supporting our summer hydro field course. Larry already talked about this. Roland provides support for this, while a lot of us, and Andy also, while we were, rest of us were deployed in Honolulu. They used the Seafloor Systems Echo Boat and the Imagenics Delta T to do mapping in the basin here. I think they had a lot of fun actually, and learned a lot. A couple of infrastructure things. This is the shared lab that Larry has spoken about that's off campus here that we sometimes call the Olson Center, and Excel calls the Marine Autonomy Hub. But you can tell it is a busy place. There's a lot going on. This is DRIX 12, this is DRIX 23. On the backside that you can't see very well is DRIX 5. This is the container for DRIX 23. This is a forklift that's pulling this trailer out from underneath. Maybe you can't tell, but this one is in the air. Like it's busy. We've, with help from our...
You can't see DRIX 5 because it just came back from Bahrain and it's camouflage.
That's right. It's actually gray back there. But with help from our IT staff, we extended CCOM's network out to this space so that everybody has good internet access, and we put a GPS repeater in it so that you can bring up navigation systems inside the building and make sure that everything resolves and works. And we just installed a new acoustic test tank out there. This picture was taken yesterday maybe day before, of DRIX 12. It's gondola in the acoustic test tank for some testing of the sonar systems while we're inside. And of course, the day we bought the tank, they wanted to do some testing of the engine, but the water main broke for the whole facility. There was no water. So Andy called the Durham Fire Department. Trucks came roaring up with lights and sirens flashing to fill our water tank. And they loved it. We've installed a new crane at the end of our pier, a 5-ton crane with a 6.4 meter hook height. We can now pull DRIX vehicles directly off the trailer and put them on in the water, which we had to hire a crane to do that, so this will save a lot of time and money. And we've purchased a floating dock that will allow DRIX to dock into the pier kind of at an angle, make it a little bit easier, but also allow folks to get right down close to the vehicle instead of on the much higher floating dock that's down there already. Okay, so now I'm going to talk about our operations and the scary bits about that and how all of that is driving all of our free time. So Larry mentioned last October we were on board the Nautilus for NA-155. This was this OECI-funded collaborative mission between the DRIX and the Mesobot and the water column. We were in the geologist seamounts to the southwest of the big island of Hawaii. This was really the first go at using the EM712 as a mapping tool. It had been installed in sort of sea acceptance tests, but never really used in earnest. Our first go of using Starlink for the first time. It was a lot of first and a big growth experience for us. Then we had the whole off season, so I'm just giving you a summary of the operations real quick and then we'll get into the details. The whole off season where we did all the fun, and then June, just this past June, we did our season shakedown out of Honolulu. So there was all this stuff to fix and repair and put in place prior to this, and then 2 48-hour missions to prepare for our summer. Just out of Honolulu, we just did it in the lee of the island. It wasn't to try to get so far away, but just to make sure everything would work for 48 hours without a hiccup along the way. While we were there, we had the Naval Oceanographic Office visiting us, and they actually paid for a few days of our operations. We're totally thankful for that. It was fun to have them there. They're in the process of possibly acquiring their own vehicles, so they had lots of great questions, and it's always good because they help you see with new eyes the stuff that you're doing like routinely, and so we're thankful for that sort of rethinking that. Matt, shout out to you and your help for all the stuff that you did while you were there right from the very first day. We totally appreciate that. And then all of that is in preparation for Samoa-1, which is a mission, again, OECI funded in collaboration with the Nautilus, but not aboard the Nautilus. Our operator station is going to be in Ponga Ponga and here at CCOM, while the DRIX is 100 nautical miles or more offshore, meeting the Nautilus here for underwater vehicle ops. So this is like a big deal. This is a big step for us. We've been thinking about all the things that could go wrong when you're 100 nautical miles offshore and you're out more than just a day or two. The failures that we've never seen before because we've never been out to sea that long. The failures that we don't see or don't expect to see, but if they happen, they're like a really big deal if you're 100 nautical miles away. So this has kept us up at night and had us thinking a lot about the details of all of this. And then, if that's not enough, this fall, we'll do dual DRIX operations. We'll double our fun with putting the boats in the water here, but recovering them and refueling them in Provincetown. The survey area is in green here in the Gulf of Maine. The distance from Portsmouth to this far corner is about 80 nautical miles and about 50 nautical miles from Provincetown to the far corner up there. So similar kinds of distances. Similar potential for challenges, and then with an operator team cognitively handling the loading of all the navigation responsibilities and data acquisition of two vehicles. So it's a lot to consider. So what have we learned and what are we preparing? So the first, from A155, like this is the view of the front row and the back row of the control van on the Nautilus. And these are the Mesobot guys and Roland, and you can see the EK-80 up there, and the person who's running the show for all of this is Nina, sitting here in the back. She's a biologist who's really going to do all the analysis and interpretation of the eDNA samples and the video streams off of that. But I think the thing that we learned is that the sum of the parts is way bigger than the whole. Like when we can do this and bring this to bear, kind of resources to bear to a problem, we're like materially changing her science in a way that is really kind of exciting and cool. Larry made this entry in our logs while we were out there, and I think it's fantastic and summarizes the effects. Like at this time, the DAP, this was a lander that had been deployed, has been deployed and will be monitoring the water column and seafloor overnight. At the same time, DRIX is mapping the water column and directing Mesobot to take video and eDNA samples at identified targets. And Nautilus is 30 kilometers away from DRIX, Mesobot, and the DAP mapping McCall Seamount. Truly a demonstration of increased operational efficiency. Like we had a lot going on at the same time, and it takes a lot of coordination to make that work. But traditionally, this would be like 3 cruises worth of effort. It was a lot, but it's doable, and it's pretty amazing in my opinion. We made some really nice maps of the tops of the seamounts with the EM712. As Larry said, we've sometimes able to map as deep as 3,000 meters with that, not much of a swath at that deep. Its sweet spot is maybe 1,000 or 1,500 meters, but it didn't come without some pain, and that is that we were suffering from sort of repeat failures of the processing unit on the EM712 while we were deployed. We had seen this on DRIX 8 with the 2040 before we got the 712. The same problem with very similar symptoms is plaguing DRIX 12. DRIX 12 had to replace their PU during their TJ expedition, and they also suffered it on the replacement PU. We've also seen it on Ben, our yellow ASV out there, which is not a DRIX vehicle, of course, and several other DRIXs are seeing it as well. I won't get into the details of what all those symptoms are, but other than to say that there's an effort underway this week and next week to see if we can get to the bottom of it on DRIX 12 in preparation for this operations later this summer, because this has become probably the single biggest hiccup in survey operations given everything else that's going on. Some days you don't see it for a day and a half, and some days this happens every 10 minutes. It requires a full reboot of the system to bring it back, and it's crippling. And it doesn't seem, it's not clear that it's associated with temperature or or the depth or the mode that you're operating in, the cables that you're using or the vehicle that you're on. So we're still, this is a head scratcher. We got a chance to test Starlink in earnest. Starlink's metadata that provides you won't tell you how much bandwidth is available. It only tells you how much you're using. So the only way to tell how much is available is to like saturate the link periodically, which we did here. But we wanted to transfer data ashore, and every time we tried to transfer data ashore, we were only getting sort of 1 to 2 megabits per second throughput, which is not a lot. This is Starlink up and also Starlink back down to the Nautilus and over an encrypted link. So there's a lot going on there. But we modified the way that we were doing this using a new TCP congestion control algorithm called BBR. I won't get into the details of how it works other than to say that Google invented this to help with YouTube kinds of traffic. And with that enabled, it has to be done from a Linux computer because it's not supported in other kernels. We had a data rate of 20 megabits per second, sort of sustained. And if I take the EM calculator tool and plot up what depth of water you would get 20 megabits per second with dual swath and high density, it's about 6 meters. So if we can sustain that, we ought to be able to push data, hydrographic data, quasi-real-time back to shore. We installed a fuel flow sensor in the preparation for NA-155 on DRIX 8 for the first time. This is a plot of the sort of the real-time data. This was great. It allowed us to really ground truth and get a sense of the fuel that we were consuming. This is now being installed on DRIX 12 and DRIX 23 in preparation for the dual DRIX ops this fall. This allowed us to make some plots like this, which show how far you can go on a liter of fuel as a function of RPM or sort of our nominal speed over ground at that RPM. So for the DRIX 8 with the 712 gondola, that's about 5 knots. It'll be a little bit faster than that for DRIX 12 and DRIX 23. And then plots like this for watch standards to help them estimate how much fuel they're going to consume per hour at different RPMs and speed over ground. We had all of our watch standards keeping a log of a bunch of statistics during operations to help us guide our thinking in terms of our endurance, and then can make plots like this that say, for the amount of fuel that you have left, how far can you go in nautical miles at these different speeds? And so this is over the course of a deployment. You can see we're burning through fuel, and at some point, going 8 knots is going to drop below maybe your 100 nautical mile distant return to port. Not that you can't get back to port, but you just can't do it at 8 knots. You're going to have to do it at a slower speed. So that's the kind of tool that we'll build for operations for later this summer to make sure that we don't run out of gas before we get home. And then that fuel flow sensor has also helped us rethink our survey plannings for whole expeditions. So more often than not, we're not given like a survey area to go survey. We have like 3 weeks and a chunk of money to fund 3 weeks of operations. And the question is, okay, what can you do in that 3 weeks? And what's the right makeup of survey speed and operations that will give you the optimal go? So in this sort of example, it's a 20-day expedition with a 100 nautical mile transit to the survey area on average. The transit speed out there is 6 knots. And if you pick a 6 knot survey speed, that's going to give you the most amount of area covered. Well, lines traveled, I should say. All swaths being equal, most amount of area covered. And the model says sort of a little bit more than 4 deployments, each deployment sort of 77 hours at a go. So this is not being terrifically conservative and on a go from Samoa 1. We're going to have time, we think, for about 3 deployments. The time on site will be the days in orange. The green ones will be transit days out. I don't know that we'll sustain 3 full days on site, so we're going to start with 2 and see how it goes and learn from there. At 500 hours and 800 hours of DRIX 12, one of the alternator brackets broke off like twice. Sorry, on DRIX 8, on our DRIX. This happened on DRIX 12 while it was out on the TJ as well. Same bolt sheared. It's happened on at least 3 others. So this rose really quickly to the top of reliability issues for DRIX for long-term deployments. So this is Excel's redesigned bracket. They've tested it on one other vehicle, and then DRIX 8, it's installed on, and we have about 100 hours on it so far. It's also getting installed on DRIX 12 and DRIX 23 in anticipation of those vehicles having issues as well, and hopefully this will solve it. In our installation of the EM712, we just clobbered our EK systems in terms of the self-electrical noise on those systems, to the point that sometimes they were totally unusable. Some of that was the inverter that was installed to support the EM712. Some of it was the power strip. Some of it was the Starlink AC power supply. And there were other things that probably existed before we installed the 712, but we never really had a chance. That's the effect of the Starlink alone, just turning that guy on. So one of our engineers, KG, totally redesigned the AC power supply and made it a DC supply by kind of reverse engineering it and modifying things a bit, and made a how-to. And we've made that public and sent that to Excel so that they can do that on other systems, trying to get as many things off of those inverters as possible. Part of the noise was coming through the electrical system of the DRIX. We tried to build a low-pass power filter to filter all of that out. It didn't really work. We powered it instead from a battery-based UPS, and that actually dropped the levels a lot, but that particular model would turn itself off. I think it was overheating probably in the electrical compartment when we deployed it, so we built our own battery backup system with relays to isolate the power supply and the battery from the rest of the vehicle, and then when the WBT is off, the vehicle charges the battery. And this dropped the noise levels, particularly for the 200 kilohertz, by like 20 dB, and then also for the 70 kilohertz as well. Another issue with the EK systems, particularly in the lower frequency, and DRIX 12 suffers from this, and 23 will as well, I'm sure, is just prop noise at speed is a real challenge for those sonar systems. So we've just started investigating this. So I'm going to show you some videos because they're fun, but I don't really have anything quantitative to say about them yet. Excel invited us to do a test on DRIX 29 because it's the only DRIX that has a shrouded prop. We put an IC Listen and a GoPro on the back of the gondola on that vehicle, and this is what the video looks like. GoPro, it's going to go from like 0 to 12 knots. This thing is going to be exciting. And then the mount of the GoPro, they all, we're going to see it really close. Sense. But after doing that, we took our props to a local shop here just in Dover and had them analyze it. This is the stock prop off the DRIX, and this was their analysis. It's like the props are too small for anybody to machine them, so they're cast. But this place, so this could be marketing. They're like, oh yeah, your prop's bad. You need to pay for us to remachine it, which we did. We gave it to them and had them remachine it. If we had time, of course, we would do an acoustics test prior to doing this and do another one after, but we didn't because we're trying to solve problems as quickly as possible. So we took our machine prop and took it out to Hawaii and put a GoPro and an IC Listen on DRIX 8 now. You can see the weather is a lot rougher. Some of the air is getting entrained into the prop. Again, I don't really have anything quantitative to say about any of this yet. But we're taking a look at it and see what might be done for the best. Okay, so for our operations during the shakedown, we had a remote operating center at CCOM and another one at Honolulu. Simultaneously, one person on watch in both places for reliability 24 hours a day during those operations. But of course, the power went out in Hawaii. I don't know what was going on in Hawaii. The power went out for like 3 days in Chinatown, took out every restaurant's freezer full of food. But it also happened at the Marine Center for 45 minutes one day. And thankfully, prior planning prevented Poor performance. We had a Starlink system staged. We had the rental car staged, an inverter staged, cable staged. We plugged all of that in, and within sort of 3 minutes or so, although the lights were out in the room, we had our system fully up and running and connected back to the boat. So we had the system on the other side of the planet here connected to the boat the whole time. But this was like it gives you a warm, fuzzy feeling that sometimes when you spend all that time thinking about what all can go wrong, and it does go wrong, you've thought about it and you're prepared. This is what the control center looks like upstairs with all the displays for the vehicle itself, our log on the left over there, 24/7 Teams call to communicate with the other operator station, and all the camera views and all that kind of stuff. So we had one person for dual DRIX operations. We'll have 2 or 3 people manning this go. One of the challenges for these operations is how we try to get the intimacy of this control van and the collaboration of that control van syndicated effectively to the Nautilus while it's at sea, to the ROC in Panga, to the ROC here at CCOM, and to our collaborators at Woods Hole. Like, we want everybody to feel like they're basically in the same room. I'm not sure a Teams call is the way to do it. The software that Nautilus uses is called V-Link, and it's used for other kind of broadcast sorts of operations. Our testing of it in Hawaii did not go well at all. That's why we used T-Link, but Teams call, but we're going to continue to work on this. We think this is really important to sort out because particularly for NOAA's hydrographic operation, where you have ships at sea, operators at sea, operators, like with the ship, but then others on shore providing other kinds of support. If we can make all of those folks feel like they're in the same place at the same time and communicate really well, that solves a lot of problems in terms of command and control and architecture and all that kind of stuff. DRIX 8 did not have a VHF radio on it. We didn't really need it because we were always operating close to shore or close to a mothership which had a VHF radio. But because we're going 100 nautical miles off and we would be away from the ship from a really long time, we felt like we needed to install one. Garmin has just come out with a new product specifically for autonomous marine navigation that's a combined VHF and AIS. So we wanted to try it, of course, not take the easy route and use what's already installed on the NOAA vehicles. Roland integrated it into the robotic operating system. Avery made this browser interface that uses text to speech, and you can type out what you want to say and hit transmit and choose the channel that you want to listen on. We're still sort of getting used to this, but so far it seems to work really well, except for the case when you have both operator stations connected with a Teams call, and you get a VHF call on the radio, and it goes on both of them at the same time. It comes through the Teams call, and you can't understand a thing. We tested remote sys for the first time to try to support these operations. Of course, Kongsberg's been talking about this forever, and we've tried it once before and couldn't make it work, but I was inspired to see if we could do it again. The idea is that you run real sys on the DRIX, and then you run remote sys, which is just kind of a client at your local operator station, and you install this server called an MQTT broker, and that it could live on this computer on the DRIX, it could live on this computer that Sys Remote's running on, or it could live someplace in the public internet or in your sort of VPN. And then just small bits of survey data and command and control pass back and forth through there. And we set up an MQTT broker in our DMZ, but it turned out I couldn't get to it because the firewall on the DRIX doesn't allow just random outbound traffic, so Windows doesn't try to update, for example. And I was too chicken to update our firewall while the DRIX was floating around at sea. So I installed actually the MQTT broker here, but it worked just fine. And can I say, this was fantastic. Because the version of Sys that you're using is not parsing all the data and doing all the gridding in real time and trying to display all that stuff, this is snappy and an absolute joy to use. In fact, I was like, we should use this when we're on the boat that it's operating on, because this is so much better than that. And the best part is that this system had some sort of graphical system error and asked me if I wanted to restart, but this one could care less, blissfully unaware that there was a problem there, and it was collecting data just fine, and you could just sort of ignore that. So we'll probably use this more. It was a good experience. And that's the last thing I have. I'm sure I've gone over time. This is DRIX 18 in La Ciotat, France, a few weeks ago. And
second highest cliff in Europe.
I did not know that.
On the water.
Yeah, it looks like a like a spaceship crashed into the south of France.
According to some of our ex-colleagues, it might be.
Yeah, so if there's time, I'm happy to take a question or two, and of course, I'm happy to take questions anytime after all this.
Excellent. Hi, I'm Tara Hicks Johnson. I'm the outreach manager here at the center, and I am going to talk a little bit about outreach that we're up to here. Just as a quick overview of my kind of talk right now, I'm going to focus on the various groups that we work with, which are youth, both in school and out of school, undergraduate and graduate students, research colleagues, the general public that we kind of bring on over all the time, and then educators. And then I also want to highlight some of our collaborators. A big one is the Portsmouth Naval Shipyard STEM outreach team. We work with them all the time. Also some of the marine education associations that we work with, both locally and nationally. And then some of the marine robotics groups that we work with. And I'll touch on our NOAA kind of affiliated groups, including OECI and also OE. So for youth outreach, that is K through 12, in-school, out-of-school programs, homeschool, scouts, clubs, robotics clubs, all sorts of groups. We offer tours of the center. There will often be hordes of children in the center. Everybody here knows to watch out for those. We also go to in-school to do presentations at their place. And then we have our flagship event is our Ocean Discovery Day, which I'll talk a little bit more about in a second. And then also public science events like robotic fairs, STEM fairs. And then also I'm going to talk a little bit about our Sea Perch ROV program. So Ocean Discovery Day is kind of our largest event that we do here at the center. It's a 2-day event. We do it every fall. The Friday is a student day where we have about 1,500 school kids come to the center. It's madness and chaos and a lot of fun. Our next one is October 4th and 5th. We have a wait list. Kind of as soon as we open registration, we get a wait list almost for the school day because schools come back year after year. And then the Saturday is a public day. It's lovely. It's families, it's clubs. It's much easier to kind of talk with people. And a fun fact for those in the room that may not know, it's actually also Fall Astronomy Day on Saturday. So we're going to have buses going back and forth between the two events. So it's going to be like a kind of a Sea to the Stars outreach day on campus. It's all hands on deck for this event. About 40 exhibits or so, and we partner with the Marine School here, New Hampshire Sea Grant, and then some of our other education partners also show up. You can see here we've got lab tours showing off our facilities. There's John Kelly talking about weather. We have kind of kids activities and interactive games, talking about kind of going out to sea and what research is like. So it's kind of like all sorts of things that we can highlight those days. Another one that I work with quite a bit is called Sea Perch. It's an underwater robotics program where you build things with PVC pipe. I do this a lot with the STEM outreach group from the Portsmouth Naval Shipyard. We do whole grades sometimes. 7th, 8th grade is kind of the sweet spot, or we do some smaller groups as well. And what happens with that is that if a teacher is interested in kind of participating in this program, we hold an educator training program where we bring the educators in, tell them about what's going on, teach them about what's involved. They then work with the shipyard, who, this is a wonderful benefit, is that the shipyard provides kind of like up to 1,000 kits a year for groups because robotics is expensive and a lot of schools can't afford to participate in these robotics programs. So by the shipyard purchasing these kits and us working with the groups to be able to kind of build them and test them, we're able to kind of extend the reach beyond the schools that are able to afford these types of programs. So the shipyard will send out volunteers to help with the build, and then they come see me. So once they've built the Sea Perch, they bring them to campus. We test them either in our indoor pool, our outdoor pool that we have on campus. If they're a smaller group, we can bring them to the tanks, which is really cool because then the kids are throwing in their robots that they built in the tanks that we use to throw in our robots. And so there's a real kind of cool relevance that happens with that. And then the other good thing about this is that the groups that come, it's kind of a field trip day. So they will test their robots in the pools and then they tour the center. So we can, they just built an ROV and now they're seeing how we use these robots to explore. And we take them to the ASV lab. We take them to the Viz lab. We'll take them to the telepresence room. They can kind of like see hopefully how there's a potential path for them. If they had a really fun time building these robots, that there's something that they can do. And I'm pointing out Avery, because Avery came to the center and did sea perch, and now he works in the ASV lab. So I love it when he's there because I say, Avery, tell them about sea perch. So he's kind of an example of what the goal is. We also have an annual competition at UNH where for some of the groups, they want to participate. And so then we have 50 teams from New England. They come here and they compete on various mission courses. So this is an interesting story. So I am the regional coordinator for our New England region. We have a Seacoast Sea Perch. And like all regional coordinators around the world, we wait every fall for RoboNation to announce the theme for the year, because it's the theme that I follow and we build the courses for. And in the fall of 2021, they announced the theme and they said, it's space exploration. And it wasn't like Ocean of Europa or something, it was like a spacewalk gone bad, where an ROV was like gonna go out and rescue an astronaut that was on a spacewalk. It was ridiculous. And even like Colleen is our amazing graphic artist here in the center, and she designed the t-shirt for us, and like that, it's like trying to make sense. I'm like, we're trying to make sense of how we can have the sea perch interact with an astronaut. It just was ridiculous. So with our work with the OECI, they had asked for proposals. And so I talked to the RoboNation people and I said, this is ridiculous. And if I propose with OECI, can they sponsor and can we have input on what the theme is every year? And so RoboNation, the group that runs Sea Perch, loved the idea. It was funded as a project for OECI. And so as the 2023 theme, we had ocean exploration, and specifically kind of an ocean mapping theme that was modeled actually after one of our OECI cruises where the Drix was interacting with some of the ROVs on field. So just like a quick little schematic, and this is something that I actually designed, so it was terrifying because as one that runs the regional competitions, I desperately wanted everything to like go off without a hitch, and it was great. So we had the little sea perch, these are pool noodles, so they had to run the pool noodle floats back and forth to mimic kind of mapping the seafloor. They then interacted with the underwater observatory where there were little critters on board that they had to remove. And then they interacted with the Drix that was floating up on the surface to kind of show the multi-vehicle interaction that happens on some of these cruises. Now, the RoboNation claims that there are about 250,000 kids around the world that do sea perch every year. Not all of them participate in one of the regional competitions. That number might be more like 80 to 100,000 or so. But for those 80 to 100,000 kids, they all had their sea perches kind of mapping the seafloor, interacting with the Drix, kind of doing much more relevant research than rescuing an astronaut. The 2024 season that just kind of ended, we continued on, and that one was a hydrothermal vent theme. So we even had bubbles, which was kind of great and ridiculous in trying to get all the bubbles and all the lanes to be the same amount of bubbles. But I want to highlight some of the other improvements that we were able to bring to the program. So every student kind of like, when the year is announced, there's a handbook. Handbook details the course, and it also details the points. So it's like, pick this up, put it over there for 4 points. Open this latch for 4 points. Now, the handbooks say, pick that up and put it over there for 4 points, but right underneath the scoring, there's a real world inspiration part in the handbook that says, this is why your robot's doing it. When we're out at sea, we need to be able to measure how hot hydrothermal vents are. We need the thermometers to be able to withstand these temperatures. So we're bringing kind of more real world relevance to the competition that way. We've also, with the education working group with OECI, we've provided deep sea exploration resources. So we're able to kind of share curriculum for the teachers and the educators. We're able to kind of connect them with the Nautilus and interactions. And then another part that they have is a real world inspiration posters, where some teams can compete at like a poster competition, where they take their ROV and then they kind of pretend that it's being tasked in the real world some way. And so it's hard to see them, but these are 3 that kind of like touched on bathymetry, so I thought they were fun to highlight. And as a sponsor for the international competition, we also are able to be present in the exhibit hall, which is where kind of the pit area is for all the kids. So we have, stickers and things like that for the kids because they love them, but we also have educational resources for all the teachers that are there and the coaches. We have opportunities for students, opportunities about educational programs, like undergraduate programs that might be of interest to these kids, other kind of like internship opportunities. We had a photo booth at the top there. And then after the competition was over, we arranged for there to be a Nautilus live interaction we pulled the ROV pilot, who doesn't normally do these things, but we pulled him to be able to kind of talk to the kids about, his career and how he got there and the benefits and what it's like working at sea all the time. So that was a really we're gonna do that again because that went really great. So the Sea Perch is middle school and high school. There are events like this that are for older students, like undergraduate and technical high school type groups. These are RoboBoat, RoboSub, Robot X. These are kind of week-long competitions, much more elaborate vehicles. And I've started kind of getting involved with these a little bit more because they also kind of like need help. The RoboSub's theme last year was Stargate, which is a cool video and cool video game, I guess, but not at all, not relevant. And so we're trying to kind of put our influence on those as well. But I wanted to actually mention this to all of you because this is a great opportunity for everybody to kind of volunteer for these events, either as in a virtual way to look at technical presentations, technical reports, or on site. Like they're always looking for judges, always. And then this actually has a lot of sponsors, these types of events. And you can see they have like little recruitment booths almost. So they're, these are undergraduate students who enjoy building underwater robots in their spare time. So these are kind of the perfect group to work, for workforce development, look for help recruit for internship opportunities, graduate programs. And so I'm happy to talk to anybody if they have more questions about that. We also go to conferences to get away from robots. Conferences like, I've seen many of you at like US and Canadian Hydro, AGU, Ocean Sciences, the SACNAS Diversity and STEM Conference, and various educator conferences. And it's a really great opportunity for us to kind of share the research that we're working on, also try to recruit some grad students, and then just kind of like keep in contact with a lot of our alumni so we can kind of keep them engaged. And I'm co-chairing a session. I don't know if there's any educators in the audience, but I'm co-chairing a session at AGU, if the deadline's end of the month. And then we do kind of like other events throughout the year as well. Off-site events at schools, STEM fairs. I'm a merit badge counselor for Scouts, so I get to be a merit badge counselor for oceanography, robotics, and engineering. But then for the younger Scouts who aren't doing merit badges yet, we do a scavenger hunt where they can get badges to put on their, and then this was a UNH day at the legislature. And Val, I also had the fire department come and fill up one of my tanks. So that's one of our portable tanks that we can take to these STEM fairs. And that was one of the Girl Scout expos that we had brought one of the tanks. And if you don't have easy act, they like fill it in 20 seconds. It's amazing. And then just to talk briefly about some of the pathways to outreach, I'm actually in 2 weeks, I'm gonna be president of the National Marine Educators Association. We have an annual conference, we have newsletters, seminars, and that's a great way to share information, updates, resources with the educators that are kind of working with kids as far as ocean sciences go. And then also touching on trying to get more involved with the UN Decade of the Ocean. Locally, we have the Gulf of Maine Marine Education Association. Again, a lot of annual meetings, networking events. The New England Ocean Science Education Collaborative is a similar type event where we have ocean literacy summits. And then we have our ways that we can kind of like reach everybody. These are our website here. We actually have a new website. I don't think Larry mentioned it. We have a new website coming soon. So I'm sure that we'll be sharing that when it gets launched. And then we have a seminar series. Amazingly enough, we have 238 videos on our Vimeo site. So if you're taking a flight home, you can kind of, and you haven't had enough people talk to you, you can pull up a Vimeo. All of these, like a lot of blue flyers are designed by Pauline. And then she also runs our social media site. So it's a good way for us to connect with our alumni and help recruit for future events and things. And then, any questions? Thank you.
Thank you, Tara. So Not sure you knew we did all that stuff, but we do, and it's Tara and Colleen who really organize it wonderfully with tremendous enthusiasm, as you can see, and it's a very important part. To be honest, I love it when the children are running all around. As long as they're not my children.
We've had about 800 so far this year.
So far.
So far. I'm tired.
Okay, last but certainly not least, we make sure that you don't fall asleep at the end. And so we have Tom talking about updates on what's going on in the Viz Lab, always very exciting stuff. And if any of you haven't been here before, don't just take a look at what he's showing here, but tomorrow afternoon or Thursday afternoon, go pop into the Viz Lab, put a headset on or so, and see what's really going on. So I hold that so I can know I can get by.
All right, so just give everybody some updates. I guess you've probably seen Bathy go a few times today. I just saw it in Tara's slides. So, it portrays global bathymetry coverage for seabed 2030 efforts in GEBCO. It kind of emphasizes the gaps. So we avoid presentations that kind of mislead how much coverage we have, especially when you're at zoomed out scales. And we have versions for public displays that are on touch screens, and we have them in our lab on our big tile display. So Colin Ware continues to refine the desktop version of Gap Filler. So he's working on complex polygon filling for survey planning. So you can put in, how much overlap you want in your swaths, and then it takes the estimated depths and it'll fill it in. And this kind of new version allows you to kind of semi-automatically lay out the more complex polygons, because it's actually a very challenging problem to do that completely automatically. Simultaneously, Ilya Atkin and I are working on a web-based version of Gap Filler. So the idea here is that we pull the bathymetry from everybody's catalog and we update it and we take that burden off of you. So here you zoom in on a gap you might want to fill. You select a survey area, so you select a box, and what that's doing is that's downloading the estimated depths to your browser, and then now you can do polygon filling and interactive swath editing on here, and it's all done on your own computer, so it's not a big hit on our server. So here you can see laying out a polygon, and when we hit fill, you put in here overlap and you'll get that. And then you can also go in here and kind of interactively add waypoints, move things around. And so you can put in your own multi-beam extinction curves into here. And it's a little hard to see here, you'll see in a little bit. The cursor under your mouse changes live based on the depths there. So when you're laying out more complex bathymetry here around like a seamount, you'll see how the size of that cursor interactively changes to help you plot out abutting and overlapping courses like that. So we've actually just talked with GEBCO TSCOM about kind of going and defining, what does mapped mean? Because people have different definitions of that. So we can pull data from EMODNet and GMRT and NCEI, and we can come up with a few different definitions for what we consider mapped, and then we can provide that as a binary mapped, unmapped layer that can be used in here when you want to visualize and fill gaps. You see a lot of 3D bathymetry visualizations out there, but almost all of our traditional bathymetry products are actually 2.5D, right? It's a raster height map, a grid of height values. And that's fine for most of the sonar-based mapping technologies. But what's really not sufficient when we start talking about non-traditional sources that are structure from motion and photogrammetry based, where you're getting down into centimeter and sub-millimeter scale mapping. So as an example, here's a model that Jen Dijkstra made of a coral reef down on the Florida Keys. And on the left, you're seeing the 3D model. So this is triangle-based data. And on the right is a height map, so a digital elevation model. And you can see anywhere that you have overlapping surfaces, complex corals, caves, things like that, they're really just being stripped out of the data when you treat it as a digital elevation model. So that's why it's really important when you map at this scale to kind of stick with the original photogrammetry data, either in a point cloud or in a triangulated model like this. The problem, of course, is that most software just can't handle these big models. So they're huge. There are hundreds of millions of triangles. That model was a 10 meter by 30 meter grid. That was 243 million triangles, tens of gigabits, something like that. The other problem that you run into very quickly is floating point precision issue numbers. The numbers, they're 0.0000123, so you have a lot of issues with that. And then also if you start throwing in geographic coordinates, and then when you start getting into projecting triangle areas onto reference planes, we found all kinds of surprising issues. So really we need new visualization and analysis tools to deal with this data. So PhD student Kindrat is a computer science student, and he's been developing for a while now this Habitat 3D program. So this is a complexity analysis tool that can load in these extremely large models, visualize them in very quick frame rates. For interactivity, you can look at them in VR. And it'll calculate 3D rugosity, so it'll do all these calculations in 3D on the sides of objects. It doesn't matter if you have overlaps or caves or multiple surfaces, so it's really a great advance over the existing tools that ecologists and other people use to calculate these types of metrics for the seafloor that they're looking at. And this can all be done at multiple scales as well. So depending on the size of the features of interest and what kind of model quality and resolution you've mapped at, you can run these calculations at multiple scales to reveal different results. So this is an available tool now. You can download it off of our website, or it's completely open source on GitHub, so you can download this and load your own models in there and play around with it. We also have a paper in submission right now on it. And just to kind of give you an example of how it can be used and why it's so much better than existing tools. This is an orthomosaic of some coral reef data on the far left there. And the person that's been doing this analysis, they traced out kind of the outlines of those corals and then made a buffer region around there. And the reason to do that is they want to extract out the complexity value of the surrounding seafloor. And then what you're seeing here is the arc chord rugosity calculated in ArcGIS on the digital elevation map model at 10 centimeters. And then this is a 10 centimeter rugosity map calculated with Habitat 3D. And so you can see you have much more detail in here, but what's really important is that the complexity that's coming in from that coral is being segregated within the coral itself, and it's not spilling out into the surrounding seafloor. So if you want to look at just one or the other ones don't necessarily influence your measurements. And there's also tools in there for analyzing the distribution of complexity through your model. And we want to play around with kind of bringing in other data as well, like what kind of species you have. And of course, for that, you have to end up doing things like segmenting stuff, which if you're doing that manually is just incredibly time consuming and frustrating. And so one of our new students, Joe, he has been looking at some AI machine learning tools for this. So this is a Meta AI segment anything model. So this can segment an entire image at once, or it can be done in a semi-interactive mode like this. And so you can say, I want to segment all the staghorn corals, and then you can just click on them. And most of the time it segments them perfectly. Sometimes you have to do a little bit of hand editing, but the idea is that this can segment huge areas very quickly. Kind of switching gears a little bit, one thing the visualization lab here at the center has been looking at for a long time is how to provide kind of visual reference on a 3D chart or a portable pilot unit. So going back, we tried to make a virtual coast pilot, bringing in stuff that was mentioned in the coast pilot sailing directions, bringing those photos into a map, and then looking at taking 360 panorama images and how do we bring those into a map. But it's very challenging. How do you present a 2D photo in a 3D chart? Really what you want is 3D content, right? So we have point clouds, but they don't really look very good. So this new novel view generation technique came out last year in the computer graphics world called 3D Gaussian splatting. And you can think of it kind of as a solid point cloud. Instead of an infinitesimal little point, you have a Gaussian distribution, and you can stretch it out into a line, you can make it a big blob, you can make it thinner, thicker opacity, all sorts of different things. So you take structure from motion data out of Metashape or ColMap, and then you put it through this iterative machine learning training process. And that generates these splats out of those points. And these splats can then be integrated directly within a 3D chart or a PPU because they do have geospatial information on them. The real problem is this tends to just recreate everything. Even if you try to delete things from the point cloud, it puts them back in. So all the sky and the water gets back in there. But you can see it's really a compelling results. So at the top, you're seeing colored LiDAR point cloud. So this is some of the Mississippi data that David Evans and associates collected. And then in the middle, this is a Gaussian splat cloud that we created out of the photos from the 360 camera that were on the vessel that was doing the scanning. So this doesn't actually have any of the LiDAR data in there, and it was still able to create a very good 3D representation that very close to the photos. So how do we get rid of the water in the sky? So one thing we're looking at right now is a semantic segment anything. So this is kind of a different version. It segments everything out and then it tries to figure out what it is. And you can see it doesn't always figure out what everything is, but it's actually pretty good at figuring out what's water and what's sky. And that's all we really need. So we can come up with some lists of objects that we want to mask out of our data, and then we can do semantic masking so we can automatically get rid of the water in the sky. The sky is nice to get rid of just because it makes a pleasing result in your end product. The water is really important to get rid of when you're doing structure for motion on photogrammetry because it's always moving a little bit and that really confuses the structure for motion process. So not only does this result in better data, it'll run faster and you'll have a lot less stuff that you have to clean up. So here's some more examples of it. Like I said, it doesn't always work absolutely perfectly. Like here it thinks this is a cake. But again, if it can get water and sky and clouds, it actually takes care of 99% of the data cleaning that we have to do. Another thing that we wanted to look at using the Gaussian splat processes for is when we're doing the photogrammetry of the seafloor, anything that's soft and flexible or moving, that really confuses the structure for motion process and you just end up with a big hole in your point cloud or a blurry kind of patch through your model. And I think that if we can take the flat training process and we can kind of apply it to this problem, we may be able to fill in these with additional information and kind of extract more info out of the data that we're already collecting. And just to give you an example of using this on a shoreline, this is Jackson Landing down here in the bay in Durham. So this was just a quick little scan with a drone, and then this is the Gaussian splat cloud that was created out of that. So that wasn't done with any sort of masking out of the sky or anything, but just an example of how things actually get represented. Once you zoom incredibly in there, you can see the individual splats. One of the other projects that you've probably seen here in the past is we've been looking at, can we use augmented reality for ship navigation? So heads-up display of navigation information. And it's always been for us a hardware problem. The devices that are out there just don't cut it. And the most persistent problem that we've seen is insufficient brightness. You just can't see these things outside during the day. This is a prototype we made for the HoloLens, and this is a video captured directly from the device. It's not what it looks like when you look through it. And it's really just a kind of a limitation of the technology, right? You can only add light to the visual presentation, and the sun and off the water is just always too bright, so there's no contrast. And what we've been seeing in the industry is a move from see-through augmented reality to what's called pass-through augmented reality. So you may see this, the new devices out there, MetaQuest 3 has this, and the new Apple Vision Pro. For us, it's really great because brightness is no longer an issue. So it's very high contrast, we can subtract light, we can make things darker and draw on top of them. The real con is that you are essentially looking through a video camera. So it has impacts to visual fidelity, there's bad performance in low light, and you have a reduced real-world field of view. And so we've acquired a few of these headsets for testing, and we did some kind of evaluation on the hardware to see, is there even a chance that you could use these for marine use and navigation? Can we even pass the minimum eyesight standards for seafarers? So you gotta get 20/40 vision and you have to have color perception. So we kind of put these through the tests with some people, and the Ishihara color test, you can pass that. But when it comes to visual acuity, the Quest 3 fails horribly, cannot pass. The Apple Vision Pro, it's borderline. If you're on the right day with the right lighting, you might be able to pass for 20/40 with it, but I really don't think that this technology is sufficient for general use, and I don't think a mariner is gonna accept blocking out their real world view, except for maybe zero visibility, fogged out conditions where we might want to display a point cloud or a Gaussian spot cloud. But these headsets are still very useful for manipulating 3D hydrographic data. So we've shown that over the years with our VR point cloud editor, where we compared performance in the VR cleaning data to cleaning data on a desktop with something like Keras. Development of our point cloud cleaner, we're calling it largely complete. We've made some final stability improvements and bug fixes, but we put it all open source up on GitHub. So if anyone wants to take it any further, they're gonna have to do that themselves. We've been getting some great feedback from users around the world doing all sorts of stuff, from forestry to video, volumetric video editing, to doing scanning of urban spaces for art projects. More recently, we used it as soon as we got LiDAR data for the Key Bridge collapse. We went in and we were able to clean that in just a few minutes. So it shines here because when you have data inside of these girders, that's where you want to have these 3D handheld tools to reach inside of those structures and clean out the noise points. And then this is a structure for motion in 3D point cloud that was created off of an NTSB drone video. So the NTSB flew a drone over it, they put the footage on YouTube, I grabbed it, throw it through structure for motion, clean it up a little bit, you got a really quick point cloud that you can then merge with the LiDAR cloud to get a good visualization. And we're kind of taking what we've learned in our VR point cloud editing projects, and we're taking that interface and we're applying it to the cloud map project that Brian had talked about earlier for the end user interaction, to give you that really great perception of the data and then the handheld tools for editing it. So here what we're doing is we used to use the Unity editor for our VR point cloud editor. The problem is that kind of has some limitations that we had to work around, and there might be some licensing issues there. And so we've moved on. Kindred has his own kind of game engine, and so we're now using that. So we have complete control over that, and it really lets us do really high performance computer graphics, which lets us get the 120 frames per second for both eyes. That gives you that comfortable VR experience that you need. And we're actually looking, if you've played around with the VR point cloud editor, you may have had some issues, getting used to the scaling and the zooming in there because it's a non-traditional interface. And we're looking at using headsets that have eye tracking built into them to kind of remove a lot of the explicit interaction. So instead of having to put your controller into some piece of data and stretch out to zoom into it, you just look at it and press a zoom button on your controller. You don't have to bring the controller out. So whatever I'm looking at, that's what I want to act on. So if we can accomplish that, it'll be very intuitive, require a lot less training, and just be a lot faster. Just final VR project. This was one not under the NOAA grant. It was just done kind of by computer science senior projects. What they looked at was, we have the school kids, as Tara says, they come into our lab and we have these cool things where you can put on a VR headset and look at a coral reef. But the problem is we only have 1 or 2 headsets, and so only 1 or 2 kids can do it at a time. And so what are the practical concerns of how do you bring this to a group of school kids and have 30 kids wearing VR headsets in one room and have that not be total chaos? And so this was more a look at the practical network design for how you coordinate all of these. So what they came up with was we have a Android tablet, and that has a script for the instructor to read, and in that script various things are underlined. So if it says this is a reef in the Florida Keys, when they click on that, it brings everybody's headset to that same model and it displays that. And when they say, oh, there's this particular species, when they click on that, it highlights it in everybody's view. It turns their view towards that. And we created that one with the Unity engine so that it makes it very easy for other people to go in and create their own experiences using the script. And then the scripts on the tablet are all just written with XML. So they had a successful demonstration of that, kind of a proof of concept. And really what we need to take that any further is have an educational designer come in and come up with a lesson plan that would keep kids engaged for 30 or 40 minutes using kind of our content. Switching gears over to acoustics stuff, this is a project that we work on with the acoustics researchers like Jen Mixes-Olds. We deployed sound trap recording hydrophones out on the seafloor ahead of a number of surveys. So this was both a sub-bottom profiler test where they went over certain reference lines. We placed it at the crossing point of 2 reference lines and they went directly over it. And then we also placed it out ahead of time at the summer hydro site. So they were working around it for a week or so. And so they were out there for roughly 2 months, and we captured that data. This is a look at when the Kongsberg towpath went right over. This is what a sub-bottom profiler sounds like. And I should have put a waveform up here as well, because there's some really interesting effects when it first goes over it. We had to drag Tom Blanford in to explain to us. And we want to kind of make an interactive map where you can drag the boat around all the track lines from the survey and see how the spectrogram for these changes based on the distance, the direction to the source, and as well as the bottom type under the source. And our master student Riley Lassard, he's also been kind of crunching the numbers on the soundscape metrics for these recordings. So we're looking at metrics like uniformity, impulsivity, periodicity, and that's really kind of what's unique here is usually we look at acoustic exposure only in terms of sound pressure level and amplitude, but some of these metrics can tell us a little bit more about what's going on and the effects of that noise on marine life. So what you're seeing here, you might have seen this earlier this morning, left is before, that's 3-hour period before, the day before, and then 3 hours during. Those yellow bars are showing you when the source was right over top and very easily seen in the recording. So like I think Jen said today, we're not seeing a huge impact. There might be some more subtle things there, but this is kind of something that we're working on right now. This is the interactive air gap project that I had presented last year. So we took this a little bit further. This is the static air gap visualization that's on the port's website right now on the left. And then this is our web-based interactive air gap on the right. And what Ilya has put together is a script in QGIS. Last year we had a kind of convoluted process for calculating out all of this data. Now it's super simple. You just load your point cloud, LiDAR file, and bathymetry into QGIS, and you click on each end of the bridge to set the line on the bridge. And this basically takes care of everything else. It reprojects it, it bins it up, and it saves everything out into the right file formats that you need for the little widget that goes on the website. And this makes the update process super simple. So if you go out and you rescan the bridge, it probably takes you 10 minutes to go generate new content for the visualization. One thing that was interesting is we got a contact from Big River Coalition. They said that the Crescent City air gap sensor went offline for, I think it was a week or so. And they were asking, you know, what could we do to provide kind of fallback values? So the traditional way it's done is this is a pilot card over here on the left. And so there's a set offset, you know, it says 170 feet minus the Carrollton gauge. So you can go grab that Carrollton gauge data. We grabbed 2 years worth of gauge data and we plotted out, well, what if we did this and we calculated the air gap? How did that compare to the actual air gap sensor values? And so the green one up there, that's the UEP Long Bridge. That's pretty static and constant, so we can provide a very high confidence value for the air gap using that. But at the Crescent City Bridge, you'll see, you know, it actually varies quite a bit. We think based on overall water levels, but we're not really sure. I'm not qualified to interpret that, so there's a little bit more going on there. And NOAA had requested that we start looking at their new STOFS 3D model and finding things that we can do with that and different ways to visualize it. So we wanted to assess the potential for STOFS 3D to provide those fallback air gap values, as well as can we forecast water levels into the future. So this is the STOFS Atlantic model. It's a huge scope, and then we can zoom in here. It's still really a lot of triangles and density in the Mississippi River area. So we pulled water level data for underneath the different bridges, and we graphed that out. So this is a 24-hour period here. The gray line is the actual sensor data that's coming off the bridge. The green is the stuff that we derived using the nearby Carrollton gauge, which is a few miles upriver, I believe. And then the blue here is where we use STOFS to estimate that air gap. And so you can see that it's saying that there's a lot less air gap. So it's reporting too high of a water level. And we're really not seeing that kind of tidal dipping in the middle of the day there that we would expect to see. So that kind of was concerning. And then in thinking about ways to visualize the Mississippi River part of the STOFS 3D, you know, anytime you want to do these large-scale map-based visualizations for a river like this, at any scale, you really end up with a 1D line visualization. It's not super exciting. So if we're going to collapse dimensionally, we might as well do kind of a 2D profile like this. And so what we came up with was a way to draw different center lines through the river, whether it be an actual center line, a foul leg following the depth, or a navigation channel. And then we plot that out. We extract the data out of STOFS 3D's kind of a regular grid. And the goal here is really we want to come up with an interactive web-based dashboard where people can go in and see water levels, flooding risks in real time, as well as forecasted. We're going to add in kind of the streaklet-based flow visualization that you've seen in some of our other projects, as well as trying to extract out the riverbank heights and levee heights nearby, and then plot those out into that graph so you can see when there's a risk of the river running over the banks. So this is an interesting thing. We went back and we grabbed historical STOFS output from last fall, because last fall there was historically low water on the Mississippi River, and what was happening was this problem where a salt lake was working its way back up the river from the Gulf of Mexico. And so this was coming up as far, you know, I would say 70 miles or so upriver, and it was getting up near New Orleans, and this was impacting water supplies for drinking as well as industrial uses, so it was a big concern. The Army Corps of Engineers built this sill here around mile 64, and it actually had made it over that. So we wanted to visualize that. So up here on the top, you're seeing an animation from August to January during the worst of this, and you can see it just kind of stops there a little bit above the head of passes. You know, well short, it should really be going probably over to here or so. So that was weird for us. So we contacted the STOFS modeling team and asked about this, and they said that the current operational forecast is over a year old. It's over predicting the river stage. That's what we saw with the air gap values. And that was due to poor DEM quality that they were using to drive that. And if they have corrected a lot of these depths, and they're getting better river stage forecasts, and then they're going into a shadow forecast, but they won't be in the operational model for probably a year or so. So we switched our development over to that shadow forecast. This is now it's a web-based tool, so now you can zoom in here. You can see the water levels are much improved. It's very smooth water levels, but you'll see there's still some issues here with the bathymetry, kind of this straight line going through the bathymetry there. And so in talking with the modeling team, even though they had revised the depths, they weren't still very confident in them. They got the data from Blue Topo and from the Army Corps of Engineers National Channel Framework. The problem is Blue Topo currently, public data only goes up to about mile 16. Actually just talking to Katrina and Glenn and Aaron, and we might be able to get some preliminary better data. And then that National Channel Framework, that's really focused on these navigation channels and dredging efforts and stuff like that. It's not really what you would want for modeling hydrodynamic processes. And we kind of found that out when we started digging into the vertical grid from STOFS 3D. So you can see in this curve of the river here, the entire area there is set to exactly 45 feet, which is like the on-paper dredging depth. And so that's what's resulting, all those areas that are set like that, that's what's resulting in that flat line you see throughout the bathymetry visualization. And talking again with the team, they said we also haven't calibrated the salinity and temperature predictions yet. They're more focused on the water levels right now. But the Mississippi River is at the top of their to-do list. They're really just in great need of temperature and salinity profiles and more monitoring to kind of calibrate that. And I don't really know what we could do with salinity observations. Maybe something like Jayabot could provide that. But an interesting thought would be, can the WIBL project that Brian had presented earlier, if we get those on some vessels that go up and down the Mississippi every day, if we could collect useful temperature data that could be used to calibrate the STOFS 3D model. So I'll leave that as kind of a starter for discussion, and I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Tom.